Wings of Light. Chapter 26, Wings of Light. Rainbow Dash and Soren lounged on the cloud, dozing lightly as they enjoyed the cool night air. Neither of them wanted the evening to end. In the morning, Soren would have to return to Cloudsdale and Rainbow would have to resume her training under Firefly. They wanted to make the most of the time they did have. Sex was obviously off the table, but snuggling was something the two of them enjoyed and was a good way to pass the time as the night ran its course. Sadly, it wasn't to be as Rainbow felt, rather than saw a shape swooping over them and landing on the cloud beside them. Startled by the intruder, Rainbow rolled onto her hooves, Soren springing up beside them as they both looked to the pony suddenly standing in front of them on the cloud. Firefly didn't spare a glance for either of them, instead staring straight ahead at the figure of another pony rising up towards them from Ponyville. Looking down at the pony, Rainbow gasped. She recognized the young stallion's cream-colored coat with gray flecks decorating it, along with his grayish-blue mane and piercing yellow, hawk-like eyes. What she did not recognize were the wings this young stallion was sporting, which did not gleam with the silvery sheen of polished mithril. Perlin. The same, said Perlin Bluestreak as he came to hover in front of the trio of Pegasi, and, before you ask, yes, I did get new wings. It's nice to see you again, Rainbow Dash, Soren. His gaze quickly refocused on Firefly. It's an honor to meet you as well, miss. Firefly, said the pink mare, smiling as she met Perlin's gaze, my student has told me a great deal about you, youngster. Ah, I see, said Perlin, you seem quite strong. Under other circumstances, I would love to take the opportunity to see just how strong, but I'm afraid I have other business at the moment. What other business? Demanded Rainbow, why are you here? My employer informed me that a certain asset of his has escaped containment, explained Perlin, that asset is apparently heading here and might be here already. I believe you've already tangled with him before. Who is it? Asked Soren. His name was Flash Spark, if I remember correctly, said Perlin. Rainbow felt the blood drain out of her face at that name. Her memory conjured up images of the hateful stallion, along with the twisted monstrosity he had become. And he was somewhere near Ponyville now. Where is he? I can't say for sure, said Perlin, I was talking with Dawn about it. According to him, there are only two possible ponies this fellow could be going after. One is you, the other is Fluttershy, yelped Rainbow, already spinning in place to look in the direction of her friend's cottage. For a moment, it seemed like nothing was happening. Rainbow was about to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that they might have more time or that Flash Spark would come after her first. However, that relief vanished when her ears picked up a familiar-sounding buzz emanating from the direction of the cottage. The sound pierced Rainbow's ears and she felt a headache building. A few seconds later, the buzz rose in pitch to a shriek and flashes of yellow light lit up the sky. From her vantage point, Rainbow could see streaks of yellow energy stabbing out into the night. Oh no, she whispered, her muscles bunched up as her legs folded into a crouch, her wings spreading as she prepared to leap. She kicked off the cloud, rising into the air and shooting towards the cottage. Only to come to an abrupt halt as Firefly's hoof stamped down on the end of Rainbow's tail, pinning it fast against the cloud. Rainbow let out a pained yelp as her forward momentum was abruptly and painfully halted and she fell back onto the cloud with a grunt. What the hey are you doing? Demanded Rainbow, whirling around to glare at Firefly. You're in no condition to be fighting right now, said Firefly, a grim expression on her face. I can't just stand here and watch, Rainbow snapped, glaring at her mentor. I fought with him before. I was still in training then. That was before your training was as far along as it is now, said Firefly. Your body is in the process of reordering how it uses its magic. In your current state, you're nowhere near your best. He'll cut you to ribbons. A surge of air washed over them. Perlin had evidently lost interest in the three of them and was now heading straight for the conflict taking place in the skies above Fluttershy's house. Rainbow watched him go, desperately wanting to follow behind him, if not overtake him to get there first. Are you saying we should just stand here and do nothing? She demanded. No, said Firefly, giving Rainbow a grim smile, you will stay here and do nothing. We'll go and settle this myself. Before Rainbow could say anything, Firefly was already gone, a pink and blue streak hurtling through the sky. It'll be okay, said Soren, resting a hoof lightly on Rainbow's shoulder. Firefly's probably one of the most experienced knights. She's even stronger than Spitfire is. I just hope she's strong enough, said Rainbow as she intently watched the skies. Fluttershy, please be okay. Rumble looked up from his book. Since he'd gotten back from his date with Sweetie Belle, he'd been reading quietly on the couch waiting for the return of the rest of his family. However, Flitter and Stormfront were apparently still at Sweet Apple Acres and Thunderlane and Cloud Chaser were still out on their date. With no pony to talk to, Rumble settled in for a quiet evening, grateful that Flitter had let him off from his grounding, but wishing she had allowed him to return later. What had made him look up from his reading was the sound of the door to the cloud house opening. Rumble couldn't quite keep a grin from his face as Thunderlane stumbled in through the door, looking dazed and giddy, a dopey grin decorating his face, and his trademark mohawk mane badly mussed. He walked as though he chugged down half a keg of the Apple family's hardest cider, stumbling and chuckling vacantly into the house. Behind him came the reason for Thunderlane's alcohol-free inebriation. Cloud Chaser, decked out in a slinky, jaw-dropping, bright red dress, rushed in, not even bothering to land on the floor of the cloud house. She zeroed in on Rumble instantly, plucking him off the couch and into her hooves, spinning through the air of the living room as she squealed and shrieked with glee. He did it, Rumble, he finally did it. Cloud Chaser continued to hug Rumble with ferocious vigor, as though he were an oversized stuffed animal twirling and pirouetting through the air. I take it he popped the question then, observed Rumble, smiling even though Cloud Chaser's spinning was starting to make him feel dizzy. About time, too. He did, squealed Cloud Chaser, finally setting her brother and future brother-in-law back down on the couch. Look. Now able to get a better look at Cloud Chaser, Rumble grinned when he saw the necklace she was wearing, a fine gold chain from which dangled a pendant fashioned in the image of Thunderlane's cutie mark. I'm happy for you, said Rumble, chuckling. He'd known, of course, that Thunderlane had been planning on proposing. He'd also known that Cloud Chaser had been getting impatient waiting for said proposal, not being aware that Thunderlane had been waiting until Hearts and Hooves Day like the hopelessly romantic sap he was. So when's the wedding? Asked Rumble, looking between Thunderlane and Cloud Chaser. Considering the question caused Cloud Chaser to calm down a little. We haven't talked about that yet, she said with a sheepish grin, blushing. She was too busy kissing me everywhere she could reach, bragged Thunderlane, having apparently regathered his wits. She was hugging me so much I was practically carrying her home. Please, you know you loved it, said Cloud Chaser, her voice dropping to a sultry purr as she slunk towards Thunderlane, moving with all the grace of a prowling cat. Like I know that you'll love what's coming later. She stalked in front of her stallion, passing just underneath his chin so that her tail could rise up to stroke his lower jaw. Thunderlane's wings shot out and fluttered wildly, and he let out another dopey laugh as Cloud Chaser strutted away from him, swaying her haunches back and forth with each step. Oh boy, said Rumble, rolling his eyes. Grown-ups. His ears twitched. Distracted from the conversation, Rumble noticed a faint buzzing noise that seemed to be filtering in through the walls of the house. What is that? He wondered, looking around. The sound seemed to be coming from outside. Whatever it was, it wasn't pleasant, giving Rumble a feeling like a fly was hovering just inside his ear and he was unable to do anything to get it dislodged. Do you hear that? Cloud Chaser and Thunderlane paused in their antics, looking at Rumble in confusion. In the ensuing lull in the conversation, they too noticed the buzz. Yeah, said Thunderlane, his head rotating as he tried to fix a direction on the noise. What the hey is that? Whatever it is, I don't like it, growled Cloud Chaser, batting at her ears. It's annoying. Frowning, Rumble went to the door and pushed it open. No longer muffled by the walls of the house, the infernal buzz streamed in through the open doorway and went from annoying to painful, inciting a sharp, searing pain in Rumble's ears even as his head began to ache from the noise. Oh, that's awful, cried Cloud Chaser, desperately covering her ears with her hooves. Beside her, Thunderlane was doing the same. Grimacing, Rumble stepped out on the Cloud House's porch and looked around. Now he could tell which way the sound was coming from. His eyes fixed themselves in the direction of the everfree forest and a small cottage situated near its edge. Oh. I've been waiting for this chance, you little brat, snarled Flash Spark. I'll pay you back for what you did to my wings. On top of that, your precious mother will get to watch. Don said nothing, already darting in at Flash Spark, his form a blur that seemed to flicker across the space between them. He came right in at Flash Spark's chest, his wings blurring as he launched a succession of pounding blows that hammered at the insectal stallion's armor, knocking him back through the sky. For all that he appeared to be stunned and disoriented by the blows, Flash Spark didn't seem to be taking any harm, but that was nothing new. Right now, Don's primary concern was forcing him away from Fluttershy and Caramel, as well as Scan and Zon. He'd noticed that the Griffoness had taken some form of injury in the fight and didn't want her accumulating any more if he could prevent it. Hey, protested Flash, his voice cut off as Don slammed him with another thunderous attack. Stop. Let me. What are you? Every time Flash attempted to speak, Don hit him with another attack, knocking him back any further. Already, the cottage was far in the distance behind them and the two were now over a large stretch of the everfree forest. The canopy below was practically a blanket of black in the dark of the night. Flash growled angrily as Don pushed him further and further back, each blow taking him farther away from his intended prey. Knock it off. As he roared out that last word, the blurring of his wings stopped for an instant, the veins running through them changing orientation before they started buzzing again. This time, as they resumed their motion, they released a powerful burst of vibrations through the air, expanding out around him in a spherical wave. Don had been in the midst of yet another attack. As the focused burst of compressed air ran into the wave of vibrations, it seemed to shudder and disintegrate. Frowning, Don reversed the direction of his flight, kicking out with all four of his hooves and slipping his wings from back to front in tight arcs, causing him to skip backwards through the air so quickly that he literally seemed to vanish and reappear several meters back. Using his wind sense to keep track of the strange wave of vibrations that Flash had released, Don readied himself just in case he needed to retreat further. Fortunately, effect petered out before it reached him. That's a new trick, he thought, his mind going back to Morning Star's messengers warning that Flash's capabilities had been upgraded. I wonder what else he might be capable of. Damn it, it's about time, grumbled Flash, I thought you were going to push me out of Equestria. The idea did come to mind, said Don lightly, I figured you might be more at home somewhere like the Badlands. You'd probably find creatures more like you out there. Keep joking, you little freak. Snapped Flash, his wings freezing in place and changing again before resuming, the air now filled with that terrible buzzing noise that seemed to drive spikes of pain into the ears of any pony who heard it. You don't stand a chance against me. Don melded his magic into the air around him, using it to create a space of dead air around him, stopping the vibrations released by Flash Spark's wings from reaching his ears. Unlike the attack he'd used just a moment earlier, these vibrations didn't seem to do anything to disrupt Don's magic. As he did so, Don could still feel the vibrations through his wind sense, which didn't cause him any pain, unlike what it would have done with his ears. He also sensed the vibrations seeming to converge and intensify around Flash's wings. His eyes spotted the flaring of yellow light at the points where the waves were converging, a prelude to that strange cutting attack that Flash was capable of. Sure enough, twin beams of yellow energy lanced out from Flash's wings, stabbing out at Don like bright spears. However, Don had already sensed them and twisted his body around to the side, allowing him to slip between them. Flash compensated by swinging the beams in an arc, causing them to intersect in front of him, aiming to cut Don to pieces from both sides. However, the Colt dropped down before the beams could reach him. Don dropped down and darted forward until he was directly underneath Flash Spark. Rolling onto his back so that his legs and belly were facing up at his opponent, Don attacked. However, instead of the concussive bursts of air he'd been using before, he instead launched twin bolts of lightning up at Flash. The crackling bolts of electricity burst into sparks as they hit Flash's underbelly. But when the sparks faded, there was no sign of damage to Flash's armor. With an angry scream that was almost bestial in nature, Flash charged straight down at Don, his wings already preparing to launch another pair of sonic lances at Don, who skipped sideways just as Flash was about to reach him. Flash changed the direction of his flight just as quickly, cursing Don and firing the lances as he did. Don quickly dipped his flight down and slid to the right, ducking underneath the shafts of yellow and out from between them. Behind him, he could already feel Flash closing the distance between them. It seemed that Flash's overall speed was higher than his. Furthermore, those insect-like wings allowed Flash to fly in virtually any direction at will, not even needing to change his orientation. Don was capable of similar feats thanks to his training in the Gale King. However, that was only for short distances before he had to resume a normal flight. Against virtually any other pony, the unique abilities Flash's wings granted him would have provided him with an overwhelming advantage, but they didn't actually bother Don at all. After all, for all the difference in their individual abilities, Dawn had one major advantage over Flash Spark. Flash Spark was no warrior. He had no real experience in battle. Aside from this one, the only real fight he'd been in was when he'd attempted to crash the wedding of Big Macintosh and Ditzy a few months back and had been headed off by the Wonderbolts and others. That fight had largely consisted of Flash's enemies battering him whilst he tried, rather ineffectually, to kill them. The nearly indestructible armor he sported and the deadly weapons he wielded were largely useless. Because of his lack of knowledge and skill, he had no idea of how to employ them to their greatest effect, having instead relied on their novelty and unique nature to catch ponies off guard. Thus, though he had yet to inflict any actual damage on his opponent, Dawn did not feel overly troubled as he continued to dodge out of the way of Flash's barrage of sonic lances. When Flash closed in, he tried to catch Dawn with the pincers on his muzzle or slash him with the bladed tail extending from his haunches. However, Dawn simply read those attacks and slipped around them effortlessly, not even needing to think about it. This might actually be a good opportunity for me, thought Dawn as he darted back away from Flash's latest attack. Relaxing his body, Dawn took a breath and let go of his thoughts, clearing his mind and falling completely into the feeling of moving in sync with his adversary. Through his wind sense, he could feel the buzz of Flash Spark's wings, feel the shifting of those vibrations through the air as Flash moved to attack or fire off his sonic lances. Just like Flash's breathing, those vibrations formed a sort of rhythm that Dawn could feel through the air as they fought. Even though he was no longer actively thinking about the battle, Dawn easily moved, automatically eluding Flash's attacks. But that was only the first part of Dawn's efforts. What he really wanted to do was test the skill he'd only managed to use once before during the final stage of his battle against Terra Hart. His mind went blank and the fight seemed to be taking place somewhere very far away. Reaching out into the air around him, Dawn began. Against the constant buzz of Flash's wings, a second, lighter buzz filled the air around Dawn as it began to charge with electricity. Putting the force of his entire body into the motion, Dawn swept his wing around, the feathers slashing through the air like blades. The lightning he generated seemed to merge with the edge of the vacuum blade he produced, gaining both power and speed from the motion of his body. In the midst of its blank, unthinking state, Dawn's mind conjured the image of a brilliant, white crescent sweeping through the air. To Flash's eyes, Dawn's body seemed to limp 1 second, almost as though the Colt had lost consciousness in midair. Seeing an opportunity, Flash decided to go in for the kill, aiming to catch the Colt with his pincers and rip Dawn's throat out. However, the next second, Dawn suddenly whipped out his wing, twisting his entire body along his spine to put more force into the motion. From the edge of Dawn's primary surged a blade of white that hummed through the air, the sound of its passage seeming to cut through the buzz of Flash's wings. Flash Spark was not a warrior. He had no honed instincts to sense danger, and even if he had, his reflexes were not developed enough to allow him to dodge. In his own mind, he had no reason to even worry about Dawn's latest effort. After all, nearly every attack that had been used against him, whether pony or griffin, whether it came from a Wonderbolt or even one of the Celestial Knights, had failed to penetrate his armor. This attack was no different. In the end, it wouldn't even faze Flash Spark, who grinned as he continued forward to make his kill. He couldn't have been more wrong. Ironically, Flash's impulse to go in for the kill was what saved his own life. As a result, he'd ended up moving in at an angle that took the majority of his body out of the way of Dawn's attack. The curved edge of the white blade sank into the armor over Flash Spark's upper left hind leg, just below his haunch. The humming crescent of white energy seared and sliced its way through the armor and the flesh beneath it. Flash screamed in agony as his attack was completely forgotten. He rolled one way, while his severed leg went tumbling off in another direction, disappearing into the canopy of the everfree forest below. Streams of blood spurted from the stump where his hind leg had been. "You brat, you filthy mongrel brat," shrieked Flash Spark, his writhing flipping and spinning his body as his wings kept him suspended in the air. "What did you do?" Dawn said nothing, too dazed from his experience to respond. The last time he had tried this technique, he had been on the edge of exhaustion and depletion, and it had drained his magical reserves past their limits. Returning from that blank, thoughtless state was like trying to claw his way back into consciousness after being drugged or knocked out. His entire body tingled from the experience, possibly because he was new to the technique. His flight faltered as he panted for breath, drained from the endeavor. "I think I can keep fighting, though," he thought. He hadn't pushed himself nearly as far as he had during his battle with Terra Hart, and his recovery from that fight was more or less complete. Dawn was distracted from his reverie by a wet, sliding sound coming from Flash's leg. His eyes widened as he saw the armor lining the area where the leg had been severed spread down and close over the wound, completely stopping the flow of blood. "Well, that's different." Flash's cries of pain dwindled and he seemed to regain some semblance of self-control. His pincers opened and closed in agitated motions as his compound eyes once again focused on Dawn. His teeth were grit in anger. "You're going to pay for that," he said, his voice emerging as a maddened hiss. Dawn frowned, wondering just how to deal with this situation. While he didn't want to kill Flash Spark, however disgusting a creature the stallion might have been, he also saw no other real options at the moment. Even before he had been twisted into this monstrosity, Flash Spark hadn't been a pleasant stallion. But now, it seemed as though the only thing he cared about was inflicting as much pain as possible on the ponies he believed had wronged him. On top of that, the dark matter that made up his armor, wings, and who knew what else of his body was unpredictable. There was no telling what other surprises it might have. Even if he subdued Flash Spark now, Dawn was fairly certain that no form of captivity he and his friends currently had at their disposal was sufficient to handle him. It would seem there's no other way to handle this, thought Dawn grimly. He backwinged, edging away from Flash, trying to gain distance so that he could try his technique again. However, Flash simply charged forward. Even as he lunged in, his pincers aiming for Dawn's head, his wings made the air scream as yellow light flashed in front of both of them. He fired the sonic lances down at an angle, trying to catch Dawn as he ducked beneath the snapping pincers. Twisting, Dawn managed to slip between the shafts of light and sound as they slashed at the canopy below. Flash reared up, swinging his bladed tail and its barbed stinger under his belly. Kicking off the air, Dawn was able to turn his twisting roll into a cartwheeling motion that carried him out of the way of the fearsome weapon. Flash was already turning in place and moving to pursue, once again lunging in with his pincers. Gaining distance would only make it easier for Flash to target Dawn with his sonic lances again, so Dawn remained close, his form seeming to double, even triple as Flash's pincers clicked in a continuous effort to spear the Colt between them. Once again, Dawn tried to clear his mind and relax his body to achieve that thoughtless state once again. However, the increased ferocity of Flash's attack was a continuous distraction, one that kept him from achieving the necessary state of mind. To make matters worse, that infernal buzzing ground into Dawn's ears. This close to its source, Dawn's control over the air around him wasn't enough to keep the vibration at bay, and it was a constant source of pain. As it was, Dawn barely noticed the critical instant when the buzzing of Flash's wings ceased for less than a second, only to quickly resume again. However, he felt the results immediately as a powerful surge of vibrating air rushed away from Flash and washed over Dawn. At this range, there was no way that Dawn could escape from it. The air beneath his wings seemed to go dead and his lift disappeared. Dawn's eyes widened as he began to fall towards the canopy below. There wasn't a serious risk of him falling to his death, not from this high up. The interruption of his magic had been brief and Dawn could already start to feel his control of the air coming back to him. The real problem came from the fact that Flash wasn't going to sit idly by and let Dawn get away from him. Even as Flash's head darted forward, its pincers closing in on Dawn's head, his hindquarters swung downwards and forwards, whipping that tail and its stinger in an arc that sent it stabbing towards Dawn's stomach. In his current state, there was no way that the Colt would be able to avoid the blows. A sound like a thunderclap roared across the sky, drowning out the buzz of Flash Spark's wings. A shaft of white, edged with blue, slammed into Flash's flank, knocking him tail over teakettle with an pained cry. It was accompanied by a cracking noise as the force behind the blow apparently broke through the dark matter that served as Flash's armor. Confused, Dawn looked around, only to be taken by surprise as a pair of warm forelegs encircled him in a protective embrace as a pony pulled his back up against her chest. Despite the fact that this pony had apparently snuck up on him through his wind sense, Dawn felt no sense of threat that the unexpected contact would have normally brought. Instead, it made him relax, almost as though his mother was holding him. At the edges of his vision, he caught a glimpse of pink wings. Firefly. Tilting his head up, he saw her face as she smiled down at him. You did well, she said, all things considered. I don't think it was wise using that skill in real battle yet. You haven't completely grasped nothingness yet, at least not enough to use it at will. Practice some more before you try that again. She transferred her glance up to Flash, who was reorienting himself and growling as he turned to face Firefly. A second pair of Pegasus wings beat the air and Dawn sensed the approach of another Pegasus, smaller than Firefly but larger than him. Perlin. I wouldn't expect anything less, said the young stallion with a smirk as he came to hover next to Firefly. You beat me by a pretty wide margin. He transferred his gaze from Firefly to Dawn. That was quite the trick you pulled. So that was what you've been working up to. So it was, said Dawn with a nod. Perlin's lips curled back in a grin. Well then, in the interest of keeping things even, why don't I give you a preview of what my new wings are capable of? He bobbed his head politely towards Firefly. With your permission, of course, milady. Be my guest, said Firefly. I'm quite curious about your wings myself. They were metal, the last I heard. Perlin nodded as Flash Spark shouted indignantly, Are you three going to waste my time on chit-chat or are you going to let me kill you already? Sorry, said Perlin with a chuckle, drifting forward so that he hovered between the other two Pegasi and Flash Spark. I will be your opponent for the time being. You, snarled Flash Spark, his sneer more audible than it was visible. You owe your wings to the same one who gave me this. He gestured to himself and the insectal armor he wore. Why are you helping them? I don't recall why the fact that both of us received our gifts from the same giver would have us on the same side, said Perlin, especially since he actually asked me to cut your little jaunt short. He's apparently upset that you went abroad without permission. An angry growl gurgled its way out of Flash Spark's throat. I don't need his precious permission to do as I please. He told me that this was my power to use as I see fit. I am not his slave. The corners of Perlin's mouth curled up in a tiny, amused smile. If it suits you to believe that then, by all means, do continue. I have my orders though. He is my employer after all. Flash Spark let out a wordless shriek of rage and surged forward. Perlin rushed in to meet him. Flash's wings froze for less than a second once again, then resumed beating. This time, once again producing that painful buzz that prompted Dawn to lay his ears flat against his skull. Pushing gently against Firefly, he prompted her to let go so that he could snap out his wings and create a bubble of air that cut down on the buzzing's interference. Perlin was undeterred by the noise. Instead, he hurtled forward, his eyes intent on his target. The buzzing rose to a shrill pitch and light flashed out from Flash Spark's wings. Twin shafts of yellow light stabbed out at the young stallion. Dawn tensed. If Perlin dodged or if those beams cut right through him, Dawn and Firefly would have to get out of the way, as they were also in the line of fire. Perlin went into a roll, not to slip out of the beam's line of fire, but instead to swat at them with his wings. The shrieking lances of yellow light glanced off his wings at sharp angles. One went arcing harmlessly into the sky, intercepting a drifting cloud and splitting it in two. The other one seared down into the forest below. A few seconds later, a groaning crash echoed through the night as several trees were felled by a blade far sharper than that of any axe. Perlin completed his roll as he continued to charge at Flash Spark, who was surging forward to meet him. Abruptly, Perlin twisted his body to one side so that he could swing one wing in a long sideways slash, aiming straight for Flash Spark's neck. Flash Spark darted straight upwards without changing his body's orientation, easily shooting out of the line of Perlin's swing. As he did so, Flash dropped his haunches down so that he could swing that bladed tail and its stinger straight at Perlin's head. The arc of the swing brought the stinger swinging down before its course curved up, which would have put it through Perlin's chin, had the young stallion not calmly lifted his head out of the line of the strike, flipping onto his back in midair. Pulling his extended wing back, Perlin swept both wings upwards in a slashing motion that would have cut into Flash Spark from below, like a pair of giant shears. Screeching, Flash Spark shot up even higher, the loud, keening noise of his wings heralding another pair of sonic lances that darted down at Perlin, who angled his wings so that they once again bounced off harmlessly. Dawn frowned as he watched Perlin continue his flip until he was upright once more, then sweep his wings downwards to shoot up in pursuit of Flash Spark. There didn't seem to be anything all that special about Perlin's wings. So far, his use of them seemed similar to how he used his previous pair of mithril wings. Granted, his current pair were capable of deflecting Flash Spark's sonic lances, which would have probably carved through Perlin's mithril wings just as easily as Dawn's vacuum blades had. But for how pleased Perlin seemed to be with those wings, the only thing truly distinct about them was that they normally felt like regular Pegasus wings. Was that what was truly most important to him when he received these new wings? Dawn wondered. Whenever Perlin swung those wings like weapons, the feathers went rigid and their profile changed, becoming sharp, incredibly sharp, sharper than his mithril ones had ever been. Dawn could feel that much through his wind sense. Flash Spark was currently doing his utmost to avoid those swings, something he hadn't done against any other opponent so far. That was to be expected, as even a pony as arrogant as Flash wouldn't foolishly assume that armor made from Morning Star's dark matter would be capable of standing up against a blade that was also made of dark matter. Is that all there is to it, or is there something more? Then, Perlin lunged in yet again, swinging his wings in broad arcs. Yet again, Flash darted back, trying to keep well out of their reach as he tried to slice Perlin to pieces with his sonic lances. However, Perlin swung his wings again, even though he was well away from Flash Spark. Through his wind sense, Dawn felt something change. He was reminded of the first time he had fought Perlin and had encountered the young stallion's wired feathers. The profile of Perlin's wing had changed. However, something else happened as well. What it was exactly, Dawn couldn't say for certain. It was almost as though some sort of seam had appeared in the air along the line of Perlin's slash. Flash Spark screamed. Dawn's wind sense picked up another seam in the air, right over Flash Spark's back. He felt something briefly arc out from it and bite down into Flash Spark's back along his spine, slicing through his armor with ease. Whatever it was retracted back into the seam as quickly as it came and Perlin's wing returned to normal. What was that? Asked Dawn, gaping. It was almost as though he sent his feather by cutting through space itself. I think that may be exactly what it was, said Firefly calmly, her eyes following the exchange intently. We both know that dark matter's greatest strength is that it doesn't conform to the regular laws of physics and magic as we know them. Rather, it obeys its own and produces phenomena by mixing with the physical and magical laws of our world. That trick must be a product of such a phenomena. Dawn suppressed a shiver. The sensation was alien, grating against his senses as something that should not be there. It reminded him of his first meeting with White Shade and the strange feeling he had gotten from the stallion. He realized that it probably should have been expected, since he had been meeting with the dark matter's creator, though he hadn't known it at the time. There was something else he noted. In the process of launching that remote attack, Perlin had actually detached the feather from his wing. In that, it was similar to the wired feathers he had wielded with his previous set of wings. Though Dawn couldn't sense any kind of wire that would be used to control it. But then again, he'd never sensed the wires that tethered the mithril feathers to their wings either. Perlin's pair of mithril wings had been armed with 10 such weapons. I wonder how many he can detach and attack with now. As if in response to his unvocalized question, Perlin swung his wing once again. Dawn's eyes widened as he both felt and saw all of Perlin's feathers detaching, from the primaries, secondaries, all the way up to the covers. The strange seams in the air created by those feathers as they vanished surrounded the wing. But between them, Dawn could feel the wing itself, just the raw limb without any feathers over it whatsoever. Flash Spark twisted and dodged, desperate to escape from the attack. But there was nowhere for him to go as the feathers emerged from the space around him, cutting off all paths of escape and carving into him from all directions. His wings froze in place yet again and Dawn both felt and saw their configuration change. This time, when they resumed beating yet again, a powerful shockwave rushed out in a sphere around Flash, a vibrating wave of force that just barely managed to turn Perlin's feathers aside. The feathers retracted through the seams in the air once again, reattaching themselves to Perlin's wing on the other side. That was a pretty little trick, snarled Flash, but it won't work on me again. I somehow doubt that, replied Perlin with a laugh. It was the kind of trick that could be beaten by someone who's only seen it once, then it wouldn't be worth learning, would it? He shrugged. Although, I'm still getting the hang of these wings, so that's not all I'll be able to do. Which means that for now, this is the extent of what you can do, said Firefly as she glided forward past Dawn to hover near Perlin. It's getting late, so I'll help you finish this. Returning the courtesy, are we? Asked Perlin, glancing sidelong at Firefly. I got an eyeful of your special skill earlier. Are you sure you want to show it to me again? Why not? Mused Firefly idly. Just as you said, a skill that could be beaten just because your opponent figures out how it works wouldn't be worth learning. From his position, Dawn could tell that Flash Spark was seething, mostly because Firefly and Perlin were both talking as though he wasn't even there. Charging forward, he lunged straight towards Firefly, who turned her gaze back to him. She gave the insectal stallion a chilly smile. To Dawn's eyes, everything seemed to move in slow motion. Acting as though she had all the time in the world, Firefly took a deep breath, retracting her wings in and holding them in a relaxed position, not completely folded against her sides, but not stretching out either. As Flash Spark blurred towards her, Firefly released her breath and snapped her wings back out to their full span. There was a sound like a clap of thunder and Firefly's wings blazed with pure light that washed over every pony around her with a force that was almost tangible. Its intensity momentarily blinded Dawn, given that his eyes had been adapting to the growing darkness of the evening. As his eyes fought to clear themselves, his wind sense allowed him to remain aware of the situation. Dawn felt the light stream through the air and merge with it. Before Flash Spark could even realize what was happening, a burst of energy, that strange combination of light and air, possibly infused with nothing less than the purest Pegasus magic, rushed out like a lance and slammed right into the middle of his head. A loud crack filled the air as fractures appeared on the armor right between Flash's eyes and he was knocked back, reeling and screaming in pain. Finally, Dawn's vision cleared and he beheld Firefly's technique in all of its glory. Given what he'd seen before he'd been briefly blinded, he'd been expecting her wings to be glowing, shining even. However, what he saw defied all expectation. Firefly's wings were not just emitting light, they had become light. No longer did limbs of flesh, blood, and bone extend out from Firefly's shoulders, but wings of pure energy, pure magic stretched outward, extending farther and wider than her regular wings ever had. They were less like limbs and more like symbols that had been painted in the sky around Firefly with gleaming brush strokes. A long, broad line defined the leading edge of each wing, bending approximately where the joints on a regular Pegasus wing would have been. Trailing out behind each one were feathers, secondaries and primaries, arrayed at their full spread. Though they spread as though they were real feathers, there was space between each one in such a way that no feather was touching another, nor were any of them actually touching the wing. All were formed from brilliant white light, edged with blue highlights. What is this? Asked Dawn, gaping unashamedly at the spectacle. Firefly glanced over her shoulder at him and gave the ebony colt a sad smile. I'll explain once we finish up here, she said softly, an apologetic tone in her voice. Turning back to Flash Spark, Firefly gave him a vicious smirk. Now then, it's time to put you down, bucko. The cracks formed by Firefly's previous blow and the cuts he'd received from Perlin were already mending themselves. There was no way to tell if the flesh beneath that armor was being repaired as well, but it was obvious that Flash was nowhere near done. Letting out an animalistic scream, he surged forward, launching another pair of sonic lances at Firefly. Her wings didn't seem to move more than a fraction, but the result was Firefly becoming a blazing streak as she shot out of the path of Flash's attack, taking a bending, twisting path that seemed to come at him from one angle before diverting to attack from another, then another, then another, a seemingly endless succession of feints in the space of a second. Flash, unable to follow her, completely lost track of Firefly before she charged in at him from behind and to the right. As she came in, the feathers on Firefly's right wing merged together into a large shaft of energy that thrust at Flash's unguarded haunch, landing with a sickening crack as his armor and the bones under said armor broke. The force of the blow sent Flash spinning helplessly through the air. Before he could recover, Firefly was on him once again. This time, she attacked by turning her feathers into a hail of blazing arrows that pounded Flash mercilessly. Broken into chips, his armor was flaking off, revealing the flesh beneath it. Firefly's eyes widened as more of Flash's flesh under his armor became visible. She'd expected to see his coat, or possibly skin. Instead, she found herself looking at raw muscle and tendon. Flash's armor was not merely on top of his skin, it had become his skin. It had apparently bonded with him on a biological level. Furthermore, as more of her attacks landed, she saw cracks spreading through the muscles as well, as though they were made of something similar to the armor itself. It would seem that he has become a creature of dark matter, both inside and out, mused Firefly. Grimly, she decided to continue the assault. She'd come to the same conclusion that Dawn had earlier. There was no hope in taking Flash Spark alive. They didn't have the means to contain him and the unknown capabilities his modifications presented. Furthermore, he was dead set on continuing to threaten Fluttershy, Rainbow Dash, and those close to them. Killing him was the only viable solution. Pulling back her wings, Firefly spread them out to their full span. Their light spread across the sky, blotting out the stars above. She swept both of them at Flash Spark, feathers and the wings themselves merging into a single bolt of light that charged straight for Flash's now unprotected body. No longer content with waiting, Perlin took action as well, charging forward and swinging his wings, detaching his feathers and sending them through space to cut off any path of escape that Flash might have. Through the air, Dawn felt an additional eddy forming in the center of Flash's forehead, caused by something that wasn't there previously, thrusting up and out of his skull. Remembering the last time that had happened, Dawn felt his breath catch in his throat. No. Perlin and Firefly's attacks collided with a roar and an explosive shockwave rippling through the air that nearly sent Dawn tumbling. As it was, he had to quickly kick out his wings to remain properly oriented as the trees below cracked and groaned, their leaves hissing angrily as the wind knocked them off of branches and sent them spinning through the air. Directly beneath the center of the explosion, a few trees were blasted into splinters all the way down to the level of the ground itself. The light of Firefly's attack retracted and reformed into glowing wings once again. With a flick, those wings burst into motes of light, leaving Firefly's original flesh and blood wings once again. Perlin's feathers had already returned to his wing. He frowned contemplatively as he stared at the space where Flash had been. I thought there would have been more resistance. Did we blast him to atoms or something? No, said Dawn as he came forward, he's gone. He got away. Author's notes. Happy birthday to me. In the spirit of this most glorious, and by glorious I actually mean completely ordinary of days, I have chosen to celebrate not by receiving, but by giving. So as a special birthday present from me to you, have not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 chapters. Watch in awe as I show complete disdain for your desire to do things and nail you to your seats for the next few hours. Enjoy. And now, we get to see just what Firefly's technique looks like. I hope it lives up to expectations. Next chapter, Morningstar makes his move. Taking over. Chapter 27, Taking over. What do you mean, he got away? Asked Perlin, giving Dawn a confused look. I felt it just as your attacks were about to hit him, said Dawn. He disappeared right before your blows would have made contact. He disappeared the same way we last fought him. It appears to be some form of teleportation. Teleportation. Perlin blinked and glanced at the space where Flash Spark had been a moment ago. I didn't think he could do that. I don't believe that it is something he has control over, said Dawn. You mean it's involuntary? Asked Firefly, some kind of safety feature. It definitely happens without his consent, said Dawn, his voice growing cold, but I don't think it's a safety feature exactly. What do you mean? Asked Firefly. Dawn pursed his lips, pressing them together tightly. I believe he was recalled by the one who controls him. Controls him. Perlin's eyes widened and he gaped at Dawn. But White said. He lied, replied Dawn, because I am certain that there was no way that Flash Spark could have ever truly broken through his control. After all, that had been painfully apparent the previous time Dawn and others had been forced to confront Flash Spark. The Insectal Stallion had attempted to crash Ditzy and Big Macintosha's wedding, but had been intercepted by the Wonderbolts, Fluttershy's Griffin bodyguards, Stormfront, and Dawn. They had been on the verge of defeating Flash Spark when, as though some pony had flipped a switch, the pony known as Flash Spark had disappeared and something else had taken its place, using the buzzing vibrations of Flash's wings to produce words in much the same way that Whiteshade's beetle-shaped messenger had earlier. Flash's head had grown a horn then too. Dawn was firmly convinced that rather than being a manifestation of the abilities Flash's armor had granted him, that horn was instead formed by Morningstar, Whiteshade taking direct control over his unwitting puppet. That makes sense, I guess, muttered Firefly. He not only creates dark matter, but he controls it as well. She glanced sidelong at Perlin. I'd be careful if I were you. If you ever got on the wrong side of him, those fancy wings of yours might well cut into your own flesh. Perlin gave his wings a dubious look and frowned. I will certainly have to think about that, he said. We should head back, said Dawn. Flash Spark isn't here anymore and I want to check on Mom and the others. Let's go then, said Firefly with a nod. Then this is where I leave you, said Perlin, giving Dawn a small smile. I need return to my employer and discuss the terms of my contract. I suppose we'll meet again, said Dawn, giving Perlin a wry smile. Try to keep yourself in one piece until then, taunted Perlin. The same to you, answered Dawn. Anything to add? Asked Perlin, glancing at Firefly. I don't think so, she said. I believe I understand why Spitfire and Arkenstone keep letting you get away. Until later then, said Perlin, flicking one wing to his forehead in a mocking salute before he looped around and took off flying directly towards Canterlot in the distance. I like him, said Firefly with a giggle as she watched the young stallion fly off. I certainly find myself enjoying his company more than I used to, observed Dawn. He's changed a lot from when I first met him. I'm sure he could say the same of you, Firefly pointed out. Probably, agreed Dawn with a shrug. The two of them turned towards Ponyville. Dawn was beginning to feel the fatigue from his battle with Flash Spark. The strain of using a high-level technique that he hadn't fully mastered had taken its toll on his body, and right now, all he really wanted to do was land and rest. After a few minutes, they cruised over the edge of the Everfree Forest and came in for landing near the front of Fluttershy's cottage. To Dawn's surprise, there were plenty of other ponies there. Twilight Sparkle and Arkenstone had arrived, as had Rainbow Dash and Soren. Rainbow was currently doing her best to help Caramel comfort a distraught Fluttershy. Where are Scan and Zon? Asked Dawn, looking around for the two griffins. He didn't bother questioning the presence of the others, as Flash Spark's presence had probably been announced to every pony in town with that buzz his wings produced. At the hospital, replied Twilight grimly. I don't know what that creep did, but the bones in Zon's arm are cracked and broken almost all the way up to the shoulder. On top of that, her muscles and tendons had tears all through them. Then there's the wound on her haunch. Twilight sighed and shook her head. She'll survive, no doubt. Her life wasn't in any danger, according to the doctor, but he's not sure he can guarantee that she'll have use of that arm. She looked over at Fluttershy, who was currently wrapped in Caramel's forelegs, weeping quietly while Rainbow wrapped her wings around Fluttershy from the back. Fluttershy's taking it pretty hard. I think she's blaming herself for this. It's a feeling I'm familiar with, said Dawn darkly. Dad and I will help her through it. There's something else, said Twilight, holding up a scroll in her magic. I got this just a little bit ago, a few minutes before that buzzing started. Flash Spark blasted his way out from under somewhere in Canterlot. Princess Celestia sent it to me through Spike. Taking the scroll, Dawn read it before passing it to Firefly, who perused its contents as well. This isn't right, she said, returning the scroll to Twilight. According to the time of his departure given by Princess Celestia, it was less than an hour after Flash Spark left Canterlot that he arrived in Ponyville. As fast as he is with those wings, I doubt he can be that fast. It probably has something to do with Morning Star's control, replied Dawn. We've already seen that Morning Star can apparently forcibly recall Flash Spark from a fight. I would not be surprised if he could send Flash Spark out in a similar manner. But then why bother with having Flash Spark blast his way out of Canterlot in the first place? Asked Arkenstone. If what you suggest is true, and I have little reason to doubt that it is, then he could have sent Flash Spark directly without making his departure so loud. I can't be sure, said Twilight, but Celestia already sent a detachment of the Royal Guard, along with Shining Armor to help capture Flash Spark. They're hoping that Shining can do something to help contain him with his shields. I doubt that would accomplish much, said Arkenstone. It's pointless in any case, said Dawn sadly. Flash Spark has come and gone. There's no trace of him now. Firefly stared at the distant shape of Canterlot, still visible in the distance, her eyes narrowed. I don't like this, she declared. It doesn't make any real sense. According to what Dawn and Perlin heard, Flash Spark had gone rogue. But given that Morning Star seems to be able to assume complete control of him at any time, that's virtually impossible. Why bother with the deception in the first place? Mused Dawn. It's not as though we would have refused to fight him if had been there at Morning Star's will. Maybe because he wanted to give Perlin a legitimate reason to get in the fight, suggested Arkenstone. Having Perlin take the field against Flash Spark would reinforce the idea that he was running out of control, even if it shouldn't have been possible. That's a lot of obfuscation to no real end, said Firefly. I have a bad feeling. How so? Asked Twilight, looking back and forth between the two knights. I think I understand, said Arkenstone, his tone just as grim as Firefly. This whole situation has a familiar feeling to it. What do you mean? Asked Dawn. This sense of trying to figure out what Morning Star was trying to accomplish, lying about the reason Flash Spark was here, lying about Flash Spark being out of control, Flash Spark loudly blasting his way out of Canterlot, then showing up in Ponyville far too soon after he left. There are so many unknowns and uncertainties about the situation. Why so many lies? It almost feels like the kind of thing Swift Stride might have come up with. Arkenstone snorted angrily. Swift Stride. Twilight blinked and then gaped at her cold friend. Do you think this is his work? I doubt it, said Firefly. However dubious his methods, Swift Stride has always been committed to protecting Equestria. Even if he's willing to take actions we would never condone to do so. Besides, I don't think this is Swift Stride's work, said Arkenstone. Remember, Swift Stride spent quite a bit of time in Morning Star's company when he was infiltrating the cult Solar. I suspect that, while Swift Stride may have learned a great deal about Morning Star and his work, Morning Star learned a few things from Swift Stride. That's bad, said Twilight with a shiver. It's a lot like one of Swift's favorite tactics, grumbled Firefly. He throws a bunch of deceptions and falsehoods at whoever he's trying to deceive. Then, while they try to unravel all of those, he gets away with the real deception, which was that there was something important about all his other lies and that he was working another angle entirely. So, in this case, we need to figure out this other angle, said Dawn. But what could it be? Wondered Arkenstone. If there's one thing I understand about Morning Star, it's that his research trumps everything else, said Twilight. She remembered the day Morning Star, under the guise of White Shade, had guided her and Arkenstone to his secret wing of the library, hidden within the Royal Archives. Twilight had long wondered what purpose that had served Morning Star. However, given what Swift Stride suggested, it suggested he'd been grooming her to serve as a tool to help with his research from the very beginning. Right now, she continued, following that line of thought, the only research he really cares about is his grand experiment, the one he's spent the last 10 years planning. So, all of that. Firefly waved a hoof vaguely in the direction of the Everfree Forest and the area where the battle had taken place. Was cover for something to do with his big experiment. Maybe, said Twilight, tapping her chin in thought. Let me think about it. As she contemplated her theory, Twilight began to mutter to herself out loud. He built the foci all around Equestria and got them up and running before Celestia could destroy them. According to what he told Celestia and what she figured out, the array is ready, but that's just an intermediary step, and the final stage of his plan is supposed to take place in Canterlot. Her voice trailed off as her eyes drifted to the distant city, then went wide as she let out a horrified gasp. That's it. What is? Asked Arkenstone, moving closer to Twilight and worriedly nuzzling her neck. What this was all about, said Twilight frantically, all the lies, all the confusion, it was never really about Flash Spark or anything to do with him in the first place. All Morningstar cared about was making sure that the attention of every pony that mattered was on Ponyville. And away from Canterlot, finished Firefly, her wings flaring in surprise. His experiment, continued Twilight, whatever it is he's doing, he must be doing it while every pony is in a tizzy over Flash Spark's attack. Rainbow, Fluttershy. The two Pegasus mares looked up. Fluttershy had calmed down somewhat, relaxing as she and Rainbow listened in on the conversation. Ironically, the idea that Flash Spark coming after her and injuring Zahn in the process had been part of a scheme to accomplish some other obscure objective had been somewhat comforting to Fluttershy. It at least alleviated the feeling that the damage done by Flash Spark was partly her fault. What's up, TWI? Asked Rainbow. We need to get to Canterlot on the double, said Twilight. I need you to get Applejack while I get Rarity and Pinkie Pie. Rainbow's eyes widened and an eager grin appeared on her face. Does this mean what I think it means? I think so, said Twilight, her eyes narrowing. It's time to get the elements. I'm going with you, said Dawn, stepping forward. Twilight opened her mouth to protest but was stopped as Firefly came up to stand by him. You're not taking my student and leaving me behind. I wouldn't ask you to, Firefly, said Twilight before looking to the Colt, but Dawn. She paused, considering what she was protesting. This was Dawn after all. He'd been through the fracas that had been the tribalist takeover of Cloudsdale. He'd gone to Diamond Mountain to thwart the schemes of a member of the noble court. Arkenstone had rescued her with the assistance of a pair of foals with far less skill and experience that Dawn possessed. She couldn't turn him aside. With a resigned sigh, she smiled at him. Okay, please be careful. Can I borrow one of the feathers Spitfire left you? Asked Soren, coming over. I'll let Spitfire know and we can hopefully have her and the other Wonderbolts over for backup in a jiffy, probably faster than we'll get there in fact. Sure, said Twilight, I think this situation qualifies as enough of an emergency to bring her in. She looked from Arkenstone to Soren to Firefly. What about the other knights? You met them all, so you could help Spike send letters to them, said Arkenstone, but that doesn't necessarily mean they'll be in a position to help. There's no telling how far abroad Sunset Shimmer or Arcana are. Sparrowhawk might well be in another country entirely. It never hurts to try though, said Firefly with a shrug. Let's hurry, said Twilight, looking around at her friends. I don't know how much time we have, but I don't think this ruse was meant to last very long. They quickly set off to make arrangements for their hasty departure for Canterlot. Celestia sighed as she looked out from the balcony and over the city of Canterlot. The damage caused by Flash Spark's dynamic exit was clearly visible from her vantage point. A trio of houses near the edge of the middle districts had fallen into what appeared, from this position anyway, to be a sinkhole leading down into the caverns below the mountain. Silently, she cursed Morningstar for giving such a monstrous pony such tremendous destructive power. Shining Armor and his Royal Guard detachment had already left by train. Celestia hoped that they could get there in time to be of some assistance. Given the nature of dark matter, it was highly likely that the fighters in Ponyville would simply decide that Flash Spark was too dangerous and unpredictable to contain and simply opt for killing him. It was more expedient that way. She prayed that they managed to keep the damage to a minimum. The last thing they needed was for Ponyville to get wrecked again while they were still busy rebuilding after the last time. From her vantage point, Celestia could see silver-plated guards moving to the edge of the pit and making preparations to descend into it. Amongst them, she could see the dark blue of her sister as Luna joined them, leading the expedition into what they hoped was a path that might lead them directly into Morningstar's lair. Good luck, sister, she said. If there was one silver lining to this situation, it was that Morningstar's foolishness and inability to control the ponies he empowered had apparently opened the way for them to disrupt his plans once and for all. Celestia had wanted to go herself, but Luna had suggested she wait just in case Morningstar tried something else whilst Luna and her guards were down in the caverns. Be careful, Luna, thought Celestia. Morningstar is far more dangerous than he seems. Before her eyes, the last few members of the guard expedition slipped down into the chasm, accompanied by Luna. Leaving the balcony, Celestia made for her chambers, planning to make a cup of hot cocoa for herself as she waited for news from Luna. There would be no sleep for her tonight. As she walked, her steps took her past the throne room. The large doors seemed to watch over the hallway, the pair of guards flanking them staring stoically forward as they awaited orders while monitoring for any threats. Celestia gave each of them an encouraging smile as she passed. Then paused, drawing looks of confusion from the two guards as Celestia felt something unsettling behind the throne room door. Your Highness, what's the matter? Asked one of the guards, looking up at her anxiously. Nothing, I hope, said Celestia. I'm just going to check inside the throne room right now. Something doesn't seem right. Both of the guards immediately wheeled in place to face the imposing doors, their bodies tense and ready. Celestia shook her head. No, wait outside please. If you hear any form of disturbance from within, go and fetch my sister. But, said one stallion, looking up at her in confusion. Celestia silenced him with another shake of her head. No, if it is what I'm afraid it is, then there is nothing you can do. Please wait outside. The two guards bowed to her and stepped away. Celestia opened the doors and stepped through, letting them swing shut behind her. The throne room felt disturbingly empty without the mass of ponies that normally filled it when Celestia held court. With the torches and lamps extinguished, shadows filled the darkened hall, plunging the areas of the room behind the lines of columns into almost impenetrable blackness. The only illumination was the light of the moon and stars as they filtered in through the large windows above. With a spark of her horn, Celestia sent a spell throughout the room. Lamps lit, torches flared into sparking life. Soon the throne room was filled with warm light and looked much less intimidating, though the sense of emptiness still gave it a daunting impression. Celestia's steps carried her along the length of the carpet leading up to the dais where she normally held court. As she walked, she eyed every alcove and peered as far around each column as she could manage. There was no sign of any pony. And yet, the troubling sensation did not dwindle. If anything, it intensified, giving Celestia the very firm impression that she was not alone. Worse still, the feeling was strangely familiar. He's here. I can sense you, Morningstar, said Celestia. The game is over, come out. The click of hooves on marble floors echoed throughout the throne room as Morning Star strode out from behind one of the columns, specifically one Celestia had already checked and seen nothing before, probably just to unnerve her. And here I am, said Morning with a cheery smile. I believe I asked you to call me by my new name. I prefer it much more than my old one. Old habits die hard, said Celestia sadly. To me, you will always be Morning Star, especially since you no longer wear the disguise your new name was attached to. Oh, if it's something like that. Cracks appeared all across Morning's body. The fur of his coat and the skin underneath it broke away and began to flake off as he walked further out from under cover. The pink of his coat and the orange and yellow of his mane and tail were shucked off, as though he were shedding his skin like a snake. Underneath it was a dark tan coat and an off-white mane. The eyes Morning Star had previously peeled away to reveal orbs of glittering crimson. Only two things remained unchanged, the image of a brain surrounded by white wings engraved on his flank and the off-white horn jutting out from his forehead. I feel more comfortable this way anyway, said Whiteshade, grinning at Celestia. At this stage, you could say that Morning Star was my disguise, rather than the other way around. You didn't simply change your appearance, did you? Asked Celestia, her eyes narrowing as a horrified feeling welled up in her gut. She took an involuntary step backwards. You changed yourself, your flesh, blood, and bone, it's all dark matter. That it is, replied White, relaxing a little as he slowly began to walk, circling counterclockwise around Celestia as he spoke. After you broke my horn, even though I had expected it, I was at a bit of a loss. I almost missed you passing sentence on me because I was working out how to make do without it. But then, I had a simply wonderful notion. If my old horn was broken, I could simply make myself a new one more in tune with my dark matter, even better than the one I was born with. Sadly, such modifications cannot be made lightly. For the first thing, I had not yet grasped how to use dark matter to forge organic substances. I had to open up an entirely new field of research, even as I worked to rebuild the cult solar and make arrangements to build the array. My initial efforts, hasty as they were, had some unpleasant side effects. I can imagine, said Celestia as her eyes followed White's journey around her, though she made no effort to follow his movement with her head and body. Simply building myself a new horn was difficult enough, continued White, but connecting it to my nervous system, controlling it, understanding the magic that it produced, it required me to make additional changes, and each additional change that I made to my body to accommodate my new horn required additional changes to support those changes. You could say things snowballed and I ended up remaking myself from the ground up. Hence this. He gestured at himself. And what does that mean? Inquired Celestia. Nothing really, replied White indifferently. My body and magic are different. I picked a name I've grown quite fond of for something that was just supposed to be an alias. My goals have not changed. Of course not. You would not let anything dissuade you from your experiment, said Celestia, her words dripping with disgust. Why are you here now? White smiled earnestly, his expression unsettling Celestia even further. It wasn't the smile of a sinister schemer, sneering at the pony he duped. It wasn't the malicious smile of a stallion delighting in her suffering or in taking revenge on her. It was the same smile she'd always seen on him, the smile of her old student, eager to explain his reasoning to his teacher. White's appearance and name might have changed, but his personality had not. I'm here because I'm ready, he said simply. It's almost time to begin. Celestia's blood turned to ice and she shivered. But that can't be, she thought. We'd just gotten a lead on his whereabouts. One of his creations broke out of control and left us a way to find him in its wake. So why? She paused, considering the situation, the sickening feeling in her gut growing. She had sent out the guard and Luna to both bring Flash Spark down and plumb the hole he'd left in Canterlot to find where it began. While the guard's resources weren't as severely depleted as they had been when Celestia had been running her campaign against the cult solar, there were fewer of them in the palace and the principal obstacles of both Luna and Shining Armor had been sent out. All of this had been predicated on the idea that one of White's creations had broken out of his control. But if it hadn't, then that meant it was a distraction, to lower our defenses, said Celestia. Flash Spark didn't escape from you as we thought, but you actually sent him out. In a manner of speaking, replied White, I simply released Flash Spark from the restraints I'd placed on his mind and body and let him do as he pleased. What he did after that was sufficiently loud and messy for my purposes. It often works to your advantage to not try and control every little thing. Then what are you doing now? Asked Celestia. What is the point of talking to me like this? Just passing the time, said White. Things have already been set in motion. I merely need to wait until the preparations are completed. The last component of the array will be here momentarily. Here, Celestia blinked and looked down at the throne room floor in horror. Of course, here, said White. Canterlot was designed to be the center of Starswirl's protective array. The royal palace was at the center. The throne room was at the center. Right here is the center, both literally and figuratively, of Equestria itself. I repurposed Starswirl's array for my own use, but the center remained the same. I thought you'd known that. My greatest fear was that you would just blast your way straight down from the throne room and find my work. It made Celestia want to smack her forehead in frustration. All this time wondering where and how White would carry out the final phase of his plan, and the answer had been literally under her hooves the whole time. She should have seen it. I suppose it's darkest at the lamp space, said White with a shrug. You're right, said Celestia. However, you've made a critical mistake. White raised an eyebrow at her. What's that? He asked, sounding genuinely confused. You may have set your plan into motion. You might be ready to carry out your grand experiment. But your mistake was to appear before me, said Celestia, her eyes narrowing in a glare. If I kill you here and now, then all of this will be over. White turned his eyes up thoughtfully, considering her words. I suppose that is technically true, when you put it that way. But you are incorrect. I have made no mistakes. He paused and tapped his chin. Well, that's a bit of a stretch. But insofar as your claim about this particular situation, I can earnestly say that I've made no mistakes. Taking a step forward, Celestia loomed menacingly over her former student. And what do you mean by that? Your assessment is predicated on the idea that me appearing before you before my experiment is complete is a mistake. However, that is incorrect because it is predicated on you killing me, which itself is predicated on the assumption that you are able to, which is the true error in your assessment of the situation. There was no taunting in White's tone, but a simple statement of facts, as though he sincerely believed what he was saying was true. He gave Celestia a plain, innocent smile. Unfortunately for you, you are incapable of killing me. You simply lack the means. Is that so? Said Celestia, glaring down at him. It is. Then let me put your assessment of the situation to the test. I defeated you once before and I will defeat you again. Celestia's horn began to glow. Of course, said White, canting his head, feel free to try. The warm, yellow light emitting from Celestia's horn intensified, going from warm to searing hot as she spread her wings and rose up into the air over the throne room. With a thunderous roar, she unleashed a column of fiery solar energy straight down, the bright yellow light filling the throne room and shining out from the windows. The blast descended upon White, blotting out his figure from Celestia's sight. The beam of energy exploded with a crash, flinging bits of molten marble every which way, shattering the windows all over the throne room and cracking the columns in its vicinity. When the beam faded, a smoking crater lay where White Shade had once been. Wasn't this one of the first tactics you used against me last time? Asked White as the smoke cleared. Celestia found herself looking down at a cocoon of white feathers forming a rough sphere around where White had been standing. As he spoke, the feathers pulled back, 3 pairs of wings spreading out and revealing White still standing there completely unscathed. If I recall correctly, your magic was completely helpless against these. Celestia huffed impatiently and attacked again. This time she used the attack that had defeated Morning Star the last time they had fought. A thin shaft of glowing yellow light lanced out from her horn. However, as it rushed for White, it fractured and split, sending beams rushing off in all different directions and at different speeds, bending at sharp angles to come at White from several different vectors at once. White's wings became glowing white blurs as they whirled around him, batting away the beams effortlessly. The bolts of solar light ricocheted around the throne room, shattering columns and even blasting a hole through the back of Celestia's throne. Not bothering to try and converse, Celestia dropped down and charged in to attack directly, leveling her horn at White's chest. However, one of White's wings whipped around and slammed into Celestia's side, sending her slamming into and then through a column, trailing blood from a ragged gash in her side as she came skidding to a halt. White made no effort to press his advantage but merely remained where he was and watched Celestia as she struggled to her hooves, his expression unreadable. I should warn you that I've upgraded the auto-defense function on my wings, said White. Their reaction time is practically instantaneous, enough so that even a master of the 3 pillars shouldn't be able to outpace them. You should keep that in mind if you're going to keep trying to slip in for physical attacks between spells. You may have changed the control for them, but not the wings themselves, said Celestia, staggering slightly as she lowered her horn at White again. That will be your undoing again. It's true that I haven't upgraded the capabilities of my own wings, admitted White, but they are sufficient for my purposes. Fool, barked Celestia, taking to the air once again. White Shade's overconfidence had been his downfall the last time she had fought him as well. The wings he had such pride in would not hold up. She wasn't entirely certain if it was the effort of using them against so many different types of attacks or if she simply pushed them past their limits with a continuous bombardment of magic, but his wings had fallen to pieces and left White vulnerable. If he hadn't bothered to improve his design in the years since they had last fought, then he would end up losing the same way again. Celestia supposed that White could be lying about his wings. But, as she probed them with her magic, the feedback she received indicated that they were the same weapons he'd wielded against her 10 years ago. Their power was impressive to be sure, but she couldn't understand why White, normally so observant, would overlook the flaw that had cost him the battle last time. As it was, he barely even glanced her way as she attacked again, this time unleashing a storm of solar rays down upon White's head. Again, his wings blurred, batting away the attacks with contemptuous ease. Her horn shining, Celestia reared up onto her hind hooves and flared her wings, combining her Pegasus and unicorn magic in a way that only an alicorn could, transforming the winds generated by her wings into a searing gust of solar radiation that washed over White Shade. Such an attack would make the blood boil in his veins even as his skin turned black and crisped. Instead, White's wings seemed to dissolve into a formless mass of feathers that caught the onrushing wind and dispersed it. White sighed, his voice taking on a disappointed tone as he spoke. Celestia, please stop this. It's pointless. Never, shouted Celestia, her eyes blazing white, her shimmering mane bursting into blue and white flame as the tip of her horn blazed like the mighty sun. She guided through the sky, calling upon all of her power for her next attack, fully prepared to smash the hall and even the entire royal palace to pieces if that was what it took to stop White Shade. Enough. White didn't shout. He spoke, sounding tired as he closed his eyes and lowered his head slightly. Before Celestia's eyes, something happened that she could scarcely believe. The spiral running along the length of White's horn began to widen, becoming a seam as his horn began to actually unwind, forming a loose helix that wound out from the center of his forehead, the sight of unnerving Celestia to such an extent that she nearly forgot her spell. There was a flare of something she couldn't call light but something all the same, from the base of White's horn. The next thing Celestia knew, she was blasted off her hooves, her magic snuffed out like a candle's flame. What was that? Aside from the flare from White's protrusion, she would never willingly refer to such a twisted, repulsive object like that as a horn. There had been no signs of an incoming attack spell, no flare of magical aura, nothing that her senses had picked up at all. Please calm yourself, princess, requested White, you can't win. I told you already, killing me is impossible for you. Celestia struggled to get back up again. Whatever White had hit her with had delivered a debilitating shock to her entire body. Her legs quivered as though they were made of jelly. Nonetheless, she started walking towards him. Her horn flickered as she prepared yet another spell. White sighed and closed his eyes. There was another flare and Celestia was blasted off her hooves again. It almost felt as though she was in the center of a bubble that imploded around her, then burst. Her ears filled with a roar that made them bleed, her eyes burned in their sockets and her nose felt as though it was packed with solid cement. Her own lungs betrayed her and turned to stone in her chest, leaving her unable to draw in the breath she would have otherwise needed to scream. This time, the attack launched her along the length of the throne room and slammed her through her own throne, shattering it to pieces as Celestia landed with a crash behind it. As she lay there, White slowly approached, his hooves clicking against the floor. The carpet had been burned away by Celestia's fire. Occasionally, there was the sound of tinkling glass falling from the broken windows. Otherwise, the only thing Celestia heard were the relentless pounding and ringing in her ears. I apologize for being so rough with you, said White, his tone as genuine as always, devoid of any kind of taunt, but you leave me with little choice. Alicorns are durable, so I had to hit you a little harder than I normally would. Panting, Celestia lifted her head, glaring at him over the ruined remains of her throne. I have to get up. I have to keep fighting. This is my responsibility, my mistake. Those thoughts ran through her head on an endless loop as she tried to force herself up to confront her wayward former student once more. But her muscles refused to obey her. Every time she tried to force herself up, a shiver went through her body and she found she couldn't get up off the ground. Her wings trembled. It wasn't the pain or the damage caused by the last 2 attacks that caused it. Celestia could feel her limbs just fine, could still move them with relative ease. Her body, her heart, refused to listen to her mind when she told it to get up and fight. Instead, as Whiteshade approached, her body responded, her legs kicking out against the floor, pushing herself away from the stallion in front of her. No, it wasn't pain or debilitation. It was raw fear. The pony in front of her struck fear into Celestia's heart in a way that overrode her rational mind and completely wrenched her body out of her control. Overwhelming power is one thing, said White calmly as he continued his approach, but there is nothing so terrifying as an attack you cannot comprehend. Even if it were a power that completely exceeded yours, so long as you could grasp its nature and read its execution, you could imagine some form of strategy against it, even if you aren't fully capable of implementing that strategy. But against an attack that you can't even begin to understand, no timing to read, no medium to observe, no form you can perceive, you feel completely helpless, unable to conceive of even the most basic strategy. Thus, even ponies who have trained to master their fear and not allow it to control them find that their bodies are no longer their own as that most basic and primal of instincts rips their resolve out from under them. I can still fight, thought Celestia, even though her body refused to listen to her. I just have to keep this up until I can break down the defense presented by his wings. Victory isn't impossible. I've beaten him before. You can't win, said White, as though he had heard Celestia's thoughts. I thought you might have understood by now, but you were never capable of winning against my dark matter. Not even 10 years ago. Wah, Celestia stared up at him. That was a ridiculous assertion. She had shattered his wings and broken his horn, forced him to start all over from the beginning. You still haven't realized, said White, shaking his head sadly and turning to walk towards one of the broken windows of the throne room that looked out over the side of the mountain and the fields down below. As he did so, the protrusion on his head once again curled and coiled until the tight spiral of his horn was visible once again. You won 10 years ago, not because you actually defeated me, but because I let you win. What? Celestia's jaw dropped and her whole body went limp. That can't be. White chuckled wryly. Before you throw that accusation at me, this isn't the simple whining of a beaten dog. Your magic was incapable of penetrating the defense of my wings and I was on the verge of turning your own magic back against you in a form that would have turned your flesh to ash. Then why? Demanded Celestia as she remembered the battle. It came back to her now, that decisive moment where White Morning Star, back then, had stood over her and hesitated. Because, as I was about to claim victory, I realized something, said White ruefully. I realized that winning against you then and there would have actually done more harm than good to my plans in the long run. What do you mean? Asked Celestia. When you found out about what I was doing, you did so at the very beginning stages of my work, said White, assembling the array. Even if you hadn't forbidden my work and I hadn't been forced to labor in secret on it would have still taken years, yes. But that was merely a preparatory stage of my experiment. There were resources that I required, conditions that needed to be met that simply weren't feasible at that time. If I had beaten you, I would have thrown Equestria into chaos. The nobility would have risen up both to try and punish me for my treasonous actions and to seize power for themselves. Ponies around the country would have had their lives thrown into disarray. Assembling the manpower and resources to construct my foci would have been next to impossible under those conditions. If I wanted to actually make any headway, I would have had to seize control of Equestria myself and would have to take on the burden of governing a country simply for the sake of finishing my work. Doing so could have easily set my work back by 20 years or more. Worse, the resulting chaos might have been enough to break Discord out of his imprisonment even more quickly, which might have delayed my work even more still, if not derailed it irreversibly. By then, your sister would have come back. I'll leave it to you to imagine just how much of a ruckus she might have caused under those conditions. Celestia blinked as she listened to White's explanation. She had thought it was an excuse at first, but the more he talked about it, the more she realized that he was right. Defeating her 10 years ago would have made it even harder for him to complete his experiment within any reasonable time frame. So you let me break your horn. She was surprised to see White actually wince at her words. That, he said with slight hesitation, was not within my predictions, though it probably should have been. Perhaps it demonstrates my nature as a sociopath, but I didn't really comprehend how vindictive you would be. That was a setback I didn't plan for. It turns out it was just as well in any case. I actually had a moment of panic when I realized what you had done. I genuinely thought you'd actually ruined everything, but it forced me to innovate, to develop my dark matter in ways I'd never considered before. So, in the end, I'm grateful for it. He turned and gave her an amused look, the look of a pony who'd been taken in by a good-natured prank. It's just as well in any case, continued White, looking back out the window again. Even if everything had gone as well as I could have ever hoped, I would have still needed to wait. Wait for what? Asked Celestia. For the longest day of the 1000th year, replied White. For Luna, gasped Celestia. Why? Well, actually, for Nightmare Moon, answered White. I knew you must have had some sort of plan for dealing with her when she returned. Perhaps I had even been a part of that plan at some point. However, there was no way you would have turned to force except as a last resort. A direct battle against Nightmare Moon would have devastated Equestria and you yourself if you were forced to kill her. Instead, you would default to the only tools that could save her while minimizing harm to others. The elements of harmony, said Celestia, her eyes narrowing. I needed to study them, see them in action and how they might impact my work, said White. I never imagined that Discord would break out shortly after that and give me a chance to study their power twice over. It was truly an enlightening opportunity. A glittering cloud of green sparks and smoke gathered in front of Celestia, turning into a scroll with a poof. The scroll landed on the floor in front of her. Carefully, she managed to summon her magic and unroll it so that she could read its contents. As she did so, a triumphant smirk broke out on her face. It looks as though you'll get the chance to study their effects a third time, up close and personal. Twilight and her friends have figured out your ruse and are on their way here. White blinked and stared at the scroll. Is that so? Oh well, I'm sure that everything will work out in the end. I managed to study the elements quite thoroughly on the 2 occasions they were used. I am confident that they cannot do any real harm to me. He ran a hoof through his mane, eyes turning upward. I suppose I should take some precautions just to be safe. Your confidence shall be your downfall, thought Celestia viciously. A pony like you could never appreciate the true power of harmony. You will learn your mistake soon enough. She could only hope that Twilight and her friends would arrive in time to stop Morning Star's plans once and for all. In any case, said White, turning back to face Celestia once again, your part in this is over. From here on it will be between me, your student and her friends, and anyone else who chooses to interfere in my work. The horn on his head began to uncoil once again until it formed that strange helix spiraling out of his head. The sight of it made Celestia shiver as a sense of dread settled down into the pit of her stomach. A flare of white began to build up at his base, washing outwards and engulfing her. Be at peace, Princess Celestia, by the time you regain yourself, this will all be over. Author's notes. One of the most challenging parts of this story to write but also the most fun was trying to depict Morning Star, Whiteshade's magic and abilities as something as alien and unnatural, hence the bit with his horn uncoiling, as I thought that would look particularly freaky, especially from a unicorn's perspective, as it looks just plain unnatural. Next chapter, Equestria sleeps in late. In the dark of morning. Chapter 28, In the dark of morning. Take care, both of you, said Rarity, looking from Flaxseed to Coco Pommel and back again. I don't know how long I'll be gone, but please do your best to keep the boutique up and running. We will, said Coco, doing her best to give Rarity a confident smile. She still felt shaky though. The evening she'd spent with Perlin and the mixed bag of feelings it had presented her had left her feeling uneasy and uncertain. She wished she'd handled it differently. Normally, she might have tried talking to Rarity to help her through her confusion, but now Rarity was heading off on some sort of quest with her friends. I hope you'll look after Sweetie Belle too, said Rarity. The two ponies in front of her nodded. Please be careful, said Flaxseed, his voice plaintive. I will, said Rarity, giving him a light kiss on the lips followed by nuzzling his neck affectionately. Hidden as her face was by Flaxseed's neck, she didn't need to worry about any pony seeing her smirk at the surprised squeak that came from Coco in response to the gesture. Pulling away from Flaxseed, Rarity turned to Coco. Oh, I just remembered. Your apprenticeship is almost finished. There's something I want to discuss with you once my friends and I get back from saving the world. Oh okay, said Coco, a bit surprised by the sudden shift in topics. All right, I'll see you dears later, said Rarity as she trotted out the door, a pair of saddlebags on her back being her only baggage. It was enough to make Coco realize that the situation must be grim if Rarity would leave without a small mountain of luggage without so much as a remark. As she thought about it, her mind turned to what she knew about grim situations and, namely, a certain pony who seemed to be at the center of them. Her mind began to carefully sort out facts and put them together. Something had happened in Canterlot. Twilight Sparkle had required that her friends, who bore the elements of harmony, go to Canterlot. Perlin Bluestreak was in Canterlot, or would be soon. For some reason, that idea struck Coco as important and seemed to imply that, whatever this serious situation was, Perlin was involved in some way. Pursing her lips, Coco hedged and glanced over at Flaxseed, who was still staring at the door with a blank expression. Given the situation, maybe right here, in the Carousel Boutique, was not where she should be at the moment. I wish I could join you, said Red River with a sigh as he watched Applejack settle her saddlebags across her back. Ya did our part when that Terra Heart fella came a-callin', said Applejack matter-of-factly. Now it's time to do our parts. Ya stay here and rest up. I'll be fine. We've done this before, ya know. I know, said Red, giving her a wan smile, but do you think that it makes the ones who love you worry less whenever you go out and put yourself in danger like this? Course I don't wait. Applejack froze in place, her eyes bulging before she whirled around to stare at Red. Love. After everything you put up with from me, I can say at least that much, said Red, his smile widening. I love you, Applejack. Applejack's cheeks burned, turning a brilliant red as she stammered incomprehensibly. While she was busy getting over her shock, Red carefully made his way towards her. Before she'd noticed, he'd wrapped his forelegs around her shoulders and pulled her towards him, bringing their muzzles together and allowing him to sweep her up in a passionate kiss. Because he was still tired from walking out to the picnic earlier, he wasn't able to exert much strength. But Applejack didn't even try to resist and, as the kiss deepened, she pulled him in even tighter. I'll love ya too, said Applejack after she finally pulled away. Come back to me safely, said Red, it would be a shame to lose my home after finally finding it after so long. Ma family ain't gonna throw ya out just 'cause I ain't around, said Applejack, raising an eyebrow. She didn't even bother to object to his silly idea that she might not come back. I didn't say that they would, said Red, while they are wonderful ponies and this is a wonderful place, you are what makes this home for me. That may be the sweetest bit, oh romantic yammerin' I've heard yet, ya silver-tongued charmer, said Applejack with a smirk, I'll be back fair sure. Ya just focus on getting better. Of course, said Red, dipping his head in a nod and letting go. As Applejack left her cold friend and headed for the door, she saw the rest of her family waiting there. Big Macintosh and Ditzy both gave her encouraging smiles, while Apple Bloom looked on with worried tears in her eyes. Be careful, sis, she said. Behind her, Dinky nodded in fervent agreement. I'll be fine, said Applejack, don't fret y'all. With that, she marched out the door. As soon as she cleared the porch, she broke into a gallop, heading for town and the train station as fast as her legs could carry her. But Moom, protested Scootaloo. I said no, replied Melon Cream firmly, putting her hoof down on the floor with a moderate thud to emphasize her decree. Scootaloo had been shocked to learn that Rainbow Dash and Firefly were leaving and even more shocked to find out why. Naturally, she wanted to come along. The prospect of not only fighting alongside Dawn, but her idol, and even other members of the Celestial Knights was a tantalizing prospect that Scootaloo couldn't be dissuaded from easily. Need I remind you that you are still grounded, young lady, said Melon in an icy tone, you accepted your punishment. If I need to, I will not let you set hoof outside of this house. Scootaloo tensed, her anger flaring, her wings flaring along with it. Scootaloo. Dawn's voice stopped her in her tracks, the angry words on the tip of her tongue dying unsaid as she turned to look at her cold friend. Fluttershy had already gone ahead to the train station to get ready for departure. But Dawn had come with Rainbow and Firefly to say goodbye to Scootaloo. You're strong, said Dawn, giving her a small smile as he brushed his hoof through her mane. You've been in a real battle now and I know you can handle yourself. But, he looked down at the floor. This battle will be a very different matter. What are you talking about? Asked Scootaloo. Morning Star, Whiteshade, I suppose, is not an ordinary enemy. He's a far cry from the likes of the ponies you and Rumble fought. I've seen his dark matter in action. It's an alien power that twists the reality of this world to produce unnatural results that are terrifying to behold. I'm not sure that I am ready to face an enemy like that. Then why are you going? Asked Scootaloo. You're not an element of harmony, like Rainbow Dash or your mom. Why do you need to be there at all? Because, Dawn hesitated slightly, there is something I need to confirm. As it stands, my role may not be to fight Morn Whiteshade himself. There is something I need to do, someone I need to see. Okay, said Scootaloo, raising a confused eyebrow. It really is for the best if you stay here, Squirt, said Rainbow Dash, descending from upstairs, Firefly following behind her. I'd get distracted worrying about my favorite little sister. Firefly walked past Rainbow and gave Scootaloo a light nuzzle. You're learning fast, kiddo, but you don't quite have the experience for this kind of fight yet. It's going to be very different from the little field trip you took with Arkenstone. Dawn has enough experience to see him through. You'll be ready one day, but not yet. With a defeated sigh, Scootaloo sagged down. Okay, she said. I promise we'll be fine, said Rainbow, ruffling the filly's mane. Heck, I'll probably have this wrapped up and I'll be back in time for lunch tomorrow. Be careful, said Scootaloo, giving Dawn a plaintive look. I will be, said Dawn, leaning in and giving her a kiss. Look after your mother, Dot, and please take notes for me. I miss enough school already. Egghead, muttered Scootaloo wryly, though her heart wasn't really in it. Let's go, said Firefly, leading Dawn and Rainbow out the door. I'm super sorry I have to go like this, said Pinkie Pie, giving Mayweather her most apologetic look, but Twilight says it's super important. It's fine, said Mayweather, giving Pinkie Pie a quavering smile. What's wrong? Asked Pinkie, tilting her head. Something told her that Mayweather wasn't just upset about how dangerous this mission might have been or that she now had to handle all the cleanup and closing procedures after the Hearts and Hooves Day rush on her own. Mayweather looked down in shame. It feels like some of this is my fault. Huh, why? Pinkie tilted her head. Morning Star was the one leading the cult solar, right? That's what Twilight said. At Pinkie's nod, Mayweather sighed. Then that means that this is at least partly my fault. If we hadn't let ourselves get taken in by his lies, we wouldn't have built his devices. The world wouldn't be in danger. Pinkie's smile faltered. Yeah, I guess that's true, she admitted, but it's still mostly his fault, you know. His words caused Mayweather to look up. Pinkie continued. Yeah, you might have helped him, but you helped that meanie because he lied to you about what those thingies were for. That doesn't make what you did right, but you can't be the only one who gets blamed or even most of the blame, or even more than a little teeny bit. Her grin reclaimed its proper position on her face. And that means it doesn't really matter now, cause all that does matter is making sure that meanie doesn't destroy the world. Pinkie cupped both sides of Mayweather's face with her forehooves and forced their eyes to meet. I'm gonna come back, and when I do, I wanna see a big, happy smile on that face. No more frowns, okay. Okay, said Mayweather weakly, a small smile worming its way onto her face in spite of her melancholy. Good, chirped Pinkie, rubbing their noses together, I'll be going now, so remember. Smile. Letting go of Mayweather, Pinkie proceeded to bounce towards the door, a radiant look on her face. When the door shut after Pinkie's exit, Mayweather stayed stock still for a moment before shaking her head and chuckling. I'll never figure out what we see in each other. Maybe that's for the best. Kambu peeked his head around the doorway, looking into the throne room. This was one of the smaller servant entrances, actually situated behind the throne itself so that servants could discreetly provide refreshments for Celestia in between hearing the prolonged whining sessions of entitled fools who thought their personal grievances with the tax code more important than the task of running the country. The fact that she bothered with such a waste of time and energy was one of the things that made Kambu suspect that Celestia was nowhere near as competent a ruler as many of her little ponies would believe. From where he stood, everything looked fine. The throne was untouched, the hall was spotlessly clean. The doors stood closed and silent, the massive hall empty and untouched. However, as Kambu took a tentative step through the door and into the throne room itself, the scenery changed radically. The throne was gone, having been reduced to splinters. The luxurious red carpet that led from the doors to the base of the dais the throne rested upon had been scorched into blackened tatters. The proud columns on either side were cracked, chipped, or even completely shattered. The windows lining the upper walls had all been broken, leaving shards of glass all over the floor, which had been pitted and blackened. Ah, you're here, said Whiteshade, looking up as Kambu stepped up by the remains of the ruined throne. Come give me a hoof. I'd like to at least tidy up a little bit. White was calmly using all 6 of his wings like a massive set of brooms, sweeping debris off the floor and shifting it to the sides of the room. His casual manner was more like that of an overworked janitor than the stallion who had just dethroned one of the most powerful ponies in the entire world. Well, observed Kambu, stepping down from the dais, this all looks horrible. I suppose it does, agreed White, unless her sister is involved. Princess Celestia isn't the sort to just go gently into this good night. She's not dead, is she? Nope, replied White, I just locked her in a self-contained spatial distortion, where she'll be out of the way. I'm not interested in killing her after all. This is just a temporary measure to ensure that she's out of the way while I run my experiment. After I'm done here, she'll just be able to go back to running Equestria like usual, I'm sure. Sure, said Kambu dubiously, what about the sentries? Still there for now, said White. Princess Celestia told them not to move unless they heard something unusual. He jerked his head to the massive pair of doors that marked the throne room's main entrance. The seams along the walls and floors as well as between the doors themselves were filled with jagged, white vaguely crystalline substance that almost made it look as though the doors had been frozen shut. Once Celestia was inside, I sealed the entrance and established a spatial isolation so that no sound could get out of here. It even drew in all the glass fragments from the broken windows so that there's no evidence visible from outside the throne room. As you no doubt observed when you entered, any pony looking in from the outside will see nothing amiss. Of course, I'm sure that it's only a matter of time until the guards realize that the lack of any unusual sounds or any sound at all from the throne room is unusual in and of itself, as well as the fact that it's been over an hour since Princess Celestia came in here and she hasn't yet come back out. Then they will try the doors, find them unable to be opened and will go to fetch Princess Luna. That's when the clock really starts ticking. Surely, if you handled Celestia, Princess Luna will be a minor obstacle at best, Kambu pointed out. White sighed and groaned. Yes, but since I will be busy raising the focus and deploying the array, it would be hassle to deal with Princess Luna at the same time. It's bad enough that I'm going to have to unseal the space so that the distortion caused by the isolation doesn't interfere with the array's deployment, which is going to make enough noise to wake the entire city. If we want everything to be ready in time, I can't really afford a distraction from our resident Lady of the Night. How long until you can raise the focus? Asked Kambu, using his magic to help White clear a space in the center of the throne room. It's already being raised, said White. Bringing it up through several hundred feet of rock and crystals takes time. The real ruckus is going to start once it reaches the lower levels of the palace. It sounds as though things are going to get chaotic, said Kambu, glancing to one side of the throne room, where, if one looked out through the windows, one would be able to see the hedge maze and a particular statue contained within. Are you certain Discord's seal won't break? I don't think it should, said White with a shrug. I mean, it didn't actually start deteriorating until Celestia sealed her sister into the moon, severing her connection to the elements of harmony in the process, and even then, it took over 1,000 years for it to actually break. With the current element bearers fully empowered, there shouldn't be any issues with the seal. Besides, I used some of my dark matter to place his statue in stasis and isolate it from the reality of the world. Even if the seal is compromised, he won't be able to escape even when all hay breaks loose, probably, maybe, hopefully, if he's in a good mood. White sighed and shrugged. In all honesty, I think Discord might just want to sit back and watch. After all, this is right up his alley, I think. You're actually gambling on that? Asked Kobu incredulously. It's chaos, there's only so much you can do, replied White helplessly. Pretty much the only thing I can do is gamble. That is a most troubling notion, said Kambu. I'm so glad I brought it up. Such is the way of the world, or, at least, Discord's little corner of it, said White. Now help me open up the floor. I'm going to need a solid platform once the focus arrives. All right, said Kambu nervously as he watched White's horn uncoil. White sparks flew up from the floor, inscribing a large perfect circle. With a grunt, Kambu applied his magic and bent to the task of helping. So, why are we taking the train? Asked Spike, looking around at the station. I mean, considering the fate of the world is riding on this and we need to get to Canterlot pronto, I don't think it would be too hard for the princess to spring for some Pegasus chariots. Technically, there was no train scheduled to leave this time. Fortunately, there was a locomotive stopping over for the night. It had originally been due to set out for Manhattan the following morning, but Twilight, with a little persuasive assistance from Arkenstone, had been able to convince the conductor to set the train on the route for Canterlot. They would pass Shining Armor's train on the way down. Twilight hoped her brother would be quick to get his train turned around so that he could follow them up. It would be faster, said Twilight, but there are a couple of problems with that. Namely Flash Spark and Pearl Bluestreak, commented Dawn as he fluttered his wings slightly. With those two in Mo Whiteshade's stable, approaching Canterlot from the skies would be far too risky. Firefly and I could probably hold them off, but it could expose the ponies in the chariots to serious risk. Besides, continued Twilight, given the way this ruse was set up, I think Morningstar, Whiteshade, wasn't expecting us to figure everything out so quickly. He was playing for time we can take to make sure we have the best advantage against him. Trains come and go from Canterlot all the time, added Arkenstone, unless Whiteshade or some pony working for him has memorized the schedules, another train amongst those would hardly be considered a miss. Question, said Applejack, raising a hoof like she a filly in a classroom. What are we gonna do when we actually get to Canterlot? Come on, AJ, said Rainbow, pulling an excited loop over the group as they waited on the platform. It's obvious what we're supposed to do. We face down this jerk and blast him with the elements. One rainbow to the face and poof, problem solved. That's nice and all, but just how do we know where this feller's gonna be? Asked Applejack. I mean, we ain't got a clue about where he is or where that freaky contraption of his is. The wind was taken out of Rainbow's sails and she sagged, dropping down to the platform with a disappointed, oh. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, said Rarity. I am sure that there must be some clues as to where that lout is hiding. If I remember what Princess Celestia told Twilight in her letter correctly, that Flash Spark brute exited Canterlot by blowing out a hole in the ground. Surely that might be a route to locating his lair. Maybe, said Twilight, frowning, but we're operating under the assumption that White let Flash Spark out that way to make it look like he was escaping, which means that, if he allowed Flash Spark to get out that way, it would probably be because White doesn't feel that he can be threatened by ponies investigating that way. Oh, you girls are all getting too worked up about this, said Pinky breezily. Figuring out what that meanie's up to will be easy as pie. What are you talking about? Asked Twilight. Grinning from ear to ear, Pinky giggled. Well, we know that Shady is trying to make that thingamabob right. That's right, said Twilight, her ears picking up. According to what Princess Celestia and I have figured out, Morningstar is finishing an array that's based off one of the old works of Stars World the Bearded. Just like the one Morningstar built, his array consisted of 5 foci built around the circumference of Equestria in a perfect circle. The final piece of the array is at the circle's center, which is in. Twilight's voice trailed off as she figured it out. Canterlot, right? Asked Firefly. Not just Canterlot, but the point in Canterlot that lies at the center of the array, the center of Equestria, said Twilight, the royal palace. I don't believe it. This entire time, Morningstar was building the final focus of his array right beneath the throne room. She smacked her hoof against her forehead as she realized that she'd overlooked an obvious fact. In other words, we know exactly where he will put the final phase of his plan into effect, said Dawn. That's good. It also means the princesses and every pony at the palace are in danger, said Twilight. We need to move fast. She went to see what she could do to help the engineers prep the train for departure. A few minutes later, the train pulled out of Ponyville Station. At Twilight's urging, the conductors and engineers stoked the engine and pushed the locomotive as hard as they dared. They had only needed to take one passenger car with them, which minimized the weight, allowing the train to move faster over the rails. However, that only made things trickier for the conductors. Being faster and lighter certainly allowed the train to cover ground more quickly, but it also meant that there was less weight holding the train to the rails. They had to be extra careful to slow down enough for every twist and turn on the winding route leading up the mountains to Canterlot, all while trying to cut as much time from the journey as possible. The staff believed that it was possible, but that didn't change the fact that it was a risky endeavor. The passengers did their best to catch some sleep as they waited for the train to make its journey. Thanks to the circumstances and the rattling of the train itself, their sleep was a restless one. Sometime in the night they passed the train. Shining armor and his hoofbeat guards were taken down, but Shining wouldn't be able to return to Canterlot until he reached Ponyville station and got the train turned around. Despite their anxiety over the urgency of the situation, the travelers managed to drop off to sleep, expecting to be awoken by the rising sun. Don lifted his head up and blinked, looking around the compartment he was sharing with Fluttershy. Her wing was like a comforting blanket draped over his shoulders as they rested, and the feel of her chest rising and falling as he leaned against it filled him with a sense of reassurance. Her presence had helped him to relax and finally get some rest after the events of a most troublesome day. Feeling well rested, he carefully slipped out from under her wing and descended to the floor of the compartment. Stretching his wings, Don looked around, noting his surroundings. I guess I didn't sleep all that long, he thought, noticing how dark it was. If anything, it seemed even darker now than it had when he had gone to bed. Opening the door, Don stepped out of the compartment and into the hallway, looking up and down the sleeper car that formed the only car of their train, apart from the tender car and the locomotive itself. The hall stretched down the center of the car, dividing it into two halves with doors on either side leading to additional compartments where the others were sleeping. Up towards the end of the car, the hallway opened out into something resembling a common area where the car's occupants could mingle. Beyond that was the door leading to the rest of the train. Don headed for that common area now, looking around for any signs that any pony else was awake. However, all was quiet. Reaching the common area, he spied the single table that occupied one side, surrounded by a padded bench. The table was piled with food and snacks. In their haste to depart, they had ultimately decided to leave the dining car behind at the station. However, Pinkie Pie, the clever mare that she was, had foreseen that they would get hungry on their journey and had brought food for every pony, even picking out a few snacks that served Don's peculiar palate. Deciding to ignore the food for now, Don instead made his way to the windows on one side of the car, trying to remember which side was against the mountain. Pulling back the curtains, his eyes widened as he realized that the world was shrouded in darkness. Has so little time really passed? He wondered. Though he'd hardly considered his internal clock to be precisely accurate, he could generally trust it well enough to infer the time of day without having to check outside. Right now, he felt as though it were morning, but the sky outside was as dark as the deepest night of the new moon, which wasn't scheduled for a few more weeks. Looking up, Don noticed the other reason it was so dark outside. The stars are gone. The sky was a single sheet of continuous black. The moon hadn't entered its darkest phase, it was gone completely. What in the world? Trembling slightly, Don turned around to check the clock and see what time it was. His trembling increased when he saw what the clock said. It was about 7 in the morning, a bit later than he usually woke up. This time of year, the sun should already be well above the horizon. Swallowing and trying to get his nerves under control, Don stepped away from the window and tried to think of what to do. Given the circumstances, there probably wasn't anything he could do at the moment. Whatever was going on with the sky had something to do with the princesses in Canterlot, an issue they could not address until they actually reached the city itself. However, he wondered just what the current state of the sky meant. I guess I need to talk to the pony who would know the most about this subject, thought Don as he made his way to the compartment that was being shared by Twilight, Arkenstone and Spike. Carefully, Don slid the door open and peeked in. Spike lay snoring on one of the bunks, curled up in a scaled ball, his wings tightly curled up against his body. On the other side of the room, Arkenstone and Twilight slept together, Twilight having gone to sleep in Arkenstone's arms, her head tucked carefully underneath his chin so that she wouldn't jab him with her horn if either of them shifted in the night. There was a faint rustle of linens and Arkenstone lifted his head clear of the bedding, his muzzle orienting in Don's direction, his ears standing upright on his head. Something's wrong, said Don, his voice barely a whisper. He knew that Arkenstone would be able to hear him. The beige stallion's ears flicked forward, then backwards slightly in acknowledgement. Moving slowly and carefully, Arkenstone began to disentangle himself from Twilight so that he could climb out of bed. It took a minute, but soon Arkenstone was out in the hallway with Don, closing the door to the compartment behind him. What's the matter? Asked Arkenstone, his ears swiveling as he listened to the cues in the environment around them. Don described the state of the sky and the utter darkness enshrouding the world. The revelation made Arkenstone's eyes open, his pale white orbs almost shining in the darkness. That sounds unsettling, he said finally. From what you described, it would seem that something happened to Princess Celestia if she hasn't raised the sun. What about Princess Luna? Asked Don. It sounds as though she might not be aware of her sister's incapacitation, suggested Arkenstone. From what you described, it seems the situation is that Princess Luna lowered the moon and extinguished the stars but is not aware that her sister was unable to raise the sun, thus our current situation. What should we do? Asked Don. Arkenstone merely shrugged. What can we do, besides wait? We are unable to do anything about the situation until we get to Canterlot. Should we tell the others? Let them sleep, said Arkenstone, they had enough difficulty getting to sleep as it is. There's no need to disturb them unduly. Let them wake when they wake and we'll work out a strategy when we get to Canterlot. Something happened to Princess Celestia, mused Don, looking pensively towards the window once again. And not so long after Flash Sparks escaped, added Arkenstone grimly. Twilight was upset when we went to bed because she never received a response to the letter she sent to Celestia. We were expecting some sort of reply. An extended silence like this is unsettling. Don nodded and shivered. It was rare for him to feel so completely helpless. In a situation like this, the skills of the Gale King that he'd worked so long and hard to master were useless. They could not lift the darkness that smothered the land, he couldn't miraculously replace the sun in the sky. All he could do was sit and wait with every pony else and hope there was something they could do when they actually got where they were going. About an hour later, the other passengers began filtering into the common area of the sleeper car. Fluttershy and Applejack were first, the two of them used to early mornings. They'd both slept in much later than usual, a consequence of the unnatural darkness and the restless night before. Rainbow Dash and Firefly weren't far behind. Firefly had actually been awake for some time, but had simply settled for observing things in silence until Rainbow had woken up, having come to the same conclusions that Don and Arkenstone had. Behind them came Pinkie, looking as cheerful and chipper as ever, despite the dire straits they found themselves in. Despite her upbeat behavior, every pony could see that even she was looking a little strained. Finally, Twilight and Rarity left their cars, the former carrying a still napping Spike on her back. Twilight was horrified to find out about the state of the sky and began to babble ceaselessly about all the possible catastrophes that could happen if something wasn't done about the absence of both the sun and the moon. Though Arkenstone did his best to calm her down, every pony felt the sense of panic that seemed to hover in the air. With what they knew about Whiteshade and what he was planning to do, it seemed that this could very well be the first portent of the end of the world that White's experiments threatened to unleash. The air felt cold, which was understandable, given that there was no sun to recoup the heat that had been lost over the course of the night. What should have been a warm, early summer day was infused with a chilling cold more comparable to that of the early spring, and it would only get colder if something did not change. Fortunately, that change happened a couple of hours later. It was gradual at first. The passengers didn't notice right away because they were far too engrossed in their discussion about what they would do when they got to Canterlot. However, when Spike glanced out the window again, he realized the eastern horizon was getting lighter. His words called every pony over to the window and they watched in fascinated silence, save for Arkenstone for obvious reasons, as the sun crested the horizon. Moving much more rapidly than normal, the orb ascended upwards into the sky, quickly approaching its zenith before it finally settled into the proper position for that time of day. The watchers fancied that it actually slid back and forth a little before settling into its final position, as though the morning of utter darkness had never happened. What the hey does that mean? Asked Spike warily, eyeing the sun as though he expected it to plummet back below the horizon and leave them all in utter darkness yet again. Good news, said Twilight hopefully, maybe it means whatever happened with Princess Celestia is over and the problem's been taken care of. Well, sure hope that's the case, said Applejack. It's a pain in the neck to come all this way and not have anything to do, grumbled Rainbow Dash, settling back into her seat. It would be better than dealing with whatever insanity this Whiteshade fellow might have been setting into motion, countered Rarity tartly. I would much rather be told that there's nothing we need to do and be sent on our way than contend with the one who set that beast on us. Dawn raised an eyebrow, wondering if the beast Rarity had been referring to was Flash Spark, or maybe Pearl and Bluestreak, who Rarity had had unpleasant dealings with in the past. Twilight said nothing, instead keeping one eye anxiously on Spike, desperately hoping to see the signs of an incoming letter from him. However, the young dragon remained unbothered by any signs of an incendiary missive. That's not a good sign. There was nothing they could do but wait fitfully as the train continued its climb. It was well into the afternoon when they finally pulled into the station, having lost a great deal of time due to the hours of darkness in the morning. The conductor and engineers had been forced to slow the train down to a speed much lower than normal traveling speed to compensate for the pitch darkness, making it virtually impossible to see the curves and turns in the track until they were nearly right in front of the train itself. They'd been able to speed up once they'd gotten light again, but the damage had been done. When they reached Canterlot, rather than wait for a platform at the station or a place to be arranged at the rail yard, the passengers disembarked as soon as the train stopped and made their way to the station on hoof and wing, trying to get a feel for the situation the city was in as they looked around. The answer they quickly received when they got to the station was chaos. Due to the late arrival of the sun and the utter blackness that had preceded it, departures and arrivals had been severely delayed, throwing the schedule into disarray. The station was packed by nervous and impatient ponies, many eager to be somewhere else but unable to go anywhere until things were cleared up, which was taking an irritably long time indeed. In the station, the group found one of the guards tasked with keeping the place in some semblance of order, a daunting task under circumstances like these. His eyes widened and Twilight saw a note of panic in them as they approached. Clearly he thought they were another party of disgruntled travelers coming to demand that he do something about things he had no control over. Excuse me, said Rarity, coming forward to speak for the group, affecting her politest, most charming tone as she gave the beleaguered stallion a relaxed smile. If you could provide us with directions, we need to speak with the princesses at the earliest possible opportunity. The guard opened his mouth to respond, most likely about to say that the princesses were too busy to deal with complaints, but stopped short when he looked over their group and recognized at least a few of their faces, Twilight's in particular. His expression of frustration and nervousness was replaced with one of relief. Oh, it's you. I apologize for not recognizing you sooner, Dame Rarity. He bowed politely to Rarity, who giggled at his formality. Can you tell us what the situation is? Asked Twilight, coming up to stand next to her friend. Some of it, said the guard. Princess Luna is encamped in the central plaza with her guard and all the members of the royal guard she could muster. Encamped? Asked Twilight, her eyes widening and her ears going upright. Why on earth would she be camping out in the city? Why isn't she at the palace? Where's Princess Celestia? The palace is unsafe, said the guard hesitantly. That's all I know really. As for Princess Celestia, no pony has seen her since last night. Twilight and her friends all felt a chill run down their spines at those words. I suppose we'd best go see Princess Luna then, suggested Dawn softly. She should have more detailed knowledge of the situation. The others nodded and they politely thanked the guard for his help. Pinkie Pie even gave him a small cupcake to help cheer him up after what had already been a long day for the poor stallion, prompting an elated smile from him as they took their leave. As they made their way through the streets of Canterlot, the group was able to make out even more signs of unrest. Though it was well into the afternoon, many businesses were already closed and shuttered. The streets were sparsely populated, with ponies ducking their heads and moving quickly as they went about their business. Twilight didn't exactly begrudge them. Canterlot had been through some pretty unsettling events recently, what with the attack on the royal palace by Elderflower's mercenaries, followed shortly by an attempted uprising by the noble court. It seemed that the continuous disturbances had made the inhabitants somewhat skittish of anything unusual. Even with the sun back where it was supposed to be in the sky, they were still anxious until they were absolutely certain that everything had returned to normal. However, the light traffic did have the advantage of making the journey to Canterlot's central plaza relatively quick and easy. The plaza was the center of Canterlot's mercantile district, ringed by high-class shops and restaurants, normally packed to the brim with bustling ponies exploring the wares being offered or relaxing by the fountains and sculptures that seemed to sprout in the center like a grove of trees in the middle of a park dominated by large sculpture depicting a rearing Celestia, standing on a fountain pedestal from which water streamed out continuously, giving the impression that the princess's sculpture was standing at the headwaters of some mountain spring. Celestia had once confided to Twilight that she considered the sculpture embarrassing and that the sculptor had exaggerated the fullness of her flanks. Later, Luna had once secretly confided in Twilight that, after 1,000 years of apparently enjoying more cakes than had been good for her, the sculptor had actually been exaggerating the thinness of Celestia's flanks. Twilight, very wisely, had decided to keep her own opinions on the matter to herself. Today, the plaza was not a bustling marketplace. However, instead of being deserted, it was packed to the brim with ponies. But these were not jittery civilians. Instead, the place was filled with stone-faced guards as they checked armor and weapons, relayed and responded to orders. Tarps and tents had been set up. Twilight could actually see a group in the process of setting up a hospital tent, not unlike the one that had been erected in Ponyville after Terra Heart's attack. At the plaza's center, amongst the sculptures and at the base of the Princess Celestia fountain was a tent that was clearly for the guard commanders. Breaking into a brisk trot, Twilight led her friends towards it. A few guards moved to impede their progress, but they either stopped or were stopped by their fellows when they recognized Twilight and her friends. The two stallions standing watch on either side of the tent flaps quickly saluted and opened the flaps for Twilight and her group as they went in. Inside the tent, they found Princess Luna staring down at a table covered with what looked like a map of Canterlot as she and several ranking members of the Royal Guard moved pins and little flags around the map. Luna looked up when Twilight and the others entered, her face going from surprise to relief when she saw who was there. "Ah, Twilight Sparkle, thank goodness you've come. What happened?" asked Twilight as she approached the table, her friends doing their best to find places behind her as two guard officers sidled to make room for her between them. "Why was it so dark this morning? Where's Princess Celestia?" "The darkness this morning was my fault," said Luna, looking a bit sheepish. "I was underground at the time, exploring the path made by that loud flash spark. I lowered the moon and extinguished the stars at the appropriate time, but wasn't aware that my sister hadn't raised the sun in their place until a runner from above ground came and told me." She sighed and looked at the tent wall. Had it not been there, she would have been staring up the street that led straight to the royal palace. "As for my sister, I do not know what happened to her. A pair of guards said she went into the throne room, saying that something was amiss. She told the guards to report to me if they heard something unusual. But they heard nothing all night long. When morning came and the sun failed to rise, they realized that something was severely wrong and came to find me." She turned her gaze back to Twilight. "That is where you find us now. My sister is nowhere to be found and the royal palace has been overtaken, most likely by Whiteshade. It seems that the final phase of his plan is about to begin." Author's notes. Now almost all the players are in place, the final battle can begin. Next chapter, Flash Spark is back. And he's brought friends. Aerial Dominance. Chapter 29, Aerial Dominance. "I was afraid of that," said Twilight grimly as she listened to Luna's dire pronouncement. "We figured that Whiteshade must be up to something. There were too many odd things about Flash Spark's escape and his coming to Ponyville." The unsettling silence and lack of any correspondence from Celestia after that had only made that all the more clear, along with the late rising of the sun. Luna's words were just the final nail in the coffin of Twilight's hopes that matters might have been resolved already. "At least the cult solar has been dealt with already," said Donderlee from behind her. "They would probably be having a field day with this." Standing beside him, Fluttershy leaned down to nuzzle her son and try and sweeten his temper. "That I don't doubt," said Luna. "The fact is, despite my sister's work, there are probably still plenty of members of the cult on the loose. They might gain a little ground after an event like this. However, we can't afford to worry about that now, not with such serious matters demanding our more immediate attention." Don nodded and carefully stepped to stand next to Twilight. He had to rear up to get a proper view of the table and its contents. On either side of him and Twilight, Arkenstone and Firefly also came to the table, apologizing softly to the guards they displaced as they too looked down at the map, or rather, Twilight and Firefly looked down at the map. "Why does it look like you're preparing to lay siege to the royal palace?" asked Firefly. "When I heard what had happened, I returned to the surface immediately," said Luna. "My next order was for a complete evacuation of the palace, all the residents, servants, and guards. If Whiteshade is truly as dangerous as my sister says, and I don't doubt that he is, I don't want any pony in the vicinity when we have to confront him." "That is probably wise," said Arkenstone soberly, "though it might give him the opportunity to fortify his position. It's better leaving dozens of potential hostages and equine shields within his reach. Though, if he made no effort to stop your evacuation, it may be that he does not feel that he needs them." The tent flaps flew open and a familiar orange and yellow mare, decked out in a blue and gold flight suit, came in at a hurried clip. Spitfire paused as she took in the new arrivals arrayed around the table before smiling a little. However, the smile fell from her face as she quickly made her way to the table, forcing yet another officer of the royal guard out of his place. An orange stallion with a blue mane, standing beside Princess Luna, whispered into the ear of one of his subordinates, who quickly began to usher the rest of the guard officers out of the tent, leaving room for the rest of Twilight's friends to crowd around the table and get a view of the map. "I'll brief them later," said Flash Sentry, smiling politely at them. "It's good to see every pony here," said Spitfire. "When did you get here?" asked Arkenstone. "A little after midnight," said Spitfire. "I've got the team keeping the skies around the palace clear and on the lookout for trouble." "From the look on your face, trouble is exactly what you spotted," said Firefly. Spitfire nodded. "It looks like Whiteshade had some kind of illusion up. A few minutes ago, the palace looked like it always did. Then, the next second, it looked like some pony had started up a thunderstorm inside the throne room. There were windows busted and cracked walls. We didn't want to get too close until we knew what we were dealing with, but Estelle said she saw scorch marks and a giant hole in the middle of the floor." "That's not good," muttered Rainbow. "Given what you described, I'm guessing that Princess Celestia confronted and fought Whiteshade in the throne room," said Arkenstone. "Given the fact that she was apparently in no condition to raise the sun this morning, I think it is safe to assume that she was not the victor." "Oh no," whispered Twilight, paling as she looked over at Arkenstone. "Do you think she's—" "I cannot say," said Arkenstone. "We don't know any details about the situation in the palace. When I raised the sun, I could still feel the presence of my sister's bond to it," said Luna. "If she were dead, the bond would have been severed. So I know that she is alive. We can assume that she has been incapacitated in some fashion." "Well, with those concerns out of the way, we should get down to brass tacks," said Spitfire. "What do we do now?" "The answer is obvious," replied Luna. "The ultimate purpose of every fighter here, every knight and every guard, is to get the elements of harmony into a position where they can be used against Whiteshade. If my sister, with all the power she has at her disposal, was unable to defeat him, then it is likely that no amount of brute force shall be enough. The elements of harmony are likely the only tools capable of actually doing harm to that stallion. That's what I thought, said Twilight, smiling as she used her magic to open her saddlebags. From them, she removed 5 necklaces and 1 tiara, which she levitated onto the table. It's a good thing Princess Celestia put them in my custody. I'd hate to think about how hard it would be to fight through the palace to get them if Whiteshade has taken the place over. Agreed, said Luna. However, we must be careful about getting you into the palace. I have no doubt that Whiteshade has conjured or created all manner of obstacles to waylay you and keep you from disrupting his labors. Well, I don't know if all that'll be needed, said Spitfire. The throne room is a wreck, but the palace looks untouched otherwise. Just as she finished speaking, there was a distant rumble and the ground beneath their hooves began to shake. Disturbed, every pony rushed out of the tent to look at the palace as, to their horror, it quivered and shook, vibrating in place. Windows shattered and walls crumbled as spires of strange, off-white material that looked vaguely crystalline thrust out through the walls. From the windows, what looked like vines began to grow, though they looked an unnatural, sickly, pinkish color, sprouting thorns and weaving into a curtain of brambles around every opening, covering every window and wrapping tightly around and over every door, blocking every point of entry. You just had to say that, didn't you? Muttered Firefly, glancing sidelong at Spitfire, who merely gaped at the spectacle. Getting the girls in may be a taller order than we thought, said Flash Sentry, shuffling nervously. Yes, agreed Luna, let us hope we can get them in at all. I see you've raised the defenses, said Kambu, looking up at the windows which were now covered by a barricade of pink brambles. Up close they looked dirty, their pink marred by blemishes of brown and black, as though they were afflicted by some sort of blight, though Kambu knew that they were not even organic. I don't want to make them too strong, said White as he paced around the perimeter of the hole they had opened in the throne room floor. Up to the side was the disc of solid marble they had cut out to make it, having been cut, moved, and settled without so much as cracking it. The stronger the vault, the more precious the treasure inside is thought to be, mused Kambu. Something like that, said White, though this is indeed a most precious treasure to me. After all, it is the labor of my entire life. The palace began to rumble again. Pieces of debris clattered as they skittered across the floor. From within the hole, Kambu saw something large ascending. The structure was like a broad cone, terminating in a round dome that was inset with what looked like a large polished stone. The stone reminded Kambu of an opal as it shimmered with colorful fires, although they were colors that he couldn't put any words to. Looking at them for too long made his eyes ache and he had to avert his gaze. As the object reached the level of the throne room's floor, it seemed to bend and warp in on itself, vanishing into thin air as it pushed up. A flicker of light drew Kambu's eyes upward and his jaw dropped as he saw the object seeming to warp out of thin air up above, now descending from the empty ceiling above, even as the rest of it continued to vanish at floor level, pushing up. It reminded him of watching a mirage in the desert. The unnatural sight made his stomach churn and made him briefly struggle to tell up from down. Unable to take any more, he closed his eyes and wrenched his head away from the sight before it caused him to throw up. Finally, the rumbling abated and Kambu could open his eyes again. The array's central focus now hung from above, seeming suspended to a fixed point in midair like a stalactite of polished crystal. Aside from the varicolored fire of indescribable hues that shimmered at its rounded end, its length was dominated by swirling clouds of mist. In gaps between that mist, he fancied he could see something that looked like land, like a view of the world seen from directly above. He grew so lost in trying to discern the details of what he was seeing that it wasn't until White coughed politely that Kambu forced his eyes away from it. Now that the focus is in position, would you be so kind as to help me fix the floor? Asked White with a wry smile as he gestured at the heavy disc of marble resting off to one side. Oh, of course, said Kambu. Between the two of them, they were able to lever the disc back into the space where it had been cut out. It had been cut out of the floor so that the edges sloped inwards, allowing it to slide right back into place. Under White's direction, they also made sure to turn the disc until the lines of all the tiles lined back up, only the faintest seam indicating that the piece of floor had been removed at all. Now everything should be ready, said White, smirking at their handiwork. I'd paint a target on it, but that's a little obvious, don't you think? I suppose, said Kambu nervously. Are you sure this will work? I am certain that the components will function as they are supposed to, said White. The input should also be drawn into the focus as well, even if they direct it at me. As for whether or not it will actually work out the way I want it to. He shrugged. Quote. It looks good on paper. That's not very encouraging, said Kambu. On the bright side, if it turns out that I goofed, we won't have to worry about the destruction of the world, said White. This close to the origin, we'll be consumed before we've even realized it. What a cheery thought, said Kambu sourly. If I didn't have so much faith in your skill, I would be reconsidering my position as your friend and ally in this endeavor. I certainly hope that I can reward your faith in me, said White with a cheerful grin. He glanced at the doors to the throne room. Is Perlin in position? Yes, he's waiting in the main entry hall per your instructions, said Kambu. He's still rather upset about your deception in Ponyville. That is understandable, said White. Fortunately, there is no more need for deception, at least so far as his instructions are concerned. You've told him to mind his tongue, correct? Yes, replied Kambu, though I'm not entirely sure that such instructions will be followed. Perlin has been unusually willful regarding his contract lately. Also understandable, I suppose, said White, but I don't believe he knows enough to jeopardize the array's activation. What about your other assets? Asked Kambu. They are nearly ready, replied White. I think they should fulfill their purpose nicely. They'll have to be careful though. They aren't nearly as durable as Flash Spark is. In spite of himself, Kambu shivered. Whiteshade hadn't so much as flinched at the idea of making use of the hundreds of imprisoned cultists, nobles, and their soldiers that had been sequestered in the palace dungeons and the caverns beneath them. The evacuation ordered by Princess Luna had been so sudden and unexpected that the guards had all but forgotten about the prisoners in their haste to escape. It was a cruel case of abandonment, however worthy the ponies imprisoned were of their punishment. White found it somewhat ironic that, after leaving the cult Solar behind, he'd found one last use for its members when all was said and done. So, how do we get through this? Asked Spitfire, glaring at the nearly impenetrable barrier of brambles crossing over the royal palace's main gate. Shortly after the royal palace's transformation, Twilight and her friends, along with the accompanying knights and every member of the royal guard currently available, mustered to get to the palace gates as quickly as possible. Much to her consternation, Princess Luna had been forced to remain behind, Flash Sentry, the knights, and Twilight all pointing out that, if anything happened to her, then there would be no pony left to raise the sun or the moon. Cadence might have been capable of taking over once she returned from the Crystal Empire, where she'd been presiding over the Hearts and Hooves Day celebrations of her subjects. But that was a very big maybe, as she had never attempted to move the celestial bodies with her magic before, and it might be weeks before they managed to assemble enough capable unicorns to do the job instead. Give me a minute, said Twilight, studying the barrier and comparing it with the knowledge of dark matter that she had gained over the course of her studies. She thought she recognized the material they were composed of. Said material was nearly indestructible, of course. However, from what she remembered, the shape was actually a product of the material's reaction with the world's natural ambient magnetic field that produced those long, vine-like shapes and wickedly sharp points. Depending on the properties of the ambient magical fields around them, the shape could be altered or their growth could be redirected. Let me work out a spell for this, said Twilight. It's going to take a few minutes. The group currently stood in the outer courtyard. Twilight and 4 of her fellow element bearers were out in front, their elements at the ready. Behind them was arrayed an extensive formation of the royal guard. Above them, Pegasi, including the Wonderbolts, hovered protectively. Rainbow Dash, clad in her own mithril flight suit, was with them, having convinced her teacher that she was needed to help keep the sky covered. Firefly had agreed, albeit reluctantly, which spoke volumes for how serious and desperate the situation was. Firefly hovered alongside Rainbow, while Arkenstone stood close to Twilight and her group on the ground. Dawn was also with the flyers, casting a wary eye about as he looked for any signs of trouble. Their job was to make sure that Twilight and her group made it to Morning Star and that the elements of harmony were allowed to do their thing. Since said group included his mother, Dawn was especially motivated to see to their safety. As he continued to watch for trouble, his ears twitched as he picked up the faint sound of buzzing, a sound that he was familiar with and not very fond of. We might not have a few minutes, said Dawn nervously. Relax, said Rainbow, if it's just Flash Spark, we can at least keep him away, no problem. I don't think that it's just Flash Spark, said Firefly, her normally composed voice dropping to a horrified whisper as she looked upwards at the source of the gradually increasing noise. Once again, the sound filling the air seemed to hum into their ears and make their bones vibrate. Spitfire, anticipating another fight with Flash Spark, had once again equipped the Wonderbolts with earplugs. She'd also brought enough for the guard Pegasi to use. The noise was painful, but not debilitatingly so. As the noise reached fever pitch, they saw him. Flash Spark rose from behind one of the palace's towers, his bladed tail lashing the air. To their surprise, Flash Spark's armor was sporting its horn, which only seemed to appear when Whiteshade brought the insectal stallion under his direct control. That worried Dawn enough, on its own, wondering just how dangerous Flash Spark's dark matter was when it was under the control of a pony who truly knew how to use it. However, those worries dwindled as they were replaced by the horror of what came behind Flash Spark. From behind another of the towers came another pony, clad in similar insect-like armor, with wings buzzing. A second rose up from behind the palace's sloped roofs. A third appeared, then a fourth, then more. Soon, white-clad ponies were streaming out from behind every part of the palace, assembling behind Flash Spark in a massive swarm that filled the sky above the palace, all of them looking down at the Wonderbolts and Guardsmares. Yeah, said Rainbow, her voice emerging as a strangled squeak, barely audible over the collective hum of so many wings. That's pretty bad. There must be hundreds, whispered Spitfire. Where did he get them all? It was Flash Sentry who answered, his voice absolutely horrified. The prisoners, the cultists, the nobles, they were left behind when the palace was evacuated. Dawn edged forward, his eyes narrowing as he strained to get a better look at the ponies arrayed behind Flash Spark. Unlike Flash Spark, their armor was not wholly opaque. Instead, it sheathed their bodies, looking like misty glass, actually allowing him to discern details of the ponies held within. He saw the colors of their coats, muted by the layer of armor over them. Behind the domed eyepieces, he could see eyes that were wide with terror. These ponies were clearly not wearing this armor willingly. Just as with Flash Spark, their heads sported horns, whether the pony encased within the armor was Pegasus, Unicorn, or Earth Pony. Dawn's eyes widened again when he picked out a familiar form amongst the ponies hovering there. Blenheim, Applejack's uncle and a member of the cult Solar, was amongst the swarm. Their shields, said Firefly, he wants us to hold back to avoid hurting them. If they're even half as dangerous as Flash Spark, that's gonna be a job and a half, at least, said Spitfire nervously. Before they had set out, Dawn had noted that Oranos was nowhere to be seen. Spitfire explained that she was having him keep clear of the fight. The Wonderbolts were the only ponies with the training to fight alongside her when she and her friend merged to unleash their full power. Under those circumstances, Spitfire's magic generated incredible heat, gradually raising the temperature of their surroundings until ponies and other creatures in her vicinity would start passing out from sheer heat exhaustion. The Wonderbolts had been trained to create isolated pockets of stable air to keep the heat of her flames at bay. Unfortunately, the guard Pegasi were not trained in that skill. When Dawn had expressed his concerns about her fighting with such a handicap, Spitfire had merely given him a cheerful wink and said, "Don't worry so much, kiddo. If I was wholly dependent on Oranos for my power, I would never have been made a knight to begin with." That confidence was nowhere to be found now, and Dawn suspected that Spitfire was wishing she hadn't asked her friend to keep well away. Oranos was supposed to be a force to be reckoned with on his own, but Spitfire had been anticipating a pitched battle in the palace interior, where his flames might blaze out of control in confined quarters and nearby allies if they weren't careful. "I hope Twilight finishes that spell fast," said Rainbow, swallowing hard, "'cause here they come." Indeed, Flash Spark and the humming swarm behind him surged forward, cresting over the palace like a wave and washing down from the sky in a literal deluge of chitinous fury. Dawn immediately surged forward, feeling the Wonderbolts and ponies of the royal guard following along with him. At this point, their primary goal was to keep the swarm off of Twilight as she figured out the spell needed to break through the barricade over the palace gates. Kicking out with his hind legs, Dawn swept his wings forward, lunging to throw the force of his entire body into the motion and extending his wings until the tips of his primaries stretched out past either side of his head, pointing straight at Flash Spark, his primary target. A roaring blast of concentrated air went barreling straight at Flash Spark, who came to an abrupt halt. Dawn saw his wings pause for an instant, the veins lining them shifting configuration before they began to buzz again. He felt, rather than heard, the change in the vibrations produced by the wings. However, rather than the spherical wave that Flash had produced in their previous battle, he instead somehow shaped the vibrations, not the air being vibrated, but the vibrations themselves, into a disc between him and Dawn. The cannon blast of compressed air launched by the forward wing strike hit the disc-shaped mass of vibrations, dissipated harmlessly. Flash Spark attacked next. This disc of vibrations in front of him began to extend towards Dawn, forming an elongated cone. Along its path, Dawn could feel the air it touched become dead, numb to his senses. He shot upwards above the cone and darted to attack directly from above. This time, instead of using a blast of air, Dawn instead began to produce vibrations of his own. The humming between his feathers burst into crackling arcs of electricity as he swept his wings through circular motions, accumulating the power before jabbing out with the outermost primary of his right wing, launching a bolt of lightning like a spear straight at Flash Spark's back. The bolt slammed between Flash Spark's wings, sending arcs of energy skittering across his body. The electricity didn't seem to actually bother the armored stallion, but Dawn could feel the disruptive vibrations produced by his wings fading as the electricity arced across them. Dawn suspected that the buzz produced by the electricity itself was disrupting the precise frequency produced by Flash Spark's wings and canceling out its effects. Dawn maintained the flow of lightning he sent streaming down his wing and through the air into Flash Spark's body. With his other wing, he executed a series of smaller circular motions, carefully accumulating more power into a separate point, even as he continued to generate the electricity he was sending constantly into Flash Spark. This was the most complex trick he'd ever tried to pull off as he condensed the electricity around his left wing and molded it into the air, forming stable plasma and continuing to collect and build its power. He kept it up and it grew in potency. Dawn kept it confined to same small space, concentrating its power even more with each passing second. When he felt that it reached the absolute limit of what he could hold, Dawn kicked off the air, diving straight down at Flash Spark, twisting his body to bring the powerful bolt of pure plasma to bear in a point-blank strike. It was almost too much for him. The task of maintaining a constant stream of lighting while building up a separate charge on his opposite wing, while still remaining aloft and in control, stretched Dawn's skills to their absolute limit. Acting automatically, he let his mind and body relax as he moved, calling forth an image of a white blade extending from his feathers as he slashed downwards at Flash Spark. The bolt of plasma elongated and made an eerie whistling noise, cutting through the air in a manner similar to the vacuum blades Dawn could create. He aimed for the base of Flash Spark's wing. As he did, the motion forced him to retract his right wing and end the stream of lightning. Through his wind sense, he could feel Flash Spark's wing once again moving to alter the shape of the vibrations it generated, forming them into something that resembled a blade extending out from the wing Dawn had targeted. Even as it did so, Dawn both felt and saw the other wing stop and then start again, the tone of the buzz it generated changing slightly. Flash Spark's body twisted, bringing around the blade of shaped vibrations and swinging it to counter the blade of plasma extending off of Dawn's own wing. The two attacks collided with an angry-sounding buzzing crack. The collision between the two actually bounced Dawn away and he went tumbling through the air. As he righted himself, he saw a familiar flash of yellow and immediately kicked out to one side with his hooves, skipping to the side as a sonic lance screeched past him. If Dawn had been uncertain before, he no longer was now. Whiteshade was most definitely the one pulling the puppet strings for Flash Spark. It showed in how refined Flash Spark's moves were, how much control he had. Flash Spark had shown no skill at shaping the vibrations his wings produced or being able to use separate wings for separate tasks. Whiteshade, however, knew the full extent of what the dark matter he had merged with Flash Spark's flesh was capable of and exploited that knowledge to its fullest. If that is the case, thought Dawn, then what happens if I damage or destroy the mechanism of Whiteshade's control? His eyes focused on the horn extending out of Flash Spark's forehead. If that only appeared when White assumed control of him, then it stood to reason that White's control over Flash Spark would be broken if the horn was. Not that having Flash Spark back in control of that monstrous body was a good thing. But it at least fell into the category of less bad. Dawn frowned, but was forced to focus on keeping away from the strange vibrations given formed by one of Flash Spark's wings, while the other fired another sonic lance at him. Nearby, Rainbow Dash wanted to help Dawn fight Flash Spark, but she was fully occupied as a trio of armored ponies swarmed in on her at once. One of them closed in with her, extending a four-leg ANND, swinging it at her in a slashing arc. Hearing the faint whistling that accompanied it as Rainbow ducked underneath the swipe, she realized that the ends of these ponies' hooves were razor-sharp. Like Flash Spark, they also sported bladed tails that ended in wicked-looking stingers. However, within the armor, Rainbow could also see the trapped ponies' normal tails. Still, that little detail was mostly unimportant as Rainbow dipped and dodged through several attacks as her attackers swarmed her from above and below. Kicking out with her rear hooves, she bucked one in the stomach, even as she lashed out with a punch, catching another one in the side of the head. The pain shooting up her hooves made Rainbow grimace. Just like Flash Spark's armor, the material encasing these ponies was as hard, if not harder than steel. Worse still, just like Flash Spark, these ponies sported insectal wings that gave them almost complete freedom of movement in the air. All around her, she could see the signs of a hard-fought battle. The Wonderbolts engaged their opponents freely, their superior training and light mithril male flight suits giving them a high level of mobility that allowed them to engage several opponents at once, using hit-and-run tactics to avoid being cornered. The Pegasi of the Royal Guard weren't anywhere as mobile as the Wonderbolts, but they made up for it with solid group tactics, breaking into teams of 4 and covering one another's blind spots, allowing them to fend off attackers that converged on them from all directions. Distracted, Rainbow nearly took a hoof to the head, but barely managed to pull back away from the attack. The bladed edge of the hoof being swung at her actually scraped against the mail over Rainbow's cheek. To her relief, it held. However, the force of the blow left the spot feeling sore. Rainbow figured she'd have a bruise to show for the near miss. Back off. Soren's shout heralded his descent from above as he dropped down, slamming both of his hind hooves into the spot between the buzzing wings of Rainbow's attacker, sending him tumbling downwards before he regained control and began to return to the fight. You okay, Dashi? Asked Soren, coming to hover behind Rainbow so that they were now back to back. I'll be fine, said Rainbow, it's just a graze. Soren grunted and used a foreleg to parry a punch thrown his way before catching the pony, throwing it with an uppercut. You notice anything odd about these girls? Besides the obvious, I assumed, teased Rainbow with a roll of her eyes. I'm talking about how they fight, said Soren, looking around. Are you not seeing what I'm not seeing? It took Rainbow a moment to catch on to what he was talking about. Being dive bombed by a pair of attackers didn't help her concentration. None of those screaming laser things, she said after a moment. Yeah, agreed Soren. Also, it's kinda hard to tell with the earplugs, but I don't think they're making the same buzz that flash spark is. It isn't painful. If anything, I think it may be drowning out his wings' effects. That'd be something, said Rainbow, ducking a bladed tail. What do you think it means? Well, I'm guessing that, when it came to arming these ponies up, Morningstar or White Shade, or whatever it is he wants to be called right now, didn't give these girls the full package. I think they're sporting a more basic version. Using his stomach muscles, Soren pulled up his hind legs and threw his body into a backflip, kicking in an arc over their heads and smacking the skull of a mare who'd tried to get the drop on them. Well, that's a relief, said Rainbow dryly. Notice something else. What is it? Asked Soren. We figured the ponies in the armor aren't exactly volunteers, right? Said Rainbow. That means they're not the ones in control of what they're doing. That's true, agreed Soren. White Shade can't be controlling this many ponies directly, at least, I hope he can't be. So maybe if we figure out how he's controlling them, we can break them out of it, said Rainbow, even if we can't break them out of that armor. Looking around, Rainbow had already spied another thing that all of their attackers had in common. It's the horns, she said. Yeah, agreed Soren, so if we can do something about those horns, maybe we can break them out from under White's control. That sounds like a good plan, said Rainbow. The problem is how we're gonna bust those things up. They're probably just as hard as the rest of that armor. She winced at the thought. Her hooves already ached from pounding against that unyielding substance. She was lucky that the ponies behind that armor weren't so heavy that they weren't knocked away by her blows, or she was sure that her hooves would have shattered by now. As it was, the ponies she hit merely bounced away only to come back and press their attack endlessly. During their first fight with Flash Spark, Rainbow and those who'd fought with him had worked out how to damage him, in spite of his powerful armor. While it seemed to be nearly indestructible, the flesh beneath it was not. They'd worked to strike in such ways that the joints of his armor were driven into the flesh beneath, turning the material's strength and hardness against the pony under its protection. According to Dawn and Firefly, that weakness had apparently been rectified by White, who'd apparently modified the flesh beneath Flash Spark's armor. From the looks of things, the rest of White Shade's army wasn't so equipped, as the ponies beneath that armor looked much the same as they would have without it. The same tactic would probably work here. The problem was that, even if such a tactic promised to be effective, there was no way in Tartarus that Rainbow would be willing to use it. Given what Flash Sentry had said about the ponies left behind in the palace, these ponies were the imprisoned cultists, nobles, and their loyal cronies who'd earned their place in the dungeons and prisons with their crimes. But she didn't think that the equestrian code of law would ever come up with a punishment as cruel as this. However bad the ponies beneath that armor might have been, they didn't deserve to be pounded until they hacked up blood for being forced into a battle where they had no control of their bodies. Rainbow's thoughts were interrupted by a shrieking noise and an ear-splitting hum that made her bones rattle. Beside her, Soren let out a cry of surprise and pain, flinching from the sudden onslaught of sound, and took a punch to the gut from a knife-edged hoof employed by an attacker who'd taken advantage of his momentary distraction. Fortunately, his flight suit took the blow and kept him from being disemboweled. An ebony form tumbled past Rainbow's vision, followed by a screaming streak of yellow that left her blinking. Dawn lashed out with a forehoof, pushing off the air itself to change the direction of his spin and tumble, getting him just barely out of the way of the sonic lance Flash Spark had fired at him. The lance continued on past him, where a stallion of the Royal Guard was deadlocked against a mare trapped in armor. The lance sliced clean through both of them, cutting them in two. Blood sprayed in all directions as both of the mortally injured ponies cried out in agony, the pieces of their severed bodies dropping down towards the unforgiving ground below. That bastard! Screamed Rainbow, whirling to glare at Flash Spark, who was buzzing towards them now. Though he flew straight and in perfect control, there seemed to be a lopsided quality to his flight, as his two wings appeared to be buzzing at different frequencies. Soren grimaced but held his tongue, making sure that he restrained Rainbow with a hoof on her shoulder. Nothing good would come from her charging in a fit of rage. She'd be cut to pieces before she could get anywhere close, not that she could do anything if she did get in close. He was angry too. It was clear that White Shade cared nothing about the ponies he was using to shield himself and considered them disposable tools. Careful, warned Dawn, coming to hover next to them. He's much more dangerous now than when Flash Spark is actually in control. An armor-clad attacker dropped in on them from above, but Dawn's wing blurred and a cannon blast of compressed air slammed into her and sent her into an uncontrolled spin until her armored body smashed into the wall of one of the palace's towers. We need to take out their horns, said Rainbow, glancing at Dawn. You got any ideas? Dawn looked back at her and his eyes narrowed slightly. Maybe. Where is your teacher? Blinking, Rainbow looked around for Firefly. She spotted her teacher amongst a swarm of nearly 50 attacking ponies, all by herself. Firefly was still flying normally, but moved with a dancer's grace, effortlessly avoiding every strike that came her way, often using the bodies of attacking ponies to change the direction of her flight in unpredictable ways, causing two or more of her attackers to slam together. She moved about the battle zone, drawing attackers off of Royal Guards and Wonderbolts alike as they all focused on the much more difficult target she presented and kept them from getting swamped by the sheer number of enemies. Looks like she's doing just fine, said Rainbow. Look out, shouted Soren, suddenly bowling into her body from the side. At the edges of her vision, Rainbow could see Dawn blurring into motion as well. There was another shriek as Flash Spark fired another sonic lance at Dawn. Dawn, however, sensed that something was different about this attack. At the same time that Flash Spark fired the lance, his other wing actively shaped the vibrations it produced just as it had before. Only, this time, it shaped those vibrations into a lance not unlike the one being fired off the first wing. This lance was almost completely invisible to the naked eye. Dawn could barely perceive it with his gaze, marking out a faint blurring, matching the buzzing motion of the wing itself. Through the wind, he felt the change in the vibration's shape, felt the two different lances extend until they intersected a short distance away from where Dawn, Soren, and Rainbow Dash had been hovering. When they met, Dawn's wind sense was beset with the feeling of the air somehow cracking and breaking at the point of contact, as though it were a solid object. Black lines, resembling cracks, appeared on the shining yellow of the sonic lance. In an instant, it shattered like glass, bursting into countless flashettes of yellow light shooting off in every direction. Dawn had to dance and whirl to escape them, barely managing to avoid injury. He winced as he felt the edge of one of those shards of light clip a primary and slice part of it away completely. 2 more shaved hairs off his mane. Yet another punched a hole clean through the hairs of his tail. Other ponies in their vicinity, both enemy and ally, were not so lucky. Screams of pain and fear momentarily drowned out the buzz of insect wings as the scattered shards of Flash Spark's sonic lance pierced through flesh, bone, and dark matter armor with contemptuous ease, punching holes through wings and barrels. Blood sprayed out from half a dozen wounds where the flechettes had cut into critical arteries and veins. Nearly a dozen ponies began to drop from the sky. "Soren!" screamed Rainbow, her voice cracking with hysteria as Dawn looked over at them. Rainbow had been successfully knocked clear of the attack and had been lucky enough to escape injury. Soren hadn't. Dawn could see a hole that went clean through his mithril mail on one side of his back. Another had punched through the flesh of his haunch. From the gurgling noise escaping Soren's throat, along with the blood bubbling up in his mouth, Dawn feared that his lung had been hit. "No!" yelled Rainbow, desperately throwing her arms around Soren to keep him from dropping. All around the pair, more enemies came rushing in like a swarm of bees on the attack. Rainbow, in no position to retaliate, could only close her eyes and steel herself, hoping that her mail would absorb the worst of the blows. Dawn flickered into position directly above her, vanishing so quickly that another sonic lance from Flash Spark speared right through the afterimage he left behind. The ebony Colt's wings became indistinct blurs as he swept them out in several quick swipes in succession. Hammer blows of compressed air slammed into the attacking ponies, knocking them away. Flash Spark came rushing in to press his own attack, but Dawn wasn't having any of that. Turning about, Dawn swept his wings in exaggerated circles, as though they were joined by a bar that ran across his shoulders, a buzz of his own canceling out the sound of Flash Spark's wings. The buzz grew in volume, becoming arcs of lightning that trailed behind his wings as they continued to circle. Despite the fact that Flash Spark was closing in, Dawn continued to calmly prepare his attack, gathering his power. Anger blazed in the Colt's heart as his mind pictured the ponies that had been hurt by that last attack, including Soren, some pony Dawn considered a friend, some pony he'd confided in and even turned to for advice. He let that feeling flow into the motion of his wings, building his power. The lightning crackled, fed by his angry feelings, threatening to burn his own feathers and scorch his own flesh. But Dawn relaxed by feeding his anger into it, keeping the power circulating ceaselessly, even as it built with each passing second. Working gradually, he reduced its area of circulation, concentrating its power and merging it with the air that was being swept up in his wings. Flash Spark fired another sonic lance, but Dawn dodged without even thinking about it, barely moving his body at all so that the lance passed right over his shoulder, missing by mere millimeters. Flash swept the lance downward, aiming to cut Dawn's wing right off. But the Colt rapidly slipped to the side without breaking his technique. As Flash Spark closed in, Dawn turned sideways towards him, narrowing the rotation of his wings and sweeping them into tighter and tighter circles. As his side was facing the charging Flash Spark, the rotation of his wings closed until they were no longer moving in circles at all. Instead, Dawn lunged sideways, snapping out the wing facing Flash Spark so that the outermost primary was pointed right at the insectal stallion. As he did so, Dawn put the full force of his body behind the motion, feeding all the energy he'd built up into the air and lightning, merging them together into a spear of white-hot plasma that launched out from his wingtip and thrust at Flash Spark. Dawn let all of his anger flow into the attack, leaving him feeling calm and relaxed, his mind pleasantly blank as the spear of his rage flew at Flash Spark, filled with his intent to pierce into the stallion. Flash Spark spun in place, using the wing that produced those disruptive vibrations to create an humming shield between him and the oncoming lance. But Dawn's attack seemed to punch through it, the vibrations fragmenting and cracking like glass. The lance thrust onward and burrowed into his side, punching through that white armor, burning into the flesh beneath it, and out the other side, leaving a hole as wide as one of Dawn's hooves through the middle of his barrel. No sound escaped from Flash Spark's mouth, not so much as a grunt of pain. For a moment, the stallion hung suspended by his wings, like a puppet on its strings, spinning in place. Smoke poured from the hole Dawn's attack had punched through his body. Momentarily suspending his full attention from Flash Spark, Dawn returned his attention to Rainbow Dash and Soren. The two of them had lost a fair bit of altitude as Rainbow was pulled down by the stallion's weight, too busy being distraught by his condition to devote her strength to keeping them aloft. The attackers Dawn had knocked away a few seconds ago were already returning. Dawn moved to rush to their aid. A thunderous clap filled the air and the sky flared white and blue. Firefly, her wings transfigured into blazing constructs of light, came streaking in. She twisted her body and her wings burst into streams of light that launched out at the swarming attackers like a barrage of spears, smashing through their armor and pounding into the vulnerable flesh beneath. Strangled cries of pain filled the air as several ponies dropped from the sky, their wings broken. Others were smashed into, or even through, the palace towers and ramparts. A brief silence seemed to settle over that small section of the sky as Firefly came to a stop by Rainbow and Soren, with Dawn coming in to hover a little behind her. "Get him down to the medics," said Firefly, pointing down to where the Royal Guard unicorns and earth ponies had assembled in the courtyard. Already, the guard medics were tending a dozen Pegasi from their own ranks. A pair of blue and gold figures were also visible on the stretchers. As Rainbow rushed to get Soren down to the stretchers, Dawn gave Firefly an angry look. She responded with a glare of her own. "Don't you start. I understand these ponies are victims, but they were imprisoned for a reason. If it comes down to saving their lives or yours, I'm damn well going to save yours, even if it means killing them. I know it's bad, but you've got to make the hard decisions at some point." With a sigh, Dawn sagged. "I suppose you're right, but..." "Hey," said Firefly, "I wish there was another way, but I can't figure one out." "Their horns," said Rainbow, flying back up to join them. "You shouldn't even be up here at all," said Firefly, glaring at Rainbow. "You weren't ready last night and you certainly aren't any more ready today. You should be down there with your friends so that you can head right in once Twilight Sparkle breaches the gates." "I'm a Wonderbolt," said Rainbow firmly, "so until Twilight breaks through, this is where I belong." Firefly opened her mouth to scold her impetuous protege when Dawn cut her off. "You mentioned their horns, I had the same idea." "What's this about horns?" asked Firefly, looking annoyed at being interrupted. Dawn gestured to the armored ponies around them, many of whom were once again closing into attack. They all sported horns on their heads, whether they were unicorns or not. Flash Spark's horn only appeared when Whiteshade assumed direct control of him. Presumably that means that the horns are how Whiteshade assumes control over all of these ponies. If we remove their horns, then they might not be enemies anymore. Firefly looked around at the ponies hovering around them. You might have something there, she said. It's just speculation, but it's better than nothing. Let me test it out. Can we even break those things? Asked Rainbow. Firefly can't, said Dawn. After all, she can break through their armor easily enough. You could probably do it too, kiddo, said Firefly, but you haven't mastered the technique well enough to hit such a small target yet. Just leave it to me. Spreading her wings out, they once again burst into light, transforming into wings of pure light and energy that made the air around her hum. She shot off into the sky, becoming a streak of light zipping around faster than the eyes could track. She zeroed in on one of the enemy ponies and charged straight in at the armored stallion. He noticed her approach at the last second and began to reverse direction. But Firefly was already on him. One of her shining feathers seemed to transform, thinning out and elongating until a long, slender blade extended out as Firefly swung the wing at her target. The edge of the blade hit the pony's horn. There was a brief pause as it made contact. For a moment it looked as though the blade wouldn't penetrate the dark matter. But then it suddenly accelerated, slicing through the horn like a hot knife through butter. The severed horn went spinning through the air, whilst the stump it left behind glowed red hot after the passage of Firefly's attack. The pony who'd just been hit froze in place, his body hanging in the exact pose it had been in when Firefly's attack had connected, as though his armor had locked in place and kept him from moving. For a moment Dawn and the others feared that he would resume attacking after a second. But then, a crack formed in the stallion's armor. It lengthened, branched out, spreading all across his body. His wings froze in place and his body began to fall. As it fell, the armor began to peel away, flaking off and revealing the earth pony underneath. As he fell, the pony let out a blood-curdling scream and began to flail his limbs wildly as he plummeted towards a messy end down below. Oh, stop screaming, you big baby, snapped Firefly as she came up alongside him, rapping him sharply on the head. Somehow, the blow seemed to knock the stallion unconscious instantly, allowing Firefly to catch his limp body and lower him to the ground. Dawn and Rainbow followed, fending off other attacks as they went. Well, that worked, said Dawn as they settled onto the ground. Bit of a problem though, Rainbow pointed out as Firefly settled the stallion on the grass. Playing catch the cultist is gonna get old after a while, admitted Firefly. Why don't you leave that to us? The three of them looked up to see a familiar pony approaching them. Hey, Shining Armor, said Rainbow with a grin, finally caught up to us, huh? Yep, said Shining, returning her grin, if you can keep the battle directly above this space, me and the other unicorns can work on catching them. I think we can manage that, said Firefly, this isn't gonna be easy or fast though, not with so many of them. It doesn't matter, declared Rainbow, let's do it. Hey, shouted Firefly as her student shot up into the sky. Firefly took off after her, muttering under her breath. Stupid, reckless, I swear, she's just like me when I was her age. Dawn chuckled and moved to follow them. However, he paused as a familiar buzz rattled his bones. Looking up, he saw Flash Spark, who, until recently, had been hanging limply from his wings with a hole through his barrel, descend on Rainbow, his wings blurring and the air around one of them beginning to shimmer. Through the other, he felt that strange disruptive vibration beginning to build again. He's going to do it again, thought the Colt in horror, recognizing the preparatory steps to that burst of sonic shrapnel Flash Spark had launched at them briefly. Firefly saw Flash Spark too. Already, her wings had blazed into light once again and she charged at him headlong. At the last second, Flash Spark changed his action, shaping his vibrations instead into a disc-like shield that he held between him and Firefly. She slammed bodily into it and rebounded, blood streaming from her nose and mouth as her wings of light shattered like they were made of glass, leaving behind her normal Pegasus wings. Look out, shouted Dawn, rushing towards Rainbow, who had seemed oblivious to Flash Spark's approach. Dawn's words prompted Rainbow to look around and see the insectal stallion coming for her. Though he'd abandoned attacking with the disruptive vibrations from his left wing in order to block Firefly, his right wing still launched a sonic lance straight at Rainbow. Dawn's warning was barely enough for her to twist out of the attack's path, narrowly missing it, slicing right across her throat by a few centimeters. Her eyes narrowed in anger as she glared at the approaching Flash Spark. Even after he'd been banished from Ponyville, he'd continued to cause trouble. He'd embraced the enhancements that Whiteshade had offered, menaced her friends, terrorized the ponies close to her. And now, he'd hurt Soren too. How badly, Rainbow couldn't say, but the fact that Soren was hurt at all was enough. That Flash Spark was currently under Whiteshade's complete control didn't matter. He'd have done it perhaps even gleefully, if he were acting of his own volition. Rainbow intended to put him down permanently. Author's notes. Once again, it's always an interesting challenge to describe phenomena that defy possibility, such as the idea that vibrations can be shaped like an object. When you have the same characters fighting again and again, it gets to be a bit of a pin to figure out how to write the fight scene so that it's sufficiently different from the previous ones. Next chapter, Rainbow Graduates. Running the Gauntlet. Chapter 30, Running the Gauntlet. Rainbow's conviction was firm. She had to put an end to Flash Spark, that much was clear. But how? Her hooves couldn't make a dent in that dark matter armor. From what Dawn had told her and what she'd seen of the aftermath of his last attack on Ponyville, simply trying to touch him was dangerous. Only Dawn or Firefly had ever been able to actually break through that defense. That was it then. If she could use the technique Firefly had used, the technique Firefly had been teaching her, Rainbow could hurt Flash Spark. She could smash through that armor, but she'd had no success in using it. Firefly had told her to look for her wings of the heart, the image that existed in the depths of her being that embodied her love of the sky. Suddenly, her mind went back to the previous evening, where she and Soren were lounging on a cloud, quietly talking. She remembered his words, when you're out there flying, you practically shine. That was right. It wasn't about anger, it was about doing what she loved most. And what Rainbow loved most was flying. She loved the feeling of the wind flowing over her feathers, ruffling through her mane. She loved that sense of fear and elation that accompanied a challenging stunt, the sense of accomplishment that accompanied her performing one of her sonic rain booms, the feeling of punching through the essence of the sky itself until it broke around her with a crash of thunder and the world was washed away by colored light. The anger was still there, but it was sidelined by a much more powerful feeling that hummed through Rainbow's veins. She felt, rather than saw Flash Spark launching another sonic lance at her. Without thinking, Rainbow gracefully rolled out of the way. She barely noticed when Dawn moved in, bombarding Flash Spark with hammer blasts of air that burst against the shield of shaped vibrations that Flash Spark held between them. She barely sensed the two of them enter into a pitched battle, tangling fiercely as they danced across the sky, exchanging blasts of lightning and shrieking beams of yellow light freely. Instead, Rainbow sank deep within herself, letting her body go slack as she focused on the feeling Soren's words had stirred in her. Firefly had once told her that this technique's true power was born of love, love of the sky, love of flying. Rainbow latched onto that love. In her mind, she saw a picture taking form, an image of a pair of wings that were not the ones she was familiar with but yet still unquestionably hers. They were there before her mind's eye, ruffling, flexing, stretching, eager to break out of the confines of her mind and greet the sky. But how do I get them out? She wondered. She thought back to her earliest lessons with Firefly and what Firefly had told her. The wings were an image formed from her love for the sky. Projecting that image out was what unicorns did. She had to project that image out through her Pegasus magic the way a unicorn might cast a very basic spell. But that wasn't all she needed. That's right, a medium. Just like with Earth Pony magic, the wings needed a medium to bring them out into the world. There was only one medium Rainbow could ever think to use, the perfect medium for a Pegasus, the one that had been with her since the day she was born, or rather, the two. Her wings, her flesh and blood wings would serve as the medium to bring the wings of the heart out into the world and make that image into reality. Reflexively, Rainbow extended her wings out as far as she could reach. She fixed the image into her mind and focused on sending it out through her wings, reaching with her magic as Firefly had taught her, extending the image of those wings before her mind's eye as she did so. There was a clap of thunder and a blaze of varicolored light washing across the sky like a miniature sonic rainboom. The battle ground to a halt as every pony, even those attacking under the control of White Shade's dark matter, froze in place and turned to stare at the spectacle. Even Firefly, busy as she was carving the horns off of the armored ponies she was attacking, paused to examine Rainbow's actions. Well, I'll be, she said, grinning triumphantly at what she saw. I never thought she'd do it under these circumstances. That's my girl. Rainbow's wings were transfigured. Their span had easily increased by 5 times. Like Firefly's, they were detached, hovering in the air a scant few inches from her shoulders where they'd been fixed before in their previous state. However, they moved as though they were still attached to her body. Having expanded in size, her wings still perfectly resembled those of a regular Pegasus in shape, with each primary, secondary, and even the covers all rendered faithfully. However, each feather looked as though it had been shaped out of solid light. Their glowing colors matched those in Rainbow's mane, starting with the dark violet along each wing's leading edge, with each successive line of feathers behind it a different color and terminating with a line of bright red along her primaries and secondaries. Panting for breath, Rainbow looked at her handiwork. Her wings were glorious, shining brightly. She could feel them, even though they no longer seemed to be flesh and blood, or even physically connected to her body for that matter. In fact, she felt them even more clearly than she'd felt her normal wings, felt every feather of hardened light as though it was a pure extension of her will. She could feel and move them in ways that she'd never been able to with her normal wings. More importantly, she felt incredibly light, as though her body weighed nothing. Narrowing her eyes, she turned and favored Flash Spark with a triumphant smirk. It's time to show you what these babies can do. She paused even as she thought that. Hang on, what can these babies do? Flash Spark, it seemed, was not willing to give Rainbow the time she needed to figure it out. Instead, he surged towards her, rushing past Dawn, whose attention had been stolen by Rainbow's new wings. It took the Colt a second to realize that he'd allowed Flash Spark to slip past him, and he took up pursuit, launching a blast of compressed air at Flash Spark to try and knock him off course. However, Flash Spark nimbly bounced out of the attack's way, spinning about even as he came around. From one of his wings, that disruptive vibration, shaped like a broad blade, stretched out at Dawn, aiming for the air under his wings. Dawn responded by kicking down with all 4 hooves and shooting up over the arc of Flash Spark's swing. Shooting forward, Dawn positioned himself above Flash Spark and snapped both his wings straight down, launching twin spears of lightning off of his extended primaries. Both bolts erupted into sparks against Flash Spark's armor, jolting him slightly and disrupting his flight, giving Dawn the chance to follow up with another blast of compressed air, this one slamming Flash Spark straight down. Rainbow watched the fight, her will to attack wavering as she realized she had no idea what to do. She'd gotten a few glimpses of what Firefly could do with her wings, but had never thought about how to actually do any of that herself. All of her training had been mostly focused on simply reaching this point. How she could put her wings to use was something Rainbow had always known would be taught to her later. You had to pick the worst time for us to start your next lessons, said Firefly in a wry tone as she drifted down, her wings once again in their normal state so that she could hover directly above and behind Rainbow. Reaching down, she gently rested a hoof between Rainbow's shoulders, the gentle pressure giving the younger mare a feeling of relief. What do I do? Asked Rainbow, not looking away from Dawn and Flash Spark's fight. All around them, the other ponies that White Shade had essentially enslaved buzzed about. But Firefly's attacks had allowed her to thin their numbers, allowing the Wonderbolts and Royal Guards to keep them away. You can feel them clearly, right? Asked Firefly, like they're a perfect extension of your will. That's because they are. Those wings come from your heart and mind, a pure manifestation of your magic. What do I do to get them to work like yours? Asked Rainbow. You can't, said Firefly, each pair of wings is different. Yours will work differently from mine. But, like I said, they come from within you. If you listen, they will tell you what they can do. Rainbow frowned. Firefly's words seemed like more philosophical mumbo-jumbo. But then again, it had been similar philosophical mumbo-jumbo that Rainbow had had to understand in order to get her wings in the first place. She supposed that was more than enough reason to listen to Firefly now. Close your eyes, said Firefly, take a deep breath. Feel your wings. Think about how they feel and what they do. You'll find the answer. Closing her eyes, Rainbow did as Firefly bid her, relaxing her body and mind, giving herself up entirely to the sensation of those wings. She felt the power humming through them, building every time she flexed them, almost feeling like massive springs coiling. She knew that with but a thought those wings could send her shooting through the skies, hitting the speed necessary to produce a sonic rainboom with hardly any effort. The rainboom, that's it. The revelation hit Rainbow's mind like a runaway train. The power of her wings felt almost literally explosive. If she could use their power, maybe she could make her enemies feel what it was like to be hit with the full power of a sonic rainboom explosion. Rainbow had never before considered using the sonic rain boom as a weapon. It was a stunt she performed through tremendous effort. Of course, there was almost no way to finally control when and where the rain boom was produced or how the energy it unleashed was directed, at least, not the way Rainbow Dash normally did it. Let's give it a try, she thought. Dawn, she shouted, her voice prompting Dawn to look at her even as he skipped out of the way of a sonic lance. Switch with me. The Colt met her eyes for a second. She saw hesitation there. However, Dawn relented and nodded his agreement to her strategy, skipping aside and leaving Rainbow with a clear path to Flash Spark. Almost immediately, the insectal stallion noticed her and began to turn towards her. But to Rainbow, he might as well have not been moving at all. An explosive clap rocked the sky and she covered the distance between them in an instant, moving so quickly that, with her wings on either side of her, she seemed like a streak of light. Before Flash Spark could even react, she was right in front of him, scant inches separating the two of them. Try this one for size, said Rainbow. She turned her body and thrust one of her great, shining wings straight at him. The wings seemed to dissolve into a torrent of feathers, the blazing swirl of color reminding Rainbow of a blast from the elements of harmony. There was a low boom, followed by a second one, and two shockwaves of coruscating color burst out in succession as the attack seemed to produce two sonic rain booms, one right after the other, before it slammed right into Flash Spark's chest. He hadn't even gotten the chance to react. Rainbow's wing impacted with a force that rocked the sky around her, releasing a third shockwave that sent every pony in the vicinity tumbling. Through her contact with him, Rainbow could feel Flash Spark's armor buckle, but not break before he was launched backwards through the sky, tumbling end over end as he tried to regain control of his flight. It didn't break, thought Rainbow as she pulled her wing back. She'd felt Flash Spark's armor give a little from the sheer force of her impact. But she didn't feel it break the way it did when Firefly or Dawn, when he was using one of his most powerful techniques, hit him. When she had first learned martial arts, Rainbow had always been taught to never attack with her wings. Using them as weapons threatened them with injury if they hit something the wrong way or clashed against something too hard. On top of that, it made them targets. Unless the wings were armed with weapons, like wing blades, the primary strategy of an unarmed Pegasus was to keep them clear of the fight and out of danger so that a Pegasus could use her mobility to its fullest effect. Using her wings now went against years of martial arts training. An attack like that went against the grain for her. Just as learning the wings of light had required Rainbow to essentially unlearn the way she'd normally flown, it seemed that learning how to use them in battle would require her to unlearn many of the basic principles of fighting she'd been taught since she was a filly. Once again, she felt Firefly's hoof come to rest between her shoulder blades. Not bad for your first try, said the older mare, but you're still green when it comes to fighting like this. What do I do? Asked Rainbow. He didn't break when I hit him, and I hit him pretty hard. It takes more than just force, replied Firefly. It's about letting everything go and putting it all into your strike. You have to put your heart and soul into it. Grumbled Rainbow. That sounds like another one of those simple but hard things you keep telling me about. She could practically hear the grin in Firefly's voice. That's because it is, she said. It's one of the most potent principles in martial arts and one of the most difficult to master. Dawn can do it, but not easily. He's only just begun how to really figure it out. It took me a lot of time to master. I'd been through countless battles by that point and had come to close to death nearly a dozen times. You want to do the same thing, but don't have the experience to truly feel how to put yourself into a battle. So I should just give up? Asked Rainbow. Firefly sighed behind her, the older mare's breath stirring the strands of Rainbow's mane against her back. There might be a way, she said, but we've only got one chance at this. This is your first time using the wings of light, you're not gonna last much longer, and once you run out of juice, it's going to be a few hours before you can even get off the ground again. Let's make it count. Grimacing, Rainbow nodded. In the distance, she could see Flash Spark's tumble come to a halt as he finally managed to regain control of his flight. A second later, he was charging straight back in. Remember the exercise we did back when you first started? Asked Firefly. You mean using just my magic to get off the ground? Asked Rainbow. That's the one. We're going to do something similar to that, said Firefly. Right now, I want you to stop worrying about anything else and listen to my voice. Don't bother with anything else around you. Don't even think about Flash Spark. Rainbow slowly inhaled, holding her breath for a little before letting it out, sending all of her stray thoughts and worries out along with it. Okay. Good, said Firefly. Now I want you to relax your body and just breathe. Her voice took on a strong, steady cadence, its gentle sound lulling Rainbow into a relaxed state. Now feel your power gathering at the core of your body. Let it gather in your gut with every breath you take. Build it up further and further. Feel the energy build inside you. Flash Spark continued to charge in. As he approached, the tone of the buzz produced by his right wing began to climb sharply in pitch as light began to gather at the front of his wing. With an ear-splitting shriek, he launched a sonic lance straight at Rainbow's chest. Rainbow didn't even consciously feel it as Firefly shifted the pressure she applied with her hoof, guiding Rainbow to one side just enough that the lance missed them by inches. When I tell you to strike, I want you to guide the power in your core out through your wing. You're going to put your entire body into it just as you would when you're punching. Let the flow of power guide the movement of your body so that you can release it all. Put everything into this attack. Flash Spark closed in again. Firefly could see the faint blurring in the air produced by his left wing that marked those strange disruptive vibrations that could somehow be shaped as though they were a solid object. At the same time, she heard the shriek of his right wing as he prepared another sonic lance. It seemed that he was going to make another go at that sonic shrapnel attack that had nearly killed Soren earlier. Gently, she leaned forward, putting a little extra pressure against Rainbow's back. The slight cue urged the two of them forward, bringing Rainbow into striking range. Now strike, snapped Firefly abruptly. Rainbow's body moved automatically, as though the movement had been ingrained in her on an instinctual level. She twisted, swinging her right wing with her entire body, using her spine as a fulcrum as she threw all her weight into the attack. Once again, her wing seemed melt into a torrent of rainbow-colored feathers that charged straight for Flash Spark. However, instead of producing miniature rainbooms, a single point of light seemed to gather at the very tip of her wing as it lanced straight for her target. It glowed with the ferocity of a miniature prismatic star, shining brighter as it surged forward until it made contact with Rainbow's target. She couldn't quite put into words how she knew exactly where it was, but she knew precisely where she needed to aim. That miniature star slammed into the base of Flash Spark's horn. Then the rainboom came. A thunderous crash and a ring of color burst out at the very point of impact. Through her wing, Rainbow could feel Flash Spark's horn crack, then shatter entirely. The dark matter encasing his head fragmented and scattered. The blow snapped his neck to one side with a sickening crack and sent his body spinning away like a rag doll. For the first time since the fight had started, a shriek of pure agony escaped Flash Spark as he once again tumbled through the sky. Nice, said Firefly grimly, I think you got him. Rainbow panted hard, sweat slicking down her mane. Her body had felt so light before, but now it felt like lead. A fog clouded her mind, making her feel like closing her eyes and lying down for a little. Time for you to head back down and join your friends, said Firefly, you're not in any shape to keep fighting and they're going to need you more now. Oh, okay, said Rainbow, slumping. A few armored ponies swarmed down towards them, trying to take advantage of Rainbow's exhaustion. However, Dawn arrived, slamming them off course with blasts of wind. I'll take her down, said Dawn, moving to support Rainbow and guiding her back towards the ground. Fine by me, said Firefly with a chuckle as she turned to survey the battle. The Wonderbolts were doing a good job keeping the enemy occupied and the Royal Guards were still mostly in good order. Spitfire flashed across the upper reaches of the fight, hitting enemies with fiery punches. Unfortunately, it seemed there wasn't anything she could do to actually damage that armor. It fell to Firefly to bring their enemies down. Putting her hooves to her lips, Firefly blew a piercing whistle that carried over the omnipresent buzz of so many insectal wings. Recognizing the signal from below, Spitfire saw Firefly waving her down and quickly swooped down, dodging several swings from bladed hooves and bucking away an attacker who tried to come up behind her. What's up? She asked, coming to hover in front of Firefly. We've figured out how to take these fools down, said Firefly. I can break their horns and that seems to destroy their armor. Shining Armor and the Royal Guard are set to catch any pony who falls down after we do it. She gestured down at the Royal Guard formation below. I think you know what we need to do. Spitfire gave her friend and former mentor a confident smile. I think I do, she said. Looking up, she roared in her best parade ground voice, WONDERBOLTS. Round 'em up. It only took a few additional signals with her wings and feathers for Spitfire to indicate where she wanted the enemy ponies to be herded. However, once they got the message, they moved quickly, using their agility and speed to knock their armored attackers in the direction of the sky that Spitfire was indicating. As they did, Firefly took deep breaths, gathering her strength to make one last push and bring this fight to an end. There were still countless ponies in the sky who needed to be dealt with. It was a daunting task, even for a celestial knight, but Firefly had absolute faith in her ability to get the job done. Supported by Dawn, Rainbow Dash drifted in for a landing next to her friends, who swarmed her with excitement and concern. That was super awesome, exclaimed Pinky, bouncing in wide circles around Rainbow and Dawn as the Colt propped the cerulean mare up. That's gotta be the best stunt you've ever pulled. I can't wait to see you use it in your next Wonderbolts show. Rainbow let out a small, faint snort of laughter. Thanks, Pinky, she said. Her wings flickered, then vanished in a burst of glittering motes, leaving behind her flesh and blood wings once more. I gotta say, that's one, oh the best things I've seen ya do, Sugar Cube, said Applejack as she moved to take Dawn's place holding Rainbow up, but y'all look plumb tuckered out. Are y'all gonna be up to storm in the castle with us? I kinda have to be, said Rainbow weakly, we need all the elements there, after all. Are you sure you're going to be alright? Asked Fluttershy as she came over to stand next to Dawn, absently rubbing one of her wings across his back, as though trying to confirm that he was there and unharmed. I'll manage, said Rainbow, I'm not going to be getting off the ground anytime soon, but I can stick with you girls. If you're sure, said Rarity, I have to say, that was one of the most spectacular things I've seen in my lifetime. It certainly trumps your sonic rainboom, and you managed to give that Flash Spark Cad what for by the look of things. I don't feel all that good about it, said Rainbow drearily, it doesn't really feel like I did it. But you did do it, said Pinky, grinning and bouncing, you hit him with your wing and he went boom. Well yeah, agreed Rainbow, but I wouldn't have been able to do it if Firefly hadn't been helping me. It almost felt as though she was using me to fight, like she was steering my body or something. I think she used a sort of suggestion with you, said Dawn, she put you in the proper frame of mind to carry out your attack, but you don't have the experience to do that and actually attack, so Firefly guided you into action. It says a great deal that you were able to do it at all, even with her help, and on your first time no less. I believe that's an accomplishment you can take pride in. Rainbow blushed and looked away from Dawn. Coming from a Colt who'd studied the martial arts much more deeply than Rainbow ever had, that was quite the compliment indeed. Thanks kiddo. A crackling and sparking noise, accompanied by a violet flash, called Rainbow's attention to the one pony who hadn't come over to talk to her. Twilight Sparkle stood resolutely before the palace gates, the entirety of her attention focused on the task at hoof. Her horn sparked and shimmered and faint flares of her magic blossomed amongst the thorny vines of unnatural material that crossed in front of the gates. How's it going? Asked Rainbow. I honestly couldn't tell you, said Rarity with a shrug, she hasn't said a word since she started. I don't think the fact a small war started above us even made her blink. She's really working hard, added Fluttershy softly. Seeing the sweat matting Twilight's coat, Rainbow had to agree with Twilight's assessment. So, how much longer is this gonna take? As I said, we have no idea. Rarity's voice was cut off by a creaking groan from the palace gates, accompanied by an unearthly jingle that made their bones rattle. Twilight's magical aura, looking a little more pale, sickly almost, seemed to merge with the vines and twist. Abruptly, the vines crossing over the center of the gates began to twist in on themselves, their forms running like paint that had been splashed with water and swirling around a drain. The effect spread until it affected the vines over the entirety of the gates, all of them swirling in towards the center and disappearing at a single point. Finally, they were gone. Twilight's magic, its normal color now, pressed up against the gates and pushed them inwards, revealing the way inside the palace. I guess she's done now, said Applejack flatly. Relaxing, Twilight sighed in relief and wiped her brow before turning to regard her friends. I'm sorry that took so long. The materials those vines were made out of was harder to figure out than I thought. She paused, taking in Rainbow's exhausted state. What in Equestria happened to you? Giving Twilight a deadpan stare, Rainbow simply pointed a hoof up at the battle that was still raging overhead. Oh, said Twilight, grinning sheepishly and rubbing the back of her head. Well, there ain't any thins to be gained by settin' here and coolin' our hoofs, said Applejack, hoisting Rainbow Dash onto her back with only a faint sound of protest from the tired Pegasus. Let's get this thing done so we can scamper on home. Quite, agreed Rarity with a nod, a gesture Pinky and Fluttershy emulated, the former with an uncharacteristically serious look on her face. Wait, said Don, holding up a hoof, his body tensing. He could sense something from within the palace, something familiar. Now that he could use his wind sense to expand his awareness into the palace itself, he could feel the faint traces of another pony up ahead. What is it? Asked Fluttershy, looking at her son in confusion. There's Don's mouth clamped shut and the others joined him, yelling in pain, desperately covering their ears as a piercing buzz washed over them and every pony in their vicinity. What the hey? Snapped Rainbow, less affected than the others thanks to the earplugs she was wearing. Despite that, she could still feel the buzz rattling all the bones in her body. She knew this sound all too well. Only Flash Spark could do this, but the sound was much more intense than it usually was. She looked in the direction that Flash Spark had been knocked and her eyes widened. There he was, speeding in on the attack. His movements were different though. Flash Spark's flight was erratic, looping and turning back on itself on several occasions, reminding Rainbow of an actual insect. As he got closer, she was able to notice a few details about him that were different than before. Her attack had done more than simply break off his horn. It had stripped off the armor around his face. However, unlike the armor of the trapped ponies that formed the bulk of Whiteshade's defense force, Flash Spark's armor had either bonded with or replaced his skin. As a consequence, the left side of his face looked completely burned away. Even from this distance, she could clearly see his one exposed eye, which had previously been hidden behind a compound lens, rolling in its socket without any lids. Whatever flesh had been beneath his cheek and jaw had been stripped away, leaving stark white bone. The hideous sight made Rainbow want to heave. Flash Spark's exposed eye finally fixed on her, which made a terrified shudder run down Rainbow's spine. R-A-A-A-A-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I- through the outer fringes of the aerial battle still taking place. Light gathered around both his wings. However, rather than two sonic lances aiming for her, Flash Spark's wings seemed to burst with lances of yellow light in all directions, swinging about erratically and cutting through anything in their path. At least one pony of the royal guard wasn't quick enough at getting out of the way and went tumbling away, streaming blood and nursing an amputated foreleg. Get inside, said Don, tensing and spreading his wings, preparing to launch himself upwards to meet Flash Spark. Don, exclaimed Fluttershy, reaching for her son. Before Don could even leave the ground, a blue and gold streak, wreathed by orange and yellow flames, cut across Flash Spark's path. Spitfire whipped around and punched with her right forehoof, catching the unarmored section of Flash Spark's face with a punch that exploded, drawing an agonized scream from the twisted former Pegasus and knocking him away. Go, shouted Spitfire. Don, go with them. Don hesitated, but Fluttershy gently brushed her wing over his back, which seemed to be all the prompting that Don needed to join them. Keeping next to his mother, he joined Twilight and the others as they rushed inside. Following behind them came what remained of the Royal Guard's ground forces. Most of the unicorns were occupied either catching the falling ponies knocked out of the sky by Firefly or as medics attending the wounded. The majority of the ponies following behind Twilight's group were Earth ponies. As they streamed through the gate, two squads took up a guard position in the rear, making sure that no pony or nothing followed them through the gates. Twilight and her group, charging headlong into the palace interior, barely made it halfway through the entry hall before the figure of a pony dropped down from above to land soundlessly on the red carpet that ran down the middle of the entryway. Hello, said Perlin Bluestreak with a polite smile as he half spread his grayish-blue wings, the light from above glinting off their faintly metallic-looking surfaces. I've been asked to keep you from going any farther. I suggest you stop right there. I thought you were planning to renegotiate the terms of your contract, observed Don as he stepped to the front of the group, his own wings spreading slightly. I planned on it, said Perlin, but, as it turns out, my contract is nearly at its end in any case. I decided to simply see things through to their logical conclusion. Even if it means the end of the world. Asked Don, even when it could result in Coca's death. Perlin flinched visibly, his wings faltering. Then Don was directly in front of him, scant inches away, his wings blurring as he launched the forward wing strike from point-blank range, slamming Perlin with a powerful burst of compressed air that tore up the carpet and ground the marble tiles beneath it into dust. Perlin barely managed to interpose his wings between himself and the attack in time. Don had adjusted his aim slightly so that the attack was aimed upwards at an angle, taking advantage of his shorter stature to get Perlin off the floor and out of the way. Go, shouted Don, I'll hold him here. Twilight and her friends, joined by Arkenstone, sprinted on ahead, their hearts pounding as they passed beneath Perlin. Don was already shooting up to meet the young stallion head-on. Behind the girls and the knight, the ponies of the Royal Guard surged forward to join them, but were brought up short when Perlin swung one wing. The feathers of his wing seemed to detach, then vanish into thin air. Don felt those same, barely perceptible, seams that the feathers cut into the air itself before vanishing into them. Immediately, he spread out his awareness, looking for the feathers' exit points. He expected at least some of them to appear in his immediate vicinity. But instead, all of the feathers emerged in the air directly above the floor, right in front of where the Royal Guards were heading. Moving faster than the eye could track, those feathers sliced deep gouges in the marble floor, throwing up chunks of stone and strips of carpet before withdrawing back through the seams they arrived through and returning to Perlin's wing. Sorry, said Perlin, with no hint of an actual apology in his tone, but it's bad enough that I let those 7 through. My employer has always been flexible with my actions, but I think having those girls stumble in to interrupt him would be bad enough. Even a pony as gracious as he is would probably have my hide if I let the Royal Guard burst in on him. I wonder if that's really the case, thought Don, his eyes narrowing. He was no expert on deceit, but he could tell that there was something off about what Perlin had both said and done. After all, if he could send his feathers to any point without having to move them through the intervening space, then why not have them emerge in front of Twilight and the others and cut them off as well? It either spoke to limitations in Perlin's abilities that Don was unaware of, which given the rather unknown scope of the capabilities of Perlin's wings was well within the realm of possibility, or Perlin had opted not to stop Twilight and the others and let them through. The question regarding the latter was why. Still, such questions were a secondary concern. Dawn would have to trust Arkenstone to look after Twilight, Fluttershy, and the rest of the girls. Right now, it would take all of Dawn's attention, dedication, and skill to fight Perlin, who now sported wings formed from dark matter. Dawn was sure that the abilities that Perlin had already shown with those wings was merely the beginning of what they were capable of. Certainly, they were most likely even more durable than the mithril wings he had sported before, given how easily Perlin had used them to deflect Flash Spark's sonic lances the previous night. Assuming it could be done at all, it would take the highest level of Dawn's skill to break through Perlin's defense. Steeling himself, Dawn prepared for what was likely to be the most difficult fight of his life. What happened? Asked Twilight, her head beginning to turn as she risked a glance back. Keep going, said Arkenstone firmly. Perlin cut off the royal guard. I think we're on our own for the time being. Glancing sideways at her friend, Pinkie did her best to give Fluttershy an encouraging grin. It'll be okay, she said. I'm sure Dawn will be okay. Perlin's not a bad pony. Well, he is a bad pony, but he's not a bad pony. What in tarnation are ya talking about? Asked Applejack, raising an eyebrow and giving Pinkie a dubious look. I think I get what she's talking about, said Rainbow, her voice wavering a little as Applejack's gallop jostled her slightly. I mean, Perlin's crazy, there's no two ways about it, but he's never really given me a bad feeling like some of the really bad ponies we've dealt with lately. Rainbow considered herself rather experienced in that respect. She recalled the utter hate and loathing that filled her whenever she thought about Meadowlark, the overprivileged mayor who had spearheaded the tribalist takeover of Cloudsdale and had gleefully arranged for Rainbow's execution, over Rainbow defying and attacking her during their school years, and for Rainbow's crime of siding with Earth ponies and unicorns by deciding to live in Ponyville. Meadowlark and the ponies who'd supported her had been the absolute worst scum Rainbow had ever dealt with. Perlin had been their lackey, but had never been invested in their rhetoric. To him, a fight to the death was a game, something for him to indulge in. He didn't seem to mind whether it was his life or his opponent's that was taken in the end. While she couldn't accept the extremes that Perlin took it to, she could understand the competitive spirit that seemed to drive him, a warped variant of her own. Well, I can admit that I certainly don't appreciate him, but he's nice enough for a pony as dangerous as he is, said Rarity, thinking back to her encounter with Perlin, when she had inadvertently brought him back to her boutique after running into him in town. Ironically, he had been trying to avoid confrontation at that time, merely passing through Ponyville on his way to Canterlot. Rarity had ended up making him the black coat that had become his trademark to help hide his mithril wings. While Perlin had been quite firm in making sure that she made no attempt to hinder him or summon help, he had also avoided any undue violence, not even threatening her to make him the garment, but merely requesting politely. He had left a strange and unsettling impression, but not an utterly hateful one. Rarity knew that she would much rather have Perlin's business again before she entertained the likes of Camellia, Flaxseed's ex-filly friend. I suppose it must also count for something that Coco seems to have fallen for him, Rarity thought, deciding to keep her mouth shut about that particular detail. Thank you, said Fluttershy, the smile on her face equal parts grateful and wry as she noted that, in their attempt to encourage her about Dawn's prospects, they had inadvertently steered the conversation in the direction of Dawn's opponent. I'm sure that Dawn will be fine. He's gotten much stronger since I first met him, said Arkenstone softly. You aren't wrong to believe in him. Fluttershy's smile grew a little. All right, said Twilight, just a little further you RK. Her voice terminated in a grunt as Arkenstone, who'd been running shoulder to shoulder with her, abruptly lurched to the side and shoved Twilight up against the wall. Twilight hit the unyielding stone surface with a pained grunt and an impact she was sure would leave bruises later. She turned her head to scold her cold friend, but froze when she saw a small, black object falling right where she had been standing. The small cylinder hit the ground and exploded in a burst of smoke that filled the hallway. In the same instant, Arkenstone's tail lashed and something blurred through the air in front of him. The cloud of smoke split in two, opening up the space in front of them. The blade Arkenstone had wielded cleaved through the marble in front of him and created a gust that moved the smoke cloud down the hallway and away from the group before it could even fully disperse. As the smoke rolled out of the way, it revealed a black-garbed earth pony, standing just barely off to the side of where Arkenstone's blade had bitten into the floor. Phew, said Swift Stride, grinning impishly as he wiped his forehead in mock relief. Just missed me. You, snarled Arkenstone, stepping forward to interpose himself between Swift and the girls. What are you doing here? You really have to ask, said Swift skeptically. I'm here to kill your filly friend. I told you before, she's a threat. Now she's heading right for the center of Morning Star's operation. She might as well be gift wrapping herself for him. His smile faded and his eyes opened wide enough for his audience to see the icy blue orbs hidden behind his almost perpetual squint. Don't you get it? This is what he wants. This is the mother of all traps and you're actually walking her right into it. Even if you're right, said Twilight, the only thing that can stop him is the elements of harmony. We've already seen that even Celestia's power can't stop him. And you think he'll just sit back and let you use the elements? Demanded Swift. You'll never get the chance to use them. This is not up for debate, said Arkenstone, his voice emerging as a rumble that every pony felt through their hooves. The stones of the palace itself seemed to quiver, then grate against each other as Arkenstone inhaled deeply. Abruptly, every pony in the vicinity felt a strange sensation of the world shifting, as though it were tilting in the direction of the beige stallion. Either stand aside or I will cut you down, said Arkenstone. Not happening, said Swift, his tone of voice just as determined as Arkenstone's was. So be it, said Arkenstone. No more words were exchanged. Instead, his tail lashed again and over a dozen blades seemed to materialize directly in front of him, slashing in all directions, carving up the walls, floor, and ceiling of the hallway as they sliced their way towards Swift Stride. As they slashed, the rubble from the palace scattered around them was kicked up into the air and also became blades, filling the entire space between Arkenstone and Swift with black and gold as a veritable wall of swords rushed towards Swift, leaving him with no space to slip through. Swift produced another cylinder and idly tossed it into the air, where it exploded, the shockwave of its release shattering the advancing blades and blowing out the walls on either side. Arkenstone surged forward, the dust thrown up by the explosion swirling around him and merging together to form plates of black armor, more of the dust forming into swords, which launched themselves at Swift with blinding speed. Whoops! Exclaimed Swift, falling back from the onslaught. He reached into his sleeve and produced a small orb, which he tossed casually in Arkenstone's direction. Arkenstone didn't even flinch. Instead, one of his blades sliced the orb in half. Something that appeared to be smoke came from each half of the orb, but that was split as well, all of it flowing around Arkenstone without touching his body. Arkenstone surged forward, his armor completing itself as he advanced on Swift. Behind them, Twilight watched the exchange with a nervous expression. She didn't like the idea of Arkenstone fighting Swift again, especially considering how Swift had defeated Arkenstone the first time. She shivered and silently begged her cold friend not to die. She wished she could watch over him, but there was still too much to do. We need to move, she said, looking over her shoulder at her friends. Darling, said Rarity, I'm afraid the path ahead is well and truly blocked. Twilight smirked at her friend. It's time to show you one of the benefits of growing up in the palace. This way. With that, she turned and led her friends back along the hall a short distance, retracing their steps. Twilight stopped at a rather unremarkable door, or as unremarkable as a door in the royal palace could look at least. Pushing it open, she led the group into a janitor's closet. At the back of the closet was another door, this one leading to a servants' corridor that ran mostly parallel to the ones outside. Her friends were silent as Twilight led them through. On several occasions, they passed intersections leading to different sections of the palace. The hallways were well lit with lights spaced out every few meters. However, the corridor shared none of the royal aesthetic that the more public sections of the palace did, being devoid of decorations, leaving nothing but a plain expanse of white stone on all sides, unmarked save for the lights and the unassuming doors at regular intervals. My word, said Rarity, I had no idea all this was here. Princess Celestia showed them to me a long time ago, said Twilight. This is how the maids, butlers, and other servants get around. Nobles, dignitaries, and the upper crust would get twitchy if they saw ponies carrying cleaning supplies out where any pony could see them. This is so the servants can get their work done quickly and easily. Ooh, it's like having a bunch of secret passageways, squealed Pinkie as she hopped along behind Twilight. Imagine all the surprise parties and pranking you could do. Her friends could only chuckle, though Twilight had a premonition of the disaster that would someday result from showing the secret network of passageways that ran throughout the palace to Pinkie Pie. All the same, she continued to lead them down, taking the occasional turn to reach a different hallway until they arrived at a particular door, this one at the very end of the hallway. This door opens up into the throne room, said Twilight, lowering her voice to a whisper. Whiteshade should be expecting an attack from the front, but this door opens up at the back of the room. We can take him by surprise. Pinkie grinned and opened her mouth wide, but froze before she could utter a sound as her friends all directed angry stares at her. Right, she whispered sheepishly, sorry, but I love surprises. Well, said Rainbow, sliding carefully off of Applejack's back and testing her leg strength, carefully shifting on her hooves. Let's give that jerk one hay of a surprise to remember us by. Darn tootin', agreed Applejack. Twilight nodded. Her horn sparkled and the saddlebags she was wearing opened up. Out floated the elements of harmony, which she quickly levitated to their respective bearers before setting the golden tiara and its purple starburst jewel onto her head. Okay, we're all set. Let's do this. Her horn flared and she launched a telekinetic bolt, blasting the door off its hinges and sending it smashing to the floor. Immediately, she broke into a gallop, charging into the room, rushing past the ruined remains of Celestia's throne and right to the edge of the dais. There was the central focus of the array, hanging from the air beneath the ceiling like a strange stalactite, its form shimmering with myriad colors and patterns. Standing on the floor directly beneath it was Whiteshade, staring calmly at the doors. Twilight's friends came up to stand next to her, flanking her on either side, their eyes stern and focused upon the stallion in front of them. The elements began to glow as the group prepared to unleash their power. White blinked and slowly turned around to look at the group, apparently only just realizing they were there. Oh, he said, I wasn't expecting you to come in that way. Silly me. Whiteshade, said Twilight in a firm, commanding tone, this is the end. You've lost. Have I now? Asked White, smiling and raising an eyebrow. What do I have to fear from the elements of harmony? You're about to find out, said Twilight, her eyes narrowing. White tilted his head, looking slightly bemused. If you say so, by all means, you are welcome to try. What looked like white pustules flared up on his shoulders before bursting into 6 wings of white feathers, shining in the light streaming in through the shattered window. The light seemed to enter those feathers before being refracted and exiting in a riot of strange colors that scattered around the room. The alien sight made Twilight's stomach lurch. However, she swallowed down her nausea and squared her shoulders. This was it. The light from the elements rose to block out nearly everything else, bursting forth in a swirling rainbow of power that arched above them like a rearing serpent before striking down towards Whiteshade. White waited for the attack patiently, his wings unmoving. The royal palace was rocked to its very foundations by the released power, the light of the elements washing out the throne room in its entirety. Author's notes. I hope Rainbow's version of the wings of light was up to snuff. It was a bit tricky to show her using the technique for the first time. Now we enter into the final phases of the story. Next chapter, the battle rages. Double duels. Chapter 31, Double Duels. In the skies above the royal palace, the Wonderbolts and the royal guard were slowly beginning to corral the armored ponies that White had marshaled against them, grouping them together so that Firefly could break the horns that controlled their armor, sending them plummeting down to the ground below, where Shining Armor and the unicorns of the royal guard were waiting to catch them. However, that job was made more difficult by the presence of Flash Spark. The stallion's mind appeared to be completely broken by this point. He screamed madly, spewing a dark brown ichor from his mouth, his one visible eye rolling violently. A shrill scream rose from his wings constantly and flares of yellow light lashed out wildly in every direction. In its own way, this was even more dangerous than his precise deadly attacks had been earlier, when he was still under Whiteshade's control. There was no predicting where Flash Spark's sonic lances would strike next or who they would cut into. A couple of royal guards had been cut down, along with a half-dozen armored ponies that were supposed to be Flash Spark's allies. Damn it, yelled Spitfire, rushing in and unleashing a flurry of blows, the air in front of her hooves lighting on fire as she struck and pummeled Flash Spark, trying her hardest to concentrate her punches on the left side of his face, where the armor had been stripped away by Rainbow Dash's attack earlier. Go down already, you bastard. Flash Spark's response was to scream. On the right side of his head, where the armor was mostly undamaged, a strip over his mouth peeled away, forming a single, pointed pincer that lashed out at Spitfire's head. She barely managed to duck it. Flash Spark surged forward, striking with pincer, hooves, and occasionally dropping his haunches to lash at her from below with his bladed tail. The ferocity of the wild assault drove Spitfire back. Move. The sharp order prompted Spitfire to react immediately as she felt some pony taking up a position behind her. Her nerves hummed at the sense of the power emanating from that figure. Taking the first opening she saw, Spitfire dodged to the side, wincing as the barbed edges of the stinger at the tip of Flash Spark's tail scraped against her mithril flight suit. Behind where Spitfire had been was Firefly. The instant Spitfire was out of the way, Firefly snapped her wings out to their full spread. They blazed brilliantly, transforming into shining constructs of light hovering just off to either side of Firefly's body. The sight immediately drew Flash Spark's attention and his fight with Spitfire was completely forgotten. With a wordless scream, he lunged forward, the sound coming out of his throat eclipsed by the shrieking of his wings as still more sonic lances speared out from them, many of them slicing straight for Firefly. However, she wasn't there anymore. In fact, she surged forward, becoming a streak of light and closing right into within inches of Flash Spark's face, her eyes meeting his, her glare piercing through the haze of madness that had completely enshrouded Flash Spark's mind. The one realization that finally made its way through was clear and concise. I'm going to die. You're an eyesore, said Firefly coldly. She twisted her body so that she was now sideways, her wings pointing straight up and down. The wing on the top began to shine all the more brilliantly, its feathers merging together until it was nothing more than a single crescent of blazing light. Firefly charged forward, slashing with her topside wing as she did so. The curved blade of light cleaved straight through Flash Spark's armor, carving through the flesh beneath it and splitting the stallion from snout to rump as Firefly shot past beneath him. Got lost, she snarled, glaring back as the two halves of Flash Spark's body fell away from each other. No blood emerged from either side of his body. Instead, she could see the layout of his muscles and organs as clearly as if she were staring at an anatomy sculpture in a doctor's office. Slowly at first, cracks began to spread across both halves of his body. Then pieces broke off. Bit by bit, what remained of the stallion once known as Flash Spark crumbled away into nothingness. Good riddance to bad rubbish, said Firefly with a dismissive grunt. Turning, she regarded the remaining attackers with steely eyes. Every pony stand back, she shouted, I'm putting an end to this now. Down below, Shining Armor and his unicorns tensed, waiting as the armored ponies, with their protection flaking off and their horns shattered, began to fall like spring rain. Everyone's attention was on the sky and the spectacle taking place there that they completely failed to notice a single young earth pony mare quietly slip through the palace courtyard, deftly dodging the eyes of the royal guard, who were on alert for attack from above. Coco Pommel even managed to slip past the ponies standing guard at the palace gates. She shouldn't even be here, that much was clear to Coco. She had no place in all of this madness. By all rights, she should be back in Ponyville, minding the carousel boutique and waiting for Rarity's return. But she couldn't just stay there. Even if it wasn't her place, here in Canterlot was where she needed to be. Because he's here, she thought grimly. She understood well enough just who Perlin Bluestreak served. She knew she could find him. To that end, when Shining Armor and his detachment of the Royal Guard had reached Ponyville, she'd stowed away on their train whilst they frantically moved the engine and the caboose around in order to get it ready to head back to Canterlot straight away. Between all the hubbub caused by the sun's delayed rising and the urgency of their mission, Shining and his ponies hadn't even bothered to check the train cars over and Coco had gotten to Canterlot without being seen. Quietly, she crept up to the doors and peered inside, wondering how hard she would have to search before she found the young stallion she was looking for. The answer, it turned out, was not very hard at all. Perlin and Dawn battled fiercely in the main entryway, with the bulk of the Royal Guard unable to advance until Perlin was taken care of. Coco watched the two fighters dance through the air with breathtaking grace and speed. Dawn's movements were sharp and sudden. He would be in one position 1 second, then another the next, often moving so quickly that he seemed to vanish and reappear, or even occupy two places at once. Perlin wasn't as speedy in overall movement, but his wings were blurs as he fended off powerful blasts of compressed air that shattered stone, crushing it down into powder. Dawn switched to his deadliest move, slashing the feathers of his wings through the air like knives, sending crescent-shaped waves whistling towards Perlin. The vacuum blades of the Gale King were far sharper than any material blade. Even Perlin's previous pair of mithril wings had been powerless against them. However, the dark matter of Perlin's new set of wings blocked those blades just as easily as they had everything else. I thought as much, thought Dawn. He lashed out with an arc of crackling electricity that stretched out from his outermost primary like a whip. Perlin swept out his own wing and batted it away just as effortlessly as he had everything else. Now it was Perlin's turn to attack. The feathers of one wing detached as Perlin swung the appendage. The feathers vanished through seams in the air that appeared around Dawn, causing a single attack to become several that came at the ebony cold from all directions. Dawn could feel the seams form in the air and sense the feathers before they even arrived. He frowned as he danced and twisted, spinning his body about to escape over a dozen slashes from every direction. In a sense, Perlin's original set of mithril wings had been more dangerous. The wired feathers Perlin had commanded with those wings had been so thin and sharp that they cut through the air without the slightest disturbance, even as they were so swift as to be nearly invisible to the naked eye. As a consequence, those feathers had been all but invisible to Dawn's wind sense. He'd been forced to learn to read Perlin's movements and how the young stallion controlled the feathers through those. In contrast, the wings of dark matter had the capacity to move freely through space, the change in orientation allowing them to attack from a bewildering number of angles without having to travel through the intervening space between Perlin and his opponent. But the seams in the air that Perlin sent his feathers through were detectable through Dawn's wind sense, allowing him to anticipate their attacks. Furthermore, Dawn noticed that the timing and arcs of the feathers' motion was tied to the movement of Perlin's wing, even when they were detached. For all that the improved durability of his wings seemed like an impressive trade-off, Dawn couldn't quite shake the feeling that Perlin's previous set of wings had been more formidable weapons overall. Of course, he thought, it could be that he hasn't fully mastered or explored their capabilities yet. Given how little time he's had them, that's a strong possibility. If that was the case, then Dawn figured he had the advantage. If Perlin was still struggling to master an unfamiliar weapon, then he couldn't fight at his full strength. The only thing left then, was to find a way to get past the dark matter and strike at Perlin directly. There's only one technique that will work, thought Dawn, pursing his lips. He'd managed it in his fights with Flash Spark, but he couldn't claim that he'd fully mastered the technique. It was still too new and unfamiliar that Dawn couldn't quite do it at will, only with considerable preparation of his self could he properly unleash that powerfully destructive white wind. The corners of Dawn's lips curled up in a small smile. I guess we stand on more equal ground than I first thought. You seem pleased by something, observed Perlin in a cheerful tone as he charged in close, swinging his wing at Dawn. Dawn felt the feathers harden and sharpen as Perlin swung them. He also sensed the feathers detach from the opposite wing as Perlin swung it around back as a counterweight to his attack. The seams in the air appeared behind Dawn's neck. Ideally, he would be caught between pulling his head back to avoid having his throat slip and ducking down avoid having the detached feathers cut through his spinal cord. However, Dawn relaxed his body and, with circling movements of his wings, flowed almost like liquid from between the strikes before reversing direction and charging in. One wing blurred and he launched a concussive blast of air, aiming straight for Perlin's chest. More seams in the air appeared between Dawn and Perlin, these ones arranged so that the detached feathers emerged in a circular formation, like the spokes of a wheel, the quills pointing inwards, forming a shield between Perlin and Dawn's attack. The blast scattered and the recoil forced Dawn away. As he stopped his backward motion, Dawn answered Perlin's remark. I just felt that the circumstances of this battle are quite appropriate for the two of us, he said. I think we are both feeling our limitations and lack of experience. Now Perlin smiled as well. When you put it that way, that is quite appropriate, he said with a chuckle. Shall we explore our limitations then and try to make up the gaps of our experience? I suppose we must, said Dawn with a shrug. Perlin's smile widened and his eyes narrowed. I remember telling you once that fighting was different from any other form of competition. The winner devours the loser. In battle, it is eat or be eaten. That said, his wings flared out, feathers detaching themselves once again. Do not disappoint me. I have no wish to disappoint you, replied Dawn blithely as he spread out his own wings, relaxing his mind and body and letting conscious thought fade away. As he did, he let his awareness bleed out fully into the air around him. Shimmering white began to gather along the tips of his feathers as Dawn's magic charged the air around him with electricity, even as he molded it into something that seemed solid. Perlin charged in. All the feathers of his right wing detached and slipped away into seams in the air. Instead of coming at Dawn from different directions, they instead emerged by Perlin's left wing, seeming to join with the feathers of that wing until it was now nearly double its own size. As Perlin swung it, the feathers of his wing seemed to shine, drawing light from the air around them, making it dark by comparison. Perlin's shimmering wing met the hammer blow of white, shining wind that Dawn fired, the two attacks colliding to release a shockwave of pure white that washed across the palace entryway and blow every pony watching them off their hooves. On the periphery of his awareness, Arkenstone could sense the vibrations caused by Dawn's battle with Perlin. However, Arkenstone was preoccupied with his own fight at the moment. He surged forward, swords shaped by his magic passing through the dust in the air around him, slashing ahead of him at the elusive opponent, who always seemed to dance out of their way at just the right moment. Swift stride was a conundrum. One moment, he moved as though his body weighed nothing at all, sometimes skipping off the air itself to change direction to avoid an attack. At other times, he fell to the floor as though he might have weighed tons. Yet his hooves barely even clicked whenever they hit the marble tiles. I thought that was the case, thought Arkenstone. His control is perfect. He seems wild and uncoordinated. But the truth is that there isn't an iota of wasted energy. Every once in a while, in the midst of one of his dodges, Swift would occasionally seem to produce small cylinders or spheres. Sometimes, he would gently lob them in Arkenstone's direction. At others, he would hurl them like bullets. Not taking any chances, Arkenstone cut them all down. Some exploded, others flooded the corridor with gas. Others scattered powder or strange liquids about. Arkenstone cut through all of them, the perfect motion of his slashes splitting the contents within the bombs along with their housing. After losing so quickly and utterly to Swift in their last fight, Arkenstone was not going to allow a single particle of any of the compounds Swift carried to make contact with him. All told, the battle was going well. Arkenstone had lasted much longer than he had during their previous fight. He hadn't been taken off guard by a single one of Swift's array of potions, acids, and explosives. Now if only Swift would just shut up. You're letting her play right into his hooves, said Swift, his infuriating grin not faltering in the slightest as he made his despicable pronouncement. The only way to ensure that he doesn't use her to complete his work is to kill her. Arkenstone snorted and lunged forward, wrapping his fetlock around the handle of one of his blades. The other blades in the air merged with it, forming a gigantic sword. In the hallway, there should have been no room to swing it, but Arkenstone swung it anyway, cleaving through the walls on either side of him, sending fragments of stone and more dust hurtling through the air. As they did so, his power crackled and flowed through them, transforming them into blades. Swift danced and dodged, the trailing ends of his white sash moved like they were additional limbs, swatting at the flats of blades, knocking them aside so that they bit into the walls, floor, or ceiling. However, that only seemed to make Swift's situation worse as the chunks of marble knocked loose became swords in their own right. Arkenstone's power infected everything that it touched, transforming it into a blade. Even as Swift's stride dodged the blades coming at him through the air, he was beset by the inescapable sense that the palace around him was becoming a single mass of blades for Arkenstone to command against him. Knight of the Dancing Blades indeed, thought Swift wryly, though I suppose this is an appropriate skill for one who also carries the moniker of the Relentless as well. Even if his individual attacks amount to nothing, his power spreads until the entire battlefield is his blade and there is no escaping its strike. Despite this, Swift's smile didn't falter as he evaded yet more blades carving through the air at him. Despite the sheer volume of razor-edged death that Arkenstone was swinging at him, Swift had yet to suffer a single scratch. Cartwheeling away from yet another series of strikes that carved up the floor and walls, Swift tossed out another black cylinder. Arkenstone's blade sliced into it and the transparent liquid splattered all across the floor. Let's see how he handles a mobility denial attack, thought Swift. That solution has an extremely low friction coefficient. It's more slippery than ice. If he could undermine Arkenstone's stance, the source of an Earth Pony's power, he could disrupt Arkenstone's attack. Even if Arkenstone refused to fall for the trick and stopped his advance, Swift would still have disrupted his momentum and been able to shift to take a more offensive approach. To his surprise, Arkenstone stepped forward, stepping straight down without the slightest sign of hesitation, though his sharp ears were certain to have picked up the sound of the liquid spreading in front of him. However, as Arkenstone's hoof came down, the liquid underneath seemed to skitter away from it, as though it possessed a mind of its own and was terrified of the approaching stallion. Arkenstone's armored hoof slammed into the marble floor with enough force to leave an imprint in it and send cracks spreading from the point of impact. The force also drove back the liquid in front of him, forcing it to flow away from him. Impressive, said Swift out loud, his smile vanishing for the first time and his eyes widening enough to reveal their ice blue irises. Even if you never fully traveled down the path of the mountain route, you learned the basics well enough. Stand firm and root yourself upon the earth, and all that would impede you shall be as the dust, recited Arkenstone, as though recalling a memory from very long ago. Very true, agreed Swift. At this rate, it looks as though my tricks are useless. You aren't listening to a thing I say. I guess it's time for my last resort, the best trick, the best lie I have. Your deceptions will no longer work on me, said Arkenstone calmly. There is no lie you can tell that I will fall for. That depends, replied Swift. Sometimes, a pony doesn't have to fall for a lie for it to serve its purpose. Those words actually gave Arkenstone pause. His blades hesitated for the slightest fraction of a second as he considered Swift's words and wondered what he meant by them. That hesitation was all the time that Swift needed. The black-garbed stallion landed on all four hooves and charged at Arkenstone. However, instead of producing another bomb or weapon, Swift simply planted all four hooves solidly upon the earth and leaned forward to slam his shoulder directly into Arkenstone's chest. The bladed edges of Arkenstone's armor crumbled on contact, not even etching the flesh or so much as slicing the cloth over it. In the space of less than a second, cracks spread across the entire breadth of Arkenstone's armor and it exploded off of him, filling the hallway with shrapnel that tore through the walls, ceiling, and floor as though they were made of paper. With his helm no longer covering his head, Arkenstone's face was revealed, his sightless eyes wide, the featureless white orb staring at Swift in complete shock. Swift twitched and vanished, moving backwards rapidly as swords sprouted out from all the surfaces around him, their points and edges piercing through the afterimage he left behind and screeching as they ground against one another. The trailing ends of his sash didn't escape the attack completely and were shredded by the omnidirectional barrage of blades. Arkenstone stepped through the wall of his own blades, their forms dissolving into dust and swirling around to form his armor once more. So that's your greatest lie, said Arkenstone grimly. I feared as much. You saw through it already, mused Swift, raising an eyebrow. It is said that the true indicator of mastery is the ability to do great things in small ways, said Arkenstone. You move as though you have complete control over your body's density and specific gravity, which is amongst the highest tier skills of the mountain route. Yet you can do it with such grace and ease that it is barely noticeable. Even Terra Hart couldn't manage such delicate control. That's because Terra Hart was a boneheaded brute, replied Swift, his grin returning. His only concern about the mountain route was how he could use it to smash things he didn't like. He got very good at the smashing, but he really was little more than a novice. Whereas you are a true master, observed Arkenstone, easily on par with Granny Smith in her prime, if not better. I'm flattered, said Swift with a chuckle. It made sense to Arkenstone. Swift's endless emphasis on his skill and ability as a liar, his projection of his identity as a liar, his reliance on gadgets, the hidden weapons, and the dirty tricks, all of it served as a veil for his true strength, his complete mastery of the mountain route. It seemed he truly was the strongest of the 7 knights of the Celestial Order. As Arkenstone moved to form new blades and attack, he paused. No, it's true that he's a master of the mountain route, perhaps even a greater master than Granny Smith. But he still has his weapons. It's not that he dispensed with them to utilize his true strength, it's that he still has them to use in conjunction with that strength. Arkenstone shivered at the realization that ran through him. Between his strength and all the tools at his disposal, his options for both attack and defense are virtually infinite. Indeed, rather than dispensing with his persona as a liar, Swift's stride instead enhanced that persona with the revelation of his true strength. If Arkenstone allowed himself to get wrapped up in a straightforward battle of strength, Swift would use the opening to attack with one of the cunning devices he had at his disposal. There was no telling how many he had left or if he had some means of retrieving more if he ran out. There was no telling what form those attacks would take, what Arkenstone would have to defend against. Though nothing about Swift's stride had actually changed, to Arkenstone's senses, he seemed even more monstrously powerful than before. In Arkenstone's own mind, he felt as though he could perceive the true form of Swift's power, which hovered all around him in the form of an all-encompassing mask that hid infinite possibilities behind its unflinching exterior. Powerful martial artists possessed what was referred to as arrayment, the act of cloaking oneself in one's own power and unleashing their full strength. Arkenstone's was his armor. Spitfire's was her ultimate fighting form, merged with her phoenix companion. Firefly's was unleashing her wings of light so that they lit up the whole sky. Swift's stride too possessed arrayment. However, his was not visible in the form that the others were. Instead, it seemed that it was born and given form by the uncertainties within the minds of his opponents. Arkenstone took a deep breath, trying to steady himself as his blades oriented on Swift's stride. He would have to pierce through that mask of uncertainty and strike the pony beneath. He was up against an opponent who wielded doubt and confusion as shield and sword, wielding both with peerless mastery. Swift noticed Arkenstone's hesitation and his grin faded into a Gedler smile. It looks as though he's got it figured out, he thought. He's not so foolish as to fall for my biggest trick that easily. He understands what he's really up against. He might win this yet. From the ceiling, a single fragment of shattered marble dropped to the floor. It landed with a tiny click. However, that minuscule sound was enough to serve as the signal for the two combatants. Their bodies blurred and surged towards each other. They met with a crash that made the entire palace shake and quiver. What remained of the walls, ceiling, and floor all shattered, and the two of them plunged downward into the palace's depths and the crystal caverns below, their blows shaking the entire mountain. The collision of their respective attacks knocked Perlin and Dawn away from each other. Dawn flipped over backward and kicked out with his hooves, using the motion to halt and reverse his movement, sending him surging directly at Perlin again before he could recover. Perlin looked up to see Dawn almost directly on top of him, the edge of one wing shining white with a blade of charged air and vacuum, an attack that defied all logic, aimed straight for Perlin's head. Rather than try to meet his attack, Perlin swung one wing backwards and tumbled back in the same motion, falling into a seam he had cut through the air. A second seam opened directly above and behind Dawn, and Perlin tumbled back out, still facing the same way he had been when he'd gone in, but swinging one wing behind him in the same motion that had cut open the seam in the first place. The other wing was already devoid of feathers, which emerged in the space all around Dawn, hemming him in from every direction. Dawn swept one wing around in a broad arc, twisting to put the force of his entire body behind the motion. The feathers were scattered and Perlin sent tumbling as a white tornado filled the space, its top punching up through the roof of the palace entryway, even as its base ripped through the carpet and marble below. The staunch royal guards, who had been waiting for the chance to try and slip by Perlin, instead found themselves scattered. Coco shrieked and clung tightly to one of the open doors, the winds threatening to send her flying. Perlin slammed into a wall, managing to interpose his wing between him and the solid stone. The wall cracked and shattered from the force of his impact. Bracing his hooves against it, Perlin pushed off of the wall and shot straight towards Dawn, who became visible once again as the winds dissipated. As Perlin charged in, several feathers seemed to stream off of both his wings, vanishing into the space behind him. He closed in with Dawn, thrusting forward with both wings, pointing his leading primaries like spears at Dawn's body. Dawn's body almost seemed to merge with the air itself as the ebony colt flowed almost effortlessly around Perlin's attack, easily slipping past the thrust of Perlin's wings and emerging off to one side, one wing already raised to strike. However, Dawn was instead forced to dodge sharply out of the way as the feathers that had disappeared in Perlin's wake emerged from the space directly behind Dawn, launching out of thin air like darts. Dawn avoided them and the feathers narrowly missed, cutting into Perlin's own body. Dawn's dodge took him up above Perlin, who was already moving into his next attack. Rolling his body, Perlin swept one wing up in an arcing cut, aiming at splitting Dawn in two. He had to angle his body to avoid being cut by the detached feathers he had launched, but Perlin managed that without any difficulty. As he swung the wing, it once again seemed to leech the light out of the space around it, leaving a trail of darkness as it moved. The feathers gleamed with the captured light and seemed to elongate. The air beneath Dawn's upraised wing also glowed, crackling with electricity as Dawn molded and concentrated its power. Twisting his wing, he set the white wind to spinning before thrusting down at Perlin's attacking wing, unleashing a pointed lance of whirling power that met Perlin's attack with matchless fury. The two blows collided and yet another shockwave exploded outward, throwing the two fighters away from each other yet again. Down below, Coco Pommel whimpered as she pressed her body down to the floor. It was like being caught in a massive wild storm. Every exchange of blows sent powerful wind surging through the entryway. Glass scattered and jagged fragments of stone buzzed through the air like wasps. Thunder cracked and roared, deafening in this confined space. Several times already, she had been knocked off her hooves and fallen hard. It was all Coco could do to keep from fainting from fear. The last time she had experienced a feeling like this was back in Manhattan, when a rogue hurricane had blown over the city. The fighting between these two colts, no, these two young stallions, was like being at the center of a natural disaster. It was a miracle that the walls were still standing after they clashed with one another. Forcing her eyes open, Coco had to fight through the tears that welled up as a consequence of the powerful winds washing over her face. Her vision blurring, she tried to get a fix on the reason she had come here. Perlin was there, once again struggling to right himself after being sent tumbling by his last exchange with Dawn. He swept his head around, fixing his eyes on his target, completely failing to notice Coco's presence down below, all of his attention focused on a single pony. As he did so, even with her hampered vision, it was impossible for Coco to miss the wild grin that graced Perlin's face. It was an expression she'd seen him wear before, when he'd been tearing through a small army of mares at arms like they were so much tissue paper. He's happy, she realized. Part of her was frightened, but another part of her was relieved. However much she had come to believe otherwise, part of Coco had always been afraid that Perlin derived pleasure from the act of killing, that he'd smiled so broadly back then because he was enjoying the act of ending all those lives. But now, it was here, plain as day. What Perlin relished was not the act of killing, but the fight, a battle he could stake his life on. He was up against an opponent he couldn't cut down with the greatest of ease, and that fact thrilled him. Moving carefully, afraid she might end up getting tossed about again if she let down her guard, Coco looked around for Perlin's opponent. Like Perlin, Dawn was trying to recover his stability after their last clash. When she saw it, Coco was amazed at the almost vacant look on Dawn's face. It almost seemed as though he wasn't thinking of anything at all. Instead, he looked almost impassively at Perlin, as though their fight didn't matter at all. However, the faint upward turn on the corners of Dawn's mouth told a different story. He's enjoying this too. Up above, Perlin and Dawn hurtled at one another again. Dawn's mind was almost completely blank. His body moved as though it had a mind of its own, reacting automatically to Perlin's attacks and counterattacking without the slightest hesitation. Instead, Dawn's consciousness was consumed with the act of imagining, projecting the whole of his will into every strike, every move he made, creating an image in his mind and then applying that image to what he created with his power. Concussive blasts of compressed air turned pure white, becoming shining columns that lanced out and pulverized whatever was in front of them. Whirling tornadoes stabbed out like spears, their swirling forms blazing with light. Shining crescent-shaped blades cleaved through any impediment. As his consciousness faded, the boundaries between the distinct techniques of the Gale King crumbled away, leaving behind only a shining wind that served as a pure extension of his will. Perlin's situation was little different. The more this battle dragged on, the more enraptured he became. His wings glowed. At the same time, the space in their vicinity seemed to darken, as though their luminance was drawn from the ambient light around them. When he attacked or defended, that light merged with the dark matter of his feathers to transform their quality into something between matter and energy. He hadn't even been aware that his new wings had this quality. Instead, it was something that emerged as he pushed himself to his limits, not even thinking, but instead moving as he felt he needed to in response to Dawn's attacks. Their wings becoming blurs, the two of them exchanged over a dozen blows in the space of a second before passing by one another. Dawn, still facing away from Perlin, sent his body into a tight roll, pulling in the air around him and setting it to spinning in a large whirlwind. He bucked out with his hind legs, using his forelegs to brace against the air in front of him. The buck turned that mass of whirling air into a powerful tornado that rushed straight at Perlin, who was turning around to come at Dawn again. Several of Perlin's secondaries detached from both his wings, disappearing into the seams they cut in the air before re-emerging in front of Perlin's body, arrayed like the spokes of a pair of wheels, spinning in opposite directions. They hovered between Perlin and the incoming tornado like a pair of shields, a nimbus of darkness forming around them as the feathers themselves glowed. The first spinning formation scattered as Dawn's tornado slammed into it. However, the second formation successfully stopped Dawn's attack and dispersed it, the feathers of that second wheel scattering as well. Perlin looked up as the winds dispersed and found his face mere inches away from Dawn's. Dawn had actually allowed himself to be drawn into his own tornado and had ridden the currents of air he'd created to close in on Perlin without him realizing it. Even more importantly, Dawn had used the act of riding the tornado to increase the speed his body was moving at, accelerating as he made his approach. Now that he was this close in, he let all of that motion flow into his wing, turning it into an ebony blur as he swung it in a sweeping arc at Perlin's body. The air he drove in front of it crackled and began to shine white, thundering at Perlin's unguarded flank like a massive hammer. Perlin's eyes widened as the attack approached. His wing was out of position to block the strike. Not even thinking, he reacted automatically, thrusting his entire wing through the spatial rift his dark matter created. The wing bent sharply, seeming to refract like light through a prism, as it emerged to interpose itself in the path of Dawn's strike. Dawn's blow struck the wing with an explosive roar that made the entire palace shudder. Perlin's feathers bent slightly, then shattered as though they were made of glass, his primaries disintegrating along with many of his covers. The blow translated itself back through the rift Perlin's wing had cut and Perlin's body was knocked back by the recoil, his wing withdrawing back to its original position and orientation. Not even thinking, Perlin swept out his opposite wing and cut open another rift, this one swallowing his entire body. He reappeared on Dawn's opposite side and slightly behind the Colt, already using the momentum of his own tumble to add to the speed of his strike as he swept his wing at Dawn's spine. The remaining feathers of his damaged wing had already detached and emerged both above and below the plane of his undamaged wing's strike, forming a sequence of 3 slashes that carved through the air like a set of claws. Dawn's eyes didn't even register the abrupt change in Perlin's position. Instead, he allowed the force of his previous blow to carry his body into a full rotation that spun him in place. As he did, he whirled his opposite wing in a broad, circular motion, drawing the air in around it and charging it, forming it into a white shield between him and Perlin's attack. Perlin's feathers bit into the shield, which held for a brief instant before they managed to carve their way through. However, Dawn used the pause his shield had given him to skip away, out of the attack's range. As he did so, he turned his body again, using his other wing to launch another pillar of white wind at Perlin, who folded his wings in front of him, the feathers once again glowing as they drew in the light around them. They met Dawn's attack with a thundering crash and Perlin was sent tumbling yet again. Down below, just as Coco was sure that the cacophony above her was about to make her eardrums burst, the level of the noise dropped abruptly, as though the battle had suddenly moved far away. The winds that whipped and dragged at her body, threatening to tear her off the floor and send her tumbling across the entryway, also dissipated. Coco found herself lying in a bubble of peace in the midst of all the chaos that swallowed the battlefield. Looking up, she gaped as she saw a single pink wing hovering protectively over her. Her eyes traced it until she saw the Pegasus it was attached to. Firefly's eyes were fixed on the battle above, but, as though she sensed Coco's gaze, she turned to look down at the young mare, a kind smile playing on her lips. "You've got a lot of guts forcing yourself into this, young lady," she said. Trembling, Coco managed to force herself to stand up. Thank you. "Don't worry," said Firefly, lowering the wing she'd been holding over Coco so that it now rested over the younger mare's back like a comforting blanket. "I can see you're worried about the fight. Are you worried about a certain young stallion in particular?" Blushing, Coco nodded. Firefly raised an eyebrow. "So you're the one he came to town to visit. He's an interesting boy, that much is for sure. I can see why, despite the manure he seems to up to his shoulder in, every pony ends up cutting him so much slack." She directed her gaze back up to the battle. "They make a good pair, those two." "Wah, what do you mean?" asked Coco as she followed Firefly's gaze. "Perlin has a bit more experience, that much is clear," said Firefly, "but he and Dawn are really close to each other in ability. Neither of them was half this good last night when they were fighting against Flash Spark. But now that they're going against each other, the clash is serving to draw out their latent potential." Coco blinked. "Is that why they look so happy now?" Firefly chuckled, the strands of her mane dancing as the shockwave of another attack washed over them. "So you noticed that?" "I've seen Perlin smile like that before," said Coco, her eyes flicking back and forth as she tried to follow the exchange of blows. "It frightened me before. But I think I understand it better now." "I think I get what you mean," said Firefly. "That's a terrifying face to have in the midst of battle, especially when your opponents are weaker than you are. But against an equal, it's exhilarating." Coco found herself nodding. Now that Firefly had somehow used her wing to distance the younger mare from the cacophony and turmoil of the battle, she was able to watch it more intently. Both Perlin and Dawn still moved faster than she could ever hope to follow. But she did the best she could. Every once in a while, she caught the exchange of blows, white wind shattering against a glowing wing radiating darkness, feathers emerging out of nowhere to strike without warning that were evaded with ease. As the battle pressed on, Coco noticed something she hadn't realized before. With how hard they were exerting themselves, Dawn and Perlin should have been wearing each other down. However, instead, inexplicably, the two of them were moving faster still. The cabin rocked and the crystals around Arkenstone in swift stride shattered. Had he the attention to spare, Arkenstone would have lamented the destruction of such breathtaking natural beauty. Down here in this cabin were the works of nature, artistry sculpted from millennia, if not eons of geological and magical processes, all broken in an instant. Unfortunately, Arkenstone did not have the attention to spare on the damage being done to the caverns. The whole of his will was to live out this fight and somehow find victory, however difficult an achievement that would be. A slam of Arkenstone's armored hoof brought the crystal shards bouncing up from the floor. His magic rushed through them and they transformed into massive swords that lanced out at Swift. Swift twisted his body, the tattered ends of his sash moving as though they were his own limbs, swatting the blades away from him. Swift pulled a small sphere out of his clothes and held it in the curl of his fetlock. Clenching, he cracked the surface of the sphere before whipping it in Arkenstone's direction. The orb broke open as it left Swift's grip, its powdery contents rushing across the space between them. Arkenstone heard the crack and could even sense the faint disturbance caused by minute particles rushing through the air at high velocity. Reacting instantly, he twisted his body to bring about the interlocking plates of his armor to intercept the powder. It impacted with enough force to make a faint sizzling noise on Arkenstone's armor, reminding him of the fierce sandstorms of Saddle Arabia. Whatever that power had been, Swift had projected it with enough force that the fine particles would penetrate through skin and into the flesh beneath. Using his turn, Arkenstone lashed out with his tail, the armor extending along its length to form a segmented, bladed whip similar to the weapons wielded by Flash Spark and the other ponies that had been encased in White Shade's dark matter. Swift ducked beneath the attack as the tip of the whip-like weapon pierced the space where his head had been only an instant before. Shifting his weight forward, Swift turned his duck into a roll that brought him directly towards Arkenstone. Swift reached his opponent just as his hooves came back under him, allowing him to come out of his roll and push directly off of the ground, adding his roll's momentum and enhancing further it by bracing against the earth, unleashing a powerful upward strike that threatened to send Arkenstone flying. His shoulder slammed into Arkenstone's armor, which cracked, then shattered, under the force of the attack. However, Swift felt nothing behind that armor, no flesh or bone, nothing to be knocked away. He immediately realized what had happened. Arkenstone had shed his armor and stepped away from the line of attack, leaving it behind like an empty shell. His movement carried him into the space the armor had occupied, leaving him surrounded with the shattered fragments. Arkenstone was standing a short distance away, his body currently unprotected. However, that was the least of Swift's concern as the fragments of the broken armor that surrounded him dissolved into black dust that whirled about his body like a miniature hurricane, merging back into swords that circled around the black-clad stallion, slicing inward in a circular formation, hemming him in from all directions and threatening to shred him to pieces. The blades moved with the speed and power of Swift's own attack, having absorbed the energy of his blow and now redirecting it towards him. Something slipped out of the sleeve of Swift's foreleg and he flicked it to one side of him. The bomb exploded, the force of the blast smashing many of the blades, especially on Swift's left side. However, rather than trying to escape through that opening, he rode the force of the explosion, allowing it to send him hurtling through the swords on his right. He didn't even grunt as the edges of a few of the blades cut through his clothing and bit into the flesh beneath it. He accepted the pain and allowed his momentum to carry him clear of the blades before they could cut too deeply into him. Rolling in midair, Swift turned sideways so that he hit the nearby wall with all four of his hooves pushing off so that he could come flying at Arkenstone like an arrow. A slender, triangular blade emerged from the sleeve of his right foreleg that he leveled at Arkenstone as he approached, aiming for the arteries on the beige stallion's neck. Black dust converged on the space between Swift and Arkenstone, merging together. Swift's blade glanced off the shield that formed. Swift's first impulse was to continue with the motion, transitioning from a stab to hammering his shoulder into the shield to try and break through it with the mountain root's power. His instincts warned him of the danger at the last second and he instead twisted his body wildly, barely managing to yank his haunches out of the way before Arkenstone's shield exploded into a literal wall of blades that threatened to perforate Swift's body. Arkenstone bowled into his own construct, which broke back down into black dust once again to swirl around his body and reform as his armor. He's gotten better at doing that, mused Swift as he landed and rolled, allowing the roll to carry him away from Arkenstone's armored body. The last time they had fought there had been a minor, but definite delay in Arkenstone creating his armor that could leave him open to attack. However, it appeared that their last battle had taught Arkenstone to combine attack and defense and transition into forming his armor more quickly, as well as doing a better job at covering the openings that process could create. Swift also liked the trick Arkenstone had pulled on him with the empty armor. "You're almost starting to think like me," he said wryly, grinning widely. "The essence of growth is using the experience of your defeat to improve yourself," said Arkenstone as he turned to face Swift once more. "I took what I learned from our last battle and used it to make myself stronger." "That's good," said Swift. "I might make a decent liar out of you yet." "I would much rather that you didn't," grumbled Arkenstone, advancing. More blades appeared in the air around him and leapt forward to slash at Swift from a variety of directions. Swift lurched sideways then abruptly twisted so that the action turned into a fall that carried him clear of Arkenstone's blades, hitting the ground and transitioning into a roll so efficiently that his body didn't even make a sound of impact. He came out of the roll and pushed off the floor, leaping into the air in a jump that carried him directly over Arkenstone. As he did so, Swift left several small containers bouncing in his wake. After a brief delay, they exploded, flooding the air with white mist. Arkenstone extended his forehoof, curling his fetlock around the handle of the sword closest to his body. He moved to swing it, even as the other swords he'd created merged with the one he gripped, transforming it into a much larger blade that he swept downwards. The slash cleaved straight through the mist, parting it to either side of him. Swift hit the ground behind Arkenstone and bounced into another leap, this one carrying him to one of the few unbroken crystal formations that projected out from the wall. There, he perched daintily, his trademark grin still in place as he leered down at Arkenstone with his icy blue eyes. "You're not going to hit me with poison or acid that easily," remarked Arkenstone as he faced Swift, still holding the massive sword he'd used to part the mist. That got a wry cackle out of Swift. "Aw, I'd never waste a perfectly good poison on you, pal. After all, the last time we fought, I took you out with a whiff of perfume. How pathetic do you have to be to fall for that?" Arkenstone canted his head at the taunt. He wasn't so insecure that Swift's words could damage his pride. He fully admitted to losing to Swift Stride's trick last time. He'd even found the technique an admirable application of earth pony magic derived from his own techniques. He also knew that Swift couldn't possibly think so little of him that those words would stir any kind of rage or insecurity in Arkenstone. It could be said that Swift Stride used every resource at his disposal to fight, that much Arkenstone could discern. Amongst those resources would naturally be Swift's voice. He spoke frequently, throwing out taunts and warnings in equal measure, often deliberately giving away the nature of his next attack. However, such warnings were often lies, an attempt to catch his opponent by having him prepare for the wrong thing. At the same time, many of the things he said were pointless, empty, meaningless, having no real application to the battle at hoof. It could say that Swift Stride never said anything uselessly, by which it was meant anything he spoke might be useless by design and, thus, useful in its uselessness. Such awareness led a wary opponent's thoughts around in circles until his head ached from trying to find hidden meaning that might not even be there. Arkenstone shuddered, once again feeling that sensation of his opponent donning an all-encompassing mask that hid limitless possibilities. Swift shrugged at his opponent's hesitation. "By the way, do you know how caves like this form?" "Water," said Arkenstone. "True enough," agreed Swift, idly tapping the crystal he was standing on. "These beauties may grow from magic, but the caves come from water. It seeps down through the rock and dissolves some of it. The rock that's more easily dissolved flows away and leaves behind openings between the kinds of rock that's not so easily eroded. That's the basic gist of it." "Your point?" asked Arkenstone. Underneath his armor, his eyebrow went up. "These caverns are amazing," said Swift, grinning broadly as he threw out an arm to encompass the cave around them. "They've grown this way over thousands of years and, even now, they're still changing. It's an environment that's always evolving and always will, so long as the water continues to flow through them." Again, your point, asked Arkenstone, feeling a hint of frustration that was spurred by the feeling of dread, the feeling that he'd missed a critical hint in Swiftstride's words. My point is that these caves are growing because water is still flowing through them, said Swift. That continuous change brings about instabilities that may lead entire caverns to collapse if they're disturbed the right way. He sat back on his haunches and raised both his forehooves, displaying the 3 black orbs he held in each of them. Now, if I scatter these beauties, what do you want to bet that this whole chunk of mountain is going to come right down on your head? Swallowing hard, Arkenstone tensed. True to his word, Swift scattered the bombs into the air, aiming for points all around the cabin. Arkenstone's sword broke into several smaller blades once again, disappearing as they accelerated to cut all the bombs in two before they could reach their target point. As he struck, Arkenstone once again felt that faint stirring of dread. Sorry, said Swift, his grin getting progressively wider, I lied. Instead of exploding into fire and smoke, the sliced bombs instead burst out into mist that filled the caverns. I figured you'd probably catch them, said Swift as the mist began filling the space below him, surrounding Arkenstone from all sides, so I used poison instead. That batch is very nasty. One whiff and your lungs will rot in seconds. Arkenstone had already recalled his swords. Now he merged them together into a much larger blade once again. Turning it so that the edges faced up and down, he swung it around his body, spinning in a full circle as he did so, turning the flat of the blade into an enormous fan and generating a burst of wind that scattered the mist away from him. Some of it roiled and washed over Swift, who didn't even flinch as it washed over his body. Sorry, said Swift, I was lying about lying. That wasn't poison. It's not much of anything really, just some water vapor. Arkenstone hefted his sword and tensed, readying himself to strike. He wondered why Swift had bothered with such a pointless attack, or an attack that only seemed pointless. His ears twitched as the sound of the condensed water dripping off of stalactites and crystals from above splattered against his armor. Tensing, Arkenstone swung and hurled the massive sword at Swift, who leapt off his crystalline perch just as the blade slammed home into it, shattering it and scattering the crystal shards. Arkenstone used the bridge of scent his blade had forged with the crystal by impact to turn the crystal shards into blades of their own, which leapt in pursuit of Swift. Swift twisted over and lobbed more black orbs into the path of the pursuing blades, which cut them apart to release another cloud of water vapor that obscured Swift from sight. Seeing as he could not see in the first place, it struck Arkenstone as a pointless concealment. He could still smell Swift's scent and feel his exact position from the vibrations of his hooves striking the cavern's floor and walls. He whipped his tail, scattering dried pine needles into the air. His nose easily locked onto their fragrant scent and his magic went pulsing through the chains that scent forged, transforming the needles into blades that lanced out towards Swift's stride. Swift, who'd apparently thought that his mist had been enough to cover his position, barely managed to escape the unexpected attack as the blades Arkenstone created from his needles arrowed in from a different angle than the blades Arkenstone had formed from the crystal debris of his earlier attack, positioned so that they meshed together like the teeth of a pair of gears, leaving no opening for escape. More importantly, Swift had pressed himself back against the cabin wall, cutting off any other routes of escape he might normally have had. Swift produced another bomb, this one a small cylinder that he threw to the ground directly in front of him. This bomb exploded in a more conventional manner, the shockwave it released shattering the attacking blades into fragments. A fair few of those fragments still made their way through the explosion, slashing through Swift's clothes and even scratching his body. On top of that, standing so close to his own explosion did its own share of damage. Arkenstone could detect the whiff of singed hair in the air, suspecting that Swift's mane might be slightly less spiky after this. On top of that, the explosion threw up a cloud of dust, a result that made Arkenstone smile. In his desperation, Swift's stride had only added to his opponent's power. Surging forward, Arkenstone charged straight through the cloud of dust, passing beneath a couple of streams of falling water as he did so. Swift's bomb had apparently cracked the ceiling, opening up some hidden underground watercourse, or possibly an aquifer, over their heads. Pursing his lips, Arkenstone realized he would have to be a bit more cautious. If things continued on like this, Swift's lie about bringing the cabin down on their heads might very well become a reality. His power crackled through the dust, transforming it into blades that he arrayed on either side of him as he closed in on Swift. Swift met Arkenstone's charge by darting forward himself, shifting his motion off to one side to come at Arkenstone at an oblique angle. Arkenstone immediately shifted the trajectories of his blades, aiming to carve Swift to pieces before he could close in. At the last second, Swift seemed to trip, the unexpected movement sending him tumbling to the side and out of the path of Arkenstone's blades, which clipped a few hairs from Swift's fox-like tail. Swift's fall became a roll that carried him around to the point of Arkenstone's haunches. Arkenstone shifted, preparing to take the blow and use the opportunity to get a strike of his own in, when his ears picked up the faint click of something pressed against the frog of forehoof that Swift raised to strike. Swift was holding another bomb and was going to slam it directly into Arkenstone's armor, apparently planning to use the force of the strike to enhance the destructive power of the explosion. He'll blow his arm off, thought Arkenstone frantically as his blades disintegrated back into dust and swirled to meet the threat, thickening the armor over his haunch and also forming a shield over that. Just as Swift's hoof and the bomb it carried made contact with the shield, Arkenstone came to a realization. Wait, he's a master of the mountain route. Such a master could easily withstand the force of such a simple explosion, even at such close range. In fact, if Swift reinforced his body, his hoof especially, he could essentially use the impact to direct and shape the explosion, not merely enhancing its power, but directing it all into a single point that could potentially punch through all Arkenstone's layers of defense, especially with the additional force of a strike from the mountain route behind it. The bomb went off, but to Arkenstone's surprise, what resulted was not a fierce, condensed explosion that burned through his shield and armor, but another burst of water vapor that filled the air around both stallions. Had it been poison, Arkenstone would have no hope of escaping its effects at this range. He'd sacrificed his blades for defense and had rendered himself vulnerable. However, Swift obviously wouldn't use poison at this distance either, since he would be affected as well. Frowning in confusion, Arkenstone went on the attack. The center of his shield dissolved into a large blade that thrust out at Swift, who barely managed to avoid the attack. Even though he did so, the edge of the sword nicked his face, leaving a small line of blood there. All things considered, Swift's stride was looking worse for wear after taking so many injuries, however small and inconsequential as they might have been. For his part, though he was breathing hard after exerting his magic so much, Arkenstone was still uninjured. His head hurt though. Trying to keep his awareness up to avoid being caught by Swift's lies was mentally draining. Arkenstone supposed he could just as easily stop listening altogether, but that carried risks of its own. Swift's skill at deception wasn't so easily overcome. Sheesh, muttered Swift, this is taking a while. If we keep this up then. Abruptly, something shifted. Arkenstone and Swift were suddenly beset by the feeling of being two places at once. Their lungs and sinuses felt as though they were packed with solid concrete and the feeling washed over them, leaving them with a lurching sense of nausea that left both of them stumbling. The effect was so profound that Arkenstone nearly lost his armor. What was that? He gasped as the feeling passed. Neither of them felt that lurching, sickening sensation anymore. However, they did feel as though something else were there, a sensation of some transparent material being pressed up against their skin, past their fur, wrapping up their whole bodies. I think that means White Shade's array is up and running, said Swift, his smile no longer visible. It probably means that our time is up as well. Author's notes. This chapter was a lot of fun to write. Next chapter, Twilight Sparkle gets dangerous. The Power of Harmony. Chapter 32, The Power of Harmony. Twilight Sparkle stumbled a little. Using the elements of harmony was tiring work. The feeling of tapping into a force far greater than herself or any other pony, or all ponies together, was incredibly overwhelming. It always made her feel that she was at the utter mercy of an otherworldly power that only moderately acclimated to her will, but otherwise exercised itself as though it were merely acting through her. She supposed that was the power of harmony in a nutshell. It existed outside of themselves and they were only able to tap it because it saw fit for them to do so. The sound of some pony falling to the floor beside her reached her ears and Twilight looked over frantically, fearing that one of her friends had been hurt. To her relief, it was only Rainbow Dash slumping to the ground in complete exhaustion, her wings limp and her eyes drooping. Otherwise, she was completely uninjured. Hey, said Rainbow, her voice slurred and sleepy, "Did we do it?" I think so. Twilight's voice trailed off as she looked back out over the throne room, becoming little more than a horrified squeak as the light now faded to reveal the results of the element's power. The rainbow of light created by the elements of harmony wound up and down the central focus of the array, coiling and spiraling like a massive prismatic helix. As Twilight watched, the power of harmony, which had purged the darkness from Nightmare Moon's heart and even struck down discord, was pulled inwards towards the surface of the focus and then, finally, through the surface, where the rainbow continued to swirl and undulate from within. White Shade stood beneath the array, unfazed by harmony's power, having seemingly been left completely untouched. Well, he said after a moment's pause, it worked. What did you do? Demanded Twilight, stepping forward. She froze in place as a humming sensation filled the room, making the blood in her veins and even her very bones hum in sympathy. Above White's head, the focus pulsed once, its form seeming to double, then triple outwards. The swirling rainbow within dissolved into white light before fragmenting into colors that looked completely alien to Twilight's eyes. The focus pulsed again and released a wave of something that washed out across the throne room and the world beyond. Twilight felt crushed from without and solidified within, as though her body had become a completely solid object surrounded by an all-encompassing outside force that threatened to crush her into a bloody pulp. She couldn't breathe, as her lungs and sinuses felt like they were packed with cement. Her eyes burned and she felt something wet start trickling down her cheeks. Twilight wasn't sure whether the sensation was tears or blood. The sensation dragged on and on and on. And then it was gone. Though it seemed to have gone on for an eternity, Twilight realized that less than a second had actually passed before the sensation had faded. Things almost felt normal, almost. However, Twilight felt a faint, clinging sensation on her skin, as though her body was wrapped in some weightless, transparent material. White had also turned his attention up to the array, smiling contentedly, the smile of a pony who had achieved a lifelong ambition and had found it to be everything he could have ever hoped for. His expression was warm and serene, utterly at peace with what he saw. What did you do? Demanded Twilight again, her eyes narrowing into a glare. Her body seemed a bit afraid to move and fought her for a moment, but she managed to take an angry step in White's direction. I activated the array, said White before hesitating, or rather, perhaps it is more accurate to say that you activated the array. What? Gasped Twilight, her eyes going wide with horror. You aren't familiar with the theory behind my design, said White calmly, his eyes still glued to the strange, stalactite-like formation hanging over his head. I told you the basic gist of it, as has Celestia. However, none of the particulars were written down in the archive you inherited from me. Suffice to say, my approach to opening a way beyond the world is a bit different from any other that has been taken. Really, said Twilight, her voice skeptical. Beside her, she could hear her friends shifting uncomfortably, unsure of what to do. A straightforward fight was out of the question. Should they use the elements again? What is the typical method used to open a way? Asked White with the air of a professor quizzing a promising student. Usually, a way is opened by focusing an enormous amount of magical energy into a single point and rupturing the texture of reality, said Twilight. The edges of the opening rapidly absorb the energy and matter of its surroundings and the opening expands explosively, becoming impossible to contain with typical magic, or, at least, containing such an opening would require power of an order of magnitude greater than what was used to originally create the opening in the first place. Given that said openings required an enormous quantity of magical power to be made in the first place, it meant that the energy to contain it would be all but impossible to muster. Like a chemical reaction going out of control, the rift would expand at an exponential rate until it consumed everything around it. The only reliable way to stop such a rift from swallowing the entire world would be to use the elements of harmony, which essentially corrected the rift out of existence. That is correct, replied White. That is the orthodox manner of opening a way beyond the world, insomuch that any manner of doing so could truly be called orthodox, what with so little research being done into the subject, for good reason of course. As you might guess, my method is a bit different. The purpose of my array, the reason it was so large and so complex that its design had to encompass the whole of Equestria, was that it was meant to simulate the existential workings of a whole plane of existence, a whole world, if you want a simpler way of putting it. You created an entire world? Asked Twilight, tilting her head as she tried to wrestle with the concept. Not in a literal sense, mind you, said White. You might call it an intangible simulacrum of this world, one that occupies the same space and time as the world we actually live in. The initial activation of the array, the exterior foci, served to impress this template upon the fabric of our reality. Imagine our plane of reality as a plane in the more literal sense, like a sheet of paper. That's probably the best metaphor for this process, though not the most precisely accurate one. Activating the exterior foci, which, as you'll recall, I did some weeks ago, essentially laid a second sheet of paper over the first. Laid one on top of another, two sheets of paper held equally flat would be indistinguishable. In its original state, this template of an alternate dimension is an inert existence. It is merely there. That is because, even though the template for its existence is in place, the critical component giving it actual existence is missing, a most powerful, fundamental creative force, the essence of life and living itself, a force that you and your friends most conveniently provided for me. The elements of harmony, gasped Twilight, it wasn't that you didn't think they couldn't harm you. You actually needed them in order to complete your work. That is correct, said White. A long time ago, I had determined that the elements of harmony were the critical tool to completing my work. I thought long and hard about how to access and apply them. The easiest way was, of course, to trick you and your friends into believing I was an all-powerful foe who could only be defeated by such a force. That is why I arranged things in such a manner. Arranged things. Twilight thought over what White had meant, her mind trying to piece together the events of the past 2 days and figure out what he meant. White had initially pretended that Flash Spark had escaped the restraints placed on him and that Flash Spark had blasted his way out of Canterlot to make his way to Ponyville. However, the fact that White had then used his power to actively send Flash Spark to Ponyville via teleportation, or whatever that strange method of translocation was called, as well as the fact that White had recalled Flash when he was in danger of being defeated by Dawn, Perlin, and Firefly, had given away that White Shade still had full control over his pawn. That had allowed Twilight and her friends to realize that White had deliberately staged Flash's escape to distract from something he was doing in Canterlot. They had immediately set out because of that realization. Except that, if White Shade had really been trying to hide the fact that Flash Spark was still under his control, he needn't have bothered to teleport Flash to Ponyville or even retrieve Flash when he was about to die. After all, White had shown that he could have just as easily outfitted hundreds of ponies with similar, if somewhat inferior, armor and used them as living weapons to protect his new stronghold. Given the time frame involved, it would have probably even given White a larger window of opportunity if he had simply let Flash fly all the way to Ponyville, because it would have taken every pony longer to realize the truth. But instead, he had sent Flash via that teleportation method he used. Doing so called attention directly to the fact that White Shade was still very much in control of Flash's actions, in other words, he'd done it deliberately. White Shade had wanted to be found out and, just as he both predicted and wanted, the elements of harmony were mustered and brought to Canterlot to be used against him. We've been dancing on the frog of his hoof the entire time, thought Twilight, her body quivering with horror. Now, said White, returning to my lecture, you'll recall the metaphor of the stacked sheets of paper. Applying the elements of harmony as a catalyst essentially brought the dimensional template created by the array into a definite existence. Those sheets of paper now have definitive definitions distinct from one another, so imagine bending the sheet and top away from the sheet on the bottom. The separate existences can no longer occupy the same space. As a consequence, they will naturally repel one another. And create a space where none existed before, finished Twilight, the final pieces of White's explanation clicking together into her head. The point of separation between the two dimensions becomes a space in the fabric of reality and a way beyond the world will open. Indeed, said White with a pleased smile, clearly impressed that Twilight had grasped the basis of his theory, and because the opening was created without rupturing the fabric of reality, it should be containable. All I need do is maintain the separation between dimensions, and the distance between them will determine the size of the rift that forms. That's actually viable, said Twilight, cupping her chin thoughtfully. It was a completely radical approach to the concept. Of course, given that research on the subject, much less practical experimentation on it, was completely forbidden, the whole idea counted as radical in and of itself. Very few theories had been formulated on how to safely open a way beyond the world, and practically none had been tested. White's idea of using his dark matter, which was made by actualizing an entire world's worth of unique physical laws and using it to give birth to matter that would not exist in this world otherwise to form a conceptual world based on the matter he'd created, was the most novel approach that Twilight had ever heard. Given what she'd learned about the array now, Twilight could actually conceive that it might actually open a stable way beyond the world, one that wouldn't swallow everything until it consumed the world in its entirety. Despite that realization, Twilight's fur was still steeped in a cold sweat, her legs shivering. There were still far too many unknown variables. Even though the theories for the reason for the rift's instability focused on the fact that a rupture in the fabric of reality was naturally prone to expanding from its initial size, that was probably only part of the reason such rifts expanded so quickly out of control. There was what actually lay beyond that rift, where everything that was swallowed by it actually went. There was no way of knowing the environment of wherever that rift opened to, whether it was a place where ponies could actually survive. White Shade had staked all his work on the belief that it was a way that would ultimately lead him to the Akashic records. But there was no evidence supporting that notion whatsoever. White's efforts were the ultimate example of reaching blindly in hopes of reaching the end that he desired. Though he referred to his work as an experiment, his methods weren't scientific in the slightest. It was the ultimate shot in the dark. What lay beyond the rift he was attempting to create, whether a pony could even survive there, whether the environment beyond the world would have any effects on Equestria itself if it were opened, whether such a method of opening a way beyond the world was as stable as White Shade truly believed, all of these concerns were completely ignored by White in favor of accomplishing his goal, which amounted to little more than simply seeing if it could be done. You have to stop, said Twilight, there's way too much that could go wrong. You're quite correct that there are plenty of gaps in my knowledge, admitted White with an indifferent shrug. However, the best way to fill those gaps will be to go through with my experiment. Even if I can't manage to pass through the opening this time, I'll have gained critical data on how to better execute it in the future. It will also give me some knowledge about what lies beyond and how to achieve my ultimate goal. It's win-win really. Not even close, said Twilight, you're threatening the entirety of Equestria, if not the whole world, to satisfy your curiosity. We could all die before you could get any answers and it would all be for nothing. Still, at least I tried, said White. He gave Twilight a surprisingly sober look. I'm a bit disappointed in you at the moment. You should know all too well that I've been through this little song and dance with Celestia as well. Do you earnestly believe that you can talk me down at this juncture when I was willing to court Celestia's wrath before I'd even started work on this project? You should know by now that I have no intention of ever stopping my work, no matter what arguments you present. That being the case, there is only one option truly open to you. If you wish for me to stop, then you will have to be the ones who stop me. Much as I hate to admit it, he's right, Sugar Cube, said Applejack, stepping forward to stand next to Twilight. We ain't gonna get anywhere by talking. We're gonna have to take, I'm down. As much as I agree with the sentiment of the idea, said Rarity, coming up on Twilight's other side, does any pony have any notion as to the method? The elements didn't work, said Fluttershy timidly, still hiding slightly behind the others, and I don't think we'll have much luck if we try to fight him. Not that I really want to fight him. Maybe the elements didn't work because he's standing underneath the big crystal thingy, said Pinkie Pie, bouncing eagerly. I bet if we can get him out of there, we'll be able to blast him for real and everything'll be hunky-dory. That's right, said Rainbow, forcing herself up onto her hooves. Let's get him out into the open and give him some harmony to the face. She lifted a hoof to step up and take action on her words, but stumbled slightly and groaned before beginning to sway, barely able to remain upright. Fluttershy had to come up next to her and support Rainbow so that she could stay standing. During his lecture and listening to the girls' conversation, White's wings had pulled themselves back into his body, leaving him resembling a regular unicorn once more. He listened impassively, clearly untroubled by the fact that they were preparing to attack him directly. As interesting as it would be to see if you could make good on your threats, he said, I'm afraid that I'll have decline actively fighting you. As formidable as you six are, I imagine that it would actually be within the realm of possibility for you to completely exceed my expectations and succeed. Also, I need to move on to the final steps of my project, which means that I have no more need for 5 of you. Because of that, I'm afraid I will have to have you girls exit the stage now. What? Asked Twilight, wondering, with a growing sickening feeling in her gut, what White meant about not needing 5 of them. However, she didn't even get a chance to phrase her question before White's horn began to unravel, uncurling into a ribbon-like helix that tapered into a small point. Light that wasn't light flared out from the base of the horn, where it met White's forehead. Twilight's ears picked up a low sound, like a large balloon bursting, and felt some sort of pressure off to one side of her. She looked over and gaped as Applejack and Rainbow Dash were blown off their hooves and slammed into the wall at the back of the throne room. The two of them dropped to the floor, unmoving. No, Twilight whipped her head around to face White again, her mind whirling as she tried to comprehend what had happened. There had been no signs of a spell, no aura, no structure, nothing that would indicate the presence of unicorn magic. She couldn't even begin to understand the nature of how White had struck down her friends. She could see the power forming at the base of his horn again. White was going to launch another attack. Where is he going after me next? Glancing off to her other side, Twilight could see that Rarity was lowering her horn, the blue aura of her magic already gathering at the tip as she prepared to attack presumably. Twilight's thought process really kicked off and everything around her seemed to slow down. Think, White attacked Rainbow and Applejack because they were the most aggressive and prone to attack. That means he's responding to Rarity right now because she's going to use some form of offensive magic. She's his target, but how does his magic work? I couldn't detect any spell or understand what the actual mode of attack his magic took was. She thought back to all her studying of dark matter. The matter White Shade created behaved according to its own physical and magical laws. Presumably, his horn was composed of dark matter as well, which meant that it didn't abide by the laws of magic as typical unicorns understood them. Rather, its effect was produced as a result of an alien magical form interfering with the laws of magic and physics of the mundane world. Doing so produced a result that would be White's equivalent to a spell. What I need to do is determine the nature of that interference and how it affects the mundane world. From there, I can determine the nature of his attack. Rather than trying to block his magic, I need to counter the interference it produces. Twilight's mind was running at lightning speed as she put the pieces together. There's no line of attack. The effect appears at the target point instantaneously, so the magic is spatial in nature, rather than a projectile. White's magic takes effect at the target point and bypasses the space between it and him. From how it blew away Rainbow Dash and Applejack, it must be a shockwave produced by using a spatial distortion. Traditional barrier magic would be useless against such an attack because the spell never actually passed through the barrier itself. Twilight realized that it was better to think of it as a form of teleportation. What she needed was to cancel out its effect at the point of arrival by stabilizing the space at the point of attack. Her horn glowed and Twilight looked carefully, trying to figure out the point where White's attack would emerge from. There, right in front of Rarity's chest, if he means to blast her back against the wall like he did Rainbow and Applejack. Violet light blossomed out from the space in front of Rarity's chest, where Twilight had determined the point of attack was going to be. As the beginnings of Twilight's spell took shape, she saw something in the area her magic was covering begin to twist in on itself. She immediately fixed upon that point. It was within the effect of her spell. I can make it. Rarity grunted as a much softer sound, still sounding like a bursting balloon, filled the air. She was pushed back a few meters but remained on her hooves. However, the dazed look on her face told Twilight she'd been stunned. Twilight had failed to cancel out White's magic completely, but she'd been able to counter it somewhat. If I can get a better fix on his target point, I can do it. Remarkable, exclaimed White, a wide smile on his face. Celestia was utterly helpless against that, so much so she couldn't even bring herself to keep fighting after I'd hit her twice. You actually managed to discern its nature and devise an effective counter after seeing it only once. I knew you were a magnificent mage. Thanks, deadpan Twilight, glaring at White. Rarity was still recovering from the near miss of his last attack. Fluttershy and Pinkie Pie were with Rainbow and Applejack trying to get the stricken mares back up onto their hooves. It seemed to be a losing battle. Applejack was barely responding to Pinkie and Rainbow was out like a light. Even the glancing blow that she had suffered appeared to have left Rarity struggling to function. It seems things are going as planned, said White. I just need to cut down on a few distractions. The base of his horn flared again. No, shouted Twilight. This time, she started with a detection spell, one derived from spells used to detect incoming teleports. It was an ad hoc application of a spell, but one that would hopefully give her a better idea of White's target point. Beneath that, she prepared the spatial stabilizing magic she'd used last time. Her detection spell went off. It wasn't a teleport, but some form of spatial contortion was occurring. The spell wasn't able to recognize the effect, but it did give Twilight the location. She immediately cast the stabilization spell at the point, which was right next to Pinkie's barrel. This time, the pop sounded like a tiny bubble bursting and a slight flinch was the only sign that Pinkie had even noticed it. White attacked again, aiming to completely incapacitate Rarity before she could recover. Once again, Twilight was able to detect the distortion. Now that she had an idea of how to find it, her timing and spacing were perfect. There was a tiny flash of violet light right above Rarity's head and no sound at all. Twilight had managed to cancel out the effect perfectly. My, said White sounding genuinely impressed, you truly are a magnificent pony. You are quite possibly the single most brilliant mind in all of Equestria. It appears that Swift Stride's assessment of you was correct. Huh, Twilight blinked, wondering what White meant by that. However, she was forced to concentrate on the task at hoof as White launched another series of attacks, aiming for both Rarity and Pinkie Pie, along with one that appeared to be aimed at keeping Applejack down. Twilight had her hooves full detecting and blocking those effects. As she did so, she desperately tried to figure out a way to turn the situation around. Being able to defend her friends was all well and good, but that was only a temporary solution to their problem. If White switched to another form of attack, there was no way that Twilight would be able to figure it out in time to keep his first blow from landing. Rainbow and Applejack had been essentially sacrificed to allow Twilight to figure out the one attack that White Shade was using. If he switched to another one, Twilight knew for sure that another of her friends wouldn't be getting up. I need to go on the offensive, she thought. She remembered Celestia's description of her fight with Morning Star, back when he'd been banished. The wings that White had produced earlier would automatically deflect any incoming attack that she sent and were even capable of turning her own magic back on her in a different form. Regular attack spells, even the more powerful forms of battle magic that Twilight had learned, would have no hope of penetrating that defense. If she wanted to win, she had to get creative. So I use magic that isn't battle magic is battle magic, thought Twilight. Moreover, she realized that she could use the same approach that White did for his attack. What she needed was not typical battle magic, however advanced, but a way of using magic to strike at White, however indirectly. She fixed on a point by his left ear. She tried to work out the calculations in her mind for a teleport spell. However, as soon as she did, she felt her detection spell falter. She only barely got it up in time to deflect another space warping attack aimed at Pinkie. I can't keep up my defense and attack at the same time. I need some way to protect my friends without having to worry about. Her thoughts came to a screeching halt as she realized she did have a way. Twilight took advantage of a lull in White's attacks to shift her magic from her horn to the golden ring concealed part way up its length. The gold band with silvery etchings shimmered into existence. Twilight began channeling her magic into it immediately, already knowing what she wanted to do. Channeled through the ring, the magic became actualized, transformed into physical substance. Bone white plates appeared across her body as the barding she summoned came into being. Rather than overlapping plates, her armor appeared as separate plates of white across her body. This wasn't a typical battle, so there was no need for typical armor. Instead, Twilight shaped it to assist her with the magic she was currently using. The champron and crinier merged seamlessly around the golden tiara she wore on her head. White paused in his onslaught and cocked his head. Ah, that is quite beautiful. Which, considering that I don't have much of an eye for aesthetics, probably isn't saying much on my part. Smiling grimly, Twilight narrowed her eyes, hoping that she'd done everything correctly. She'd find out in a second when White attacked again, assuming he didn't change up his method. It didn't seem he was truly interested in fighting her with everything he had at his disposal. Celestia had said that White didn't have much of a head for actual battle, preferring to simply rely on his magic and the unique properties of his dark matter. If he hadn't changed methods of attack, it was probably because he wasn't all that interested in actually beating down her friends any more than he already had. True to form, White attacked again, relying on the same spell he'd been using the whole time. There was a faint burst of silver fire off to one side of Rarity, who cringed away from it, accompanied by a tiny popping sound. Twilight's smile widened. She'd done it. The actualized magic that formed her armor was, in fact, the combination of the detection and cancellation spells she'd been using before. The armor was those spells given form. They would react to any spatial dislocation within a certain radius of Twilight and cancel it out. With her friends now protected, it was time for her to go on the attack. Once again, Twilight fixed on that point by White's left ear. It was time to turn his own trick back against him, using it her way. Working quickly, she cast a modified version of her teleportation spell, teleporting the air away from a small space directly by White's ears. The air she teleported away, she teleported back into a cone over the very space she vacated it from. The vacuum she'd created when she teleported the air away drew the air from the surrounding area into the empty space with a loud crack, not unlike thunder. At the same time, the cone she'd made from the teleported air served to focus the direction of the vibrations from the explosive noise, sending them rushing straight down White's ear. White's head lurched sideways so hard that it actually blurred in Twilight's vision. His crimson eyes widened in surprise as he recovered and looked up at her. She returned his flummoxed expression with a smile and tried another spell. Twilight had once used gravity magic when she and Spike were looking for the crystal heart that King Sombra had hidden. Back then, Twilight had simply used it to make the long climb up a flight of stairs much easier. However, that application of the spell had merely been switching up and down. But what would happen if, instead of a vector, she made down into a single point? Adding to that, she worked in a transmutation spell, using it to up the quantity of hydrogen in the area of its effect. The point Twilight designated was directly in front of White's chest. Adding to that, she raised her strongest shield spell and shaped it into conical construct so that the open end was pointing towards her opponent. There was a sparking flash of light that filled the room, followed by an enormous burst of heat and force that completely blasted away the floor in its vicinity. A blazing wave of fire slammed into White, blasted past him and blew a line all the way down the length of the throne room and out the doors, blowing all the way through the walls on the other side, until it blasted its way out through the side of the palace. Said Twilight, her eyes wide and her lips peeled back in a terrified grin. Whoops. I didn't figure for how much power a fusion reaction of that size would release. I really hope no pony was outside there. I don't believe any pony was. Twilight's heart stopped for a moment as White Shade's voice reached her ears. The blast from her attack had blown away the floor, peeling it back until the sections of the palace that ran underneath the throne room were visible through the gap she'd opened. Now that the light was fading, she could see a mass of white feathers hovering over that gap. Slowly, the feathers peeled back into 6 distinct wings, revealing White still hovering there completely unharmed. You never cease to amaze me, Twilight Sparkle, said White. I was already quite impressed that you could defend against my magic, something that not even Celestia could manage. But you also managed to attack as well. That might have hurt even me if I hadn't defended in time. Fortunately, the auto-response function of my wings is very quick. As if to emphasize his point, his wings flapped, then shifted, rotating on his back as though they were mounted on a turntable rather than coming right out of his shoulders. I don't wish to do unnecessary damage, but it appears that I will have to take this fight much more seriously if I want to move on with my work. Pinkie Pie, Rarity, Fluttershy, shouted Twilight, not daring to take her eyes off of White. Get Rainbow and Applejack out of here. But what about you? Asked Fluttershy, quivering. I'll keep fighting, said Twilight, but it's going to be hard if all of you are still here. Get Rainbow and Applejack out and help them recover so that we can use the elements. Be careful, darling, said Rarity as she used her magic to lift the unconscious Rainbow Dash. Beside her, Fluttershy was helping Pinkie to settle Applejack onto the pink pony's back. Twilight grimaced, focusing all of her attention onto White, waiting for his next attack, expecting him to hit just as her friends were trying to get away. However, he instead waited patiently for her friends to escape out through the servants' entrance they'd come in through. Why? I have no interest in attacking those who are not going to attack me, unless it actually serves my purposes, said White with a shrug, though it's probably arbitrary of me, considering the possible consequences of this project. It would seem that even I balk at the idea of attacking a mare guarding 2 lives. White seemed as perplexed by this as Twilight was. What does that mean? Asked Twilight, replaying the last few minutes of the fight back over her mind. She immediately noticed that for all the attacks White had directed at her friends, there was one pony in specific his spells had never tried to touch. It's immaterial at this point anyway, said White with a shrug. Shall we continue? Twilight frowned and gulped. White had been playing around before. If he was about to get serious, she couldn't afford to wait for one of his spells to go off in order to analyze it. He'd knock her out with the first hit otherwise. She had to figure out what he was up to before he'd even launched his attack and have a counter in place. Her first step was to recall all the research she'd performed on White's archive, all the dark matter he'd created, up to the point where he'd been banished, its functions, its effects, and the interference it created in the mundane world. From there, she'd have to hypothesize for the dark matter he developed in the time since he'd been banished, since none of that would be in the archives. She'd have to build a working model of his magic and how it affected the world, how he used it, what phenomena it could produce. There was very little time. White's horn was already changing its shape again, going from a helix pattern to wind in on itself and form a series of looping rings over his head, like a textbook drawing of an atom. In the center of that formation, a spark of white light appeared before flaring out. There was a burst of indescribable sound and the space between White and Twilight seemed to contort in on itself. Twilight's horn lit up and a burst of violet energy flared from within the center of the contortion. The whole thing burst out in a soundless explosion. As if that had been some sort of signal, the two of them burst into furious activity. White's wings snapped down in a powerful flap that sent him hurtling at Twilight like an arrow. Twilight's arcanasteel ring blazed with silver fire. Plates of silvery gray appeared, hovering in the air over her shoulders, their narrow, overlapping shapes like the feathers of a pair of wings. Their surface was blurred slightly, as thought they were sheathed in crystal. White shade closed in, his wings already lashing out at Twilight. The hovering plates separated and moved to intercept the incoming wings, intercepting them with a series of loud rings, keeping them at bay. The armor around the back of Twilight's head shifted, the gap where her champern met the crinier shifting to give more room. A second horn, sparkling amethyst in color, sprouted up from the back of her head, off to the side of her pole. A third one, a deep magenta hue, emerged from the other. All 3 of the horns Twilight was currently sporting burst into a dazzling array of colors. Right in front of her, White's horn shifted its configuration again, twisting constantly, forming a series of bizarre and grotesque shapes, almost perfectly matching time with the burst of light from Twilight's horns. All around them, the marble walls of the royal palace cracked, then shattered. Holes appeared so quickly that the sections of wall they'd erased simply seemed to cease to exist. Columns bent in on themselves and vanished, tearing free from the ceiling and floor with great cracking sounds. Only the crystal focus at the center of the room remained unaffected. The great rounded stalactite with the rainbow of harmony still swirling within it continued to pulse calmly. The space between and around them was filled with soundless, lightless explosions, reality itself bending and warping as their battle ascended to a plane beyond that of mundane reality. Twilight called upon every ounce of her training under Arkenstone, working desperately to keep up with the sequence of White Shade's attacks and intercept them before he could complete them. In terms of fighting ability, she was clearly superior. Her mind was working at incredible speed, despite the terrifying intensity of the situation. She'd maximized her skill at streamlining the casting time for her spells, formulating even the most complex ones in mere fractions of a second. Furthermore, she was using her armor of actualized magic to supplement her abilities, building it in concert with her magic to better counter White's magic and adapt to his moves. By all rights, she had every advantage in the world. She should have been able to win. Instead, she found herself locked in an endless stalemate. Every time she countered one of White's spells, he immediately shifted to another one that she was forced to decipher and counter without skipping a beat. It was like fighting against an opponent who used a completely different set of rules and, whenever it suited him, he could change to another, different set of rules completely at will. Because of that, even with all her ability and skill, Twilight found herself lagging perpetually behind White Shade by a single step, always doing her best just to keep up as his magic elevated their dual integrator and stranger heights to the point that Twilight no longer had the words to describe the effects of his magic and was forced to simply shift her own and shape it as best she could to generate the effects that would counter it. She strained her mind to its utmost limit, not relying on spells anymore so much as directly shaping magic to generate whatever effects she needed. I have to do more than this, she thought. Only the fact that he had no formal training in battle magic and very little experience in combat was keeping White from overwhelming her completely. If this kept up, she would be the one to break first. That much was clear to Twilight. Her repertoire of spells was all but exhausted. What she needed was more than new spells or new types of attack and defense. She needed a completely new form of magic, one that White wasn't able to defend against. She had to create a form of magic, a type of magic that had never existed before. Though she should have been at her limits, her reserves depleted. Twilight's magical energy surged. Her eyes blazed completely white. On top of her head, the starburst of the element of magic blazed with violet fire. At that moment, Twilight's mind went completely blank. The armor, actualized through her arcanastral ring, evaporated as the portion of Twilight's focus dedicated to maintaining it vanished. Her whole body began to glow and levitate off the ground, the light of magic filling the air around her. In the hallway behind the servants' entrance, Rarity, Fluttershy, and Pinkie Pie all noticed that their elements were beginning to shine as well. Even the ones worn by the unconscious Rainbow Dash and Applejack were glowing. They all felt the urge to immediately go to their friend's side and lend her their power. The light around Twilight seemed to solidify, then shattered as White Shade's wings collided with it. The light vanished from Twilight's eyes and the element of magic at the same time, leaving her exactly as she was, alone and unguarded as White's wings surrounded her from all sides. Truly magnificent, but poorly timed, said White. I'm afraid I can't give you the time to do that. His wings closed in, wrapping around behind Twilight, the feathers that formed them seeming to multiply until they completely cut off the world around her. In fact, they seemed less like wings and more like masses of endlessly multiplying feathers swirling endlessly around, even cutting off her view of White himself as they moved to completely encompass her. Her last glimpse of White Shade showed her his horn contorting itself yet again, a different light shining through it from where the base met his forehead. Twilight felt her awareness fading, as though she was sinking slowly into a stupor, her world going from white to black. She no longer had any thoughts to spare about the battle, her friends, Arkenstone, Dawn, Celestia, Luna, Cadence, Equestria. In fact, she no longer had any thoughts at all. Then, everything went away. Too bad, Twilight Sparkle. I win. Author's notes. This was probably the single most difficult fight scene to write for me. How do you describe something that is ultimately supposed to beggar description? By the end of the scene, I was practically approaching a Lovecraftian mode of thought and was trying to make what White was doing and what Twilight was doing to stop him come off as weird and unnatural as possible. Next chapter, the duel's end. Resignation. Chapter 33, Resignation. So you mean to end this fight? Asked Arkenstone. That's right, replied Swift. After all, I have your filly friend to kill before she can make things even worse. If we don't stop her, White will finish his project in no time. If we do, it at least gives us some more time to work with. That's all you're doing, spat Arkenstone, buying time. You're going to end Twilight's life over possibilities and maybes. More like the strong inkling of a definite something, replied Swift with a cackle and a grin, but I don't like the way you all showed up just after White wiped the floor with Princess Celestia and set up the big, glowy thingy in the throne room. You're playing right into his hooves. That's enough, snarled Arkenstone, advancing, his armored greaves clanking harshly against the stone of the cabin floor. I am through bandying words with you. Good enough, said Swift, I'm through buying time anyway. Buying time. Arkenstone didn't like the sound of that. He paused, silence descending on the cabin, save for the pattering of water across his armor as the vapor released by Swift's mist condensed on the stalactites above and rained back down. The air within the cabin was heavy with moisture, the humidity making the air feel thick syrupy. Funny thing about dust, said Swift, it gets everywhere and sticks to everything. When a breeze blows, it all dances about. But if it's too wet, it can't get off the ground. Shocked, Arkenstone finally realized Swift's real aim with all the water vapor he'd filled the cabin with. He hadn't simply been throwing off Arkenstone's guard. He'd been aiming to cut Arkenstone off from the most powerful tool in his arsenal, the dust from which he could forge both armor and blades and mold them freely, depending on his needs. Swift had deliberately led the battle down into the already damp caves and then done everything he could to increase the humidity until it was practically raining. While the moisture had no effect on the armor that Arkenstone currently wore, or the blades he currently wielded, if they were broken, he wouldn't be able to raise the dust if it was weighed down by water. He'd be left with the blades he could form from the pine needles he carried and whatever he could fashion from the fragments and debris of their battle, most of it too heavy for him to finally control. So now what? Asked Swift. Your most powerful weapon's been sealed and I have complete control of this fight. You should just give up. Never, replied Arkenstone. The blades he'd been wielding moved towards him and then seeped back into his armor, dissolving into black streams that flowed through his barding, reinforcing it. The edges it wore were sharper and stronger. Even Swift wouldn't be able to break them with all the strength of the mountain root at his disposal. Arkenstone molded the plates into layers, allowing them to completely dissipate any impact without breaking. He would have to forego using the technique of reap what you sow to turn the power of Swift's blows back against him. But, in exchange, he would have the overall strength to go completely hoof to hoof with a master of the mountain root. So you're abandoning your weapons and focusing on defense. Swift's squinty eyes opened a little wider. No, you're concentrating your offense into one point and turning your whole body into a single weapon. Not a bad way to approach this. Let's see where it gets you. The two of them went still. Swift had frozen with his right hoof lifted just barely off the ground, poised to probably reach for one of the infernal devices he had secreted within his clothing. Arkenstone was rooted in place, all four of his hooves so firmly set in the ground that it was cracked around them. The only sound was the continued pattering of the water as it rained down from above. Nearby, a single jutting crystal that had been damaged over the course of the battle cracked. A tiny fragment, barely a sliver, dropped down. It hit the cabin floor with the tiniest, most imperceptible of clicks. Both their ears heard it. As if by unspoken agreement, the two stallions surged forward simultaneously, charging each other down. Swift's right hoof had already darted into the folds of his sash and pulled out a small, black cylinder, which he thrust out ahead of him as he charged down Arkenstone. In return, Arkenstone slammed his right forehoof into the ground, along with his hind hooves. His left forehoof, he raised and thrust out at Swift. As he did so, the armor over it flowed forward, becoming a sword that Arkenstone thrust straight at Swift's chest. Swift met Arkenstone's attack head-on, slamming the bomb he held in his hoof against Arkenstone's attacking foreleg. The bomb was a real one, not a bluff filled with water or poison. The sound of the explosion filled the cabin as the space between the two stallions filled with fire and smoke. The explosion blossomed out in all directions, but Swift's hoof, reinforced by the power of the mountain root, was an indomitable barrier that pushed the explosion's force almost entirely in one direction, straight against the bomb's point of contact with Arkenstone. As such, Swift was almost completely untouched by the explosion, its force instead driving straight into Arkenstone's arm with a crunching noise as the layered plates of armor shattered. The explosion also forced Arkenstone's thrust to the side. The sword's point scraped just under Swift's eye as it slid past. Black fragments falling from his armor, Arkenstone retreated. Cracks ran up the length of the sword he'd wielded and it ended up crumbling to pieces. Rather than swirling through the air, those pieces fell to the floor and dissolved into the water running along the ground. The breaking halted a short way up past his fetlock. Arkenstone was glad that the armor over his face hid his grimace as he shifted it to cover what Swift's bomb had broken away. Normally I'd be happy to chip away at your armor till you've got nothing left, said Swift with a grin, but I want to finish this fight right away. Moving almost casually, Swift stepped forward, raising his forehoof once again. This time, there was nothing in it. Arkenstone lunged in, aiming to run his opponent through before Swift could produce another weapon. He shaped another blade, this one over his right forehoof and drove it forward. However, Swift intercepted it with his raised hoof quite easily. To Arkenstone's horror, he felt the weapon jerk and felt that feeling run through the entirety of his armor. I certainly didn't get away from this fight unscathed, said Swift as he almost casually curled his fetlock around Arkenstone's armored one, seemingly unbothered by the edge of the blade he was curling it around. In fact, Arkenstone felt the edges crumbling like dried mud. But what if that's the entire point? Behind the plate of his champron, Arkenstone's eyes shot open. He remembered Swift throwing himself through the blades and even blowing himself up to escape Arkenstone's attacks. He'd hurt himself in the process with his own bombs, no less. But he didn't need to, Arkenstone realized. Swift could have used the mountain route to strengthen his body and shrug off those explosions with no difficulty. It was probably the main reason he could be so confident whilst carrying so many dangerous devices. Yet he'd allowed himself to be injured. But why? You fight with scent, said Swift, his grin taking on a savage quality, but I've shown that I can fight with it too. When you absorbed the dust my bombs raised into your armor, it carried more than dust. It had hairs from my coat and mane, bits of clothing I've worn for years, even little tiny bits of my skin and blood. In other words, your armor has countless little pieces of me in it right now, all carrying my scent. Arkenstone felt the meaning of Swift's words all too clearly. He hadn't noticed them before, but a shivering pulse of Swift's magic moved through his body that was impossible to ignore, if only because its presence was magnified by the presence of a million tiny impurities that suddenly appeared to Arkenstone's senses. In response to Swift's magic, they began to grow and change, opening cracks causing chips of his armor to fall away. Swift's stride thrust down with all three legs he was standing on, channeling the force of the movement up into his body as he leaned towards Arkenstone, forcing it out through the foreleg he used to grip Arkenstone's armor. Every plate of Arkenstone's armor shattered to pieces, scattering across the cabin and dissolving into wet dust on the floor and walls. His beige coat revealed, Arkenstone stepped back, or he should have. Instead, he moved forward. Even before Swift had completed his attack, Arkenstone's tail had already lashed, flicking a single pine needle into the air. As his armor dissolved around him, Arkenstone lunged at Swift, sending a blade moving so fast that it might as well have been invisible. Something exploded between them and Arkenstone's nose filled with the soothing scent of lavender. It almost seemed that the ponies of the royal guard in the palace entryway had forgotten their purpose. Though Dawn and Perlin were fully engrossed in their battle, it seemed to have never crossed the minds of the guards that now might have been the time to make for the palace interior to help the element bearers. Instead, they stood enthralled as pure white winds clashed against wings of silvery blue. Perlin's attacks seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. Feathers disappeared from his wings, only to reappear in another place, moving in different directions. At times, his entire body seemed to vanish as the Pegasus performed what should have been an impossible feat and teleported to evade attacks or gain an advantageous position, Perlin having unconsciously realized that he could take advantage of the same quality of his wings that allowed him to send his feathers out. Dawn moved so quickly and abruptly that he might as well have been teleporting. At times, he even appeared to be in 2 or even 3 places at once. More than once, their audience saw Perlin's feathers slice into Dawn's body, only for it to vanish as they realized that only his afterimage had been cut. The air around his wings practically blazed with light and Dawn's body seemed more like a shadow between them. Dawn had never felt this exhilarated before. Everything around him was so chaotic, so tempestuous, and yet so clear. He felt Perlin through the wind. He could see the damp spots on Perlin's coat where the young stallion's sweat had left its mark. He could hear each beat of Perlin's wings. He felt Perlin's every breath and breathed with him. The two of them danced through the air, separate beings, each with his own thoughts, feelings and objectives, yet moving in perfect sync with one another, as though the two of them were one. Dawn's fur was matted with sweat as well. Despite that, he didn't feel tired in the slightest. In fact, the more they fought, the more he felt he could do. It was as if his battle with Perlin was calling him to push harder, move faster, and refine his technique further. It was a world of difference from his terrifying ordeal against Terra Hart, where he'd been scrabbling with everything he had just to survive and strike back. Here, in this razor-thin space between life and death, Dawn had never felt more alive. Several feathers emerged from rifts all around Dawn, their slashes trying to cut off his path of escape. Dawn's body moved fluidly, slipping between them, his dodge carrying him above Perlin's back. Perlin whirled to intercept Dawn, but was forced to defend instead when Dawn sent a white column hammering down at him, the force of the blow driving Perlin straight down to the floor. The blast slammed into the entryway floor, then through it, driving into the mountain below, punching a hole straight down through the caverns. However, Perlin was not there. Instead, he emerged from a seam in the air, appearing right behind Dawn, sweeping his wings forward so that they crossed in front of him before sweeping them back in a double slash like a massive pair of jagged shears. Dawn ducked forward, actually rolling into the air, barely managing to pull his hindquarters out of the way. As it was, Perlin's feathers nicked the very tip of Dawn's tail. As Dawn rolled, he snapped his wings out. He swept them in a small circular pattern, a hum building in the air around him before Dawn swept his wings down past his underbelly, which was actually facing Perlin, ending with a jabbing motion that thrust his outermost primaries in Perlin's direction like the blades of a pair of spears. Blazing lances of concentrated plasma shot out from his feathers. Perlin immediately brought his wings back in front of himself, their glow seeming to drain the light from Dawn's own attack as it slammed into him. One of the lances was blocked completely, shattering into a burst of fiery sparks that scattered through the air. The other hit Perlin's damaged wing. Though it too was mostly blocked, sparks and arcs of energy flowed through the broken gaps in Perlin's feathers and spattered against his right side. Electricity jolted Perlin's body and burns blossomed where the plasma landed, its heat scorching away the hairs of his coat and blistering black the flesh beneath. Perlin screamed in agony, his entire body lurching as he rolled hard, trying to throw off the remnants of the plasma before it did any more damage. The electricity that accompanied it made his muscles spasm and threw off his coordination. As it was, Perlin barely noticed Don complete his roll and kick out his hooves, reversing his direction and sending him hurtling a Perlin like a bullet. Perlin barely had the presence of mind to raise his undamaged left wing to block as Don slammed a burst of white wind into it like a powerful hammer. Unable to fully control his actions, Perlin hadn't been able to charge his wing with that shimmering quality that turned its nature into something between matter and energy. Before the awesome power of the white wind that Don commanded, the dark matter feathers cracked, then shattered as the blow hammered through. The force of the attack drove Perlin to the floor again. He was barely able to get his right wing into position as he hit, letting it take the brunt of the force, which kept him from breaking anything. The force of impact still drove the breath from Perlin's lungs and his body left his control for a second. All Perlin could do was simply lay there, struggling to draw in his next breath. He heard the click of hooves on the floor next to him and then felt a tiny but intense heat directly over his neck. Don stood over him, his vivid turquoise eyes and their eerie, cat-like pupils impassive. Don had reached out with one wing, resting his leading primary just over Perlin's throat. At the very tip of Don's feather was a tiny spark of plasma, minuscule in size, yet burning with enough intensity to make the hairs of Perlin's coat smoke with its mere proximity. It would seem that I won this round, said Don calmly. He felt slightly dazed. Coming back from that mysterious state of mind, beyond the reach of rationality, where the barriers between thought and action broke down, was still a disorienting experience for him. He felt as though everything around him was in something of a haze. Is that so? Asked Perlin with a smirk. He'd noticed Don's addled state himself. Perlin was definitely in worse shape, but he was recovering fairly quickly. Right now, he wasn't sure if he could pull out the full potential of the dark matter his wings were composed of. He'd achieved that in the fight by immersing himself in the flow of battle, feeling his wings, feeling their capabilities and following through with those feelings as he fought. He would have liked more time to explore the strange qualities of his wings, but now was not the time for that. Instead, he called upon the most basic ability they possessed. From the wing he was laying on, he detached a single feather, one of the few undamaged ones he possessed. Though Don was still feeling a bit detached, he felt the seam forming in the air just behind his head. He jerked to the side. His ear was nicked by the feather that flew past it like a dart. The motion pulled Don's wing, and the deadly spark it carried clear of Perlin's throat. Perlin wasted no time in rolling onto his hooves and surging up. He wielded his wings like a pair of massive blades, slashing them straight at Don. Don fell back before the sudden onslaught. His surprise was so complete at Perlin's unexpected attack that he was unable to calm his mind and return to the thoughtless state where he could marshal a power that could actually match Perlin's dark matter. Instead, he retaliated by drawing a wing in towards his side, pulling as much air as he could towards him before using a forward sweep of the wing to thrust that air at Perlin in a powerful, hammering gust. Perlin's wings easily deflected and scattered the blast, but the damage they had taken from Don's previous attacks left gaps in their otherwise impenetrable defense. Don's gust was broken into countless small projectiles of air, several of which found their way through the gaps in Perlin's feathers and punched into his chest and barrel. Perlin felt something snap and a sharp pain shot through him, adding itself to the litany of complaints his body was already lodging with his brain. Perlin ignored it and drove forward, determined to press the attack and see the battle to its ultimate conclusion. Stop. The unexpected voice cut through Perlin's thoughts of fighting and winning, bringing his very consciousness to a screeching halt as he froze in place, his mind reeling on the fact that he would hear her voice, that she would even be here. Coco Pommel stepped out from under the protective shroud of Firefly's wing and trotted towards the combatants, tears streaming from her eyes. You have to stop this, she said, her gaze fixed on Perlin. You can't end it this way. This is battle, said Perlin, his voice flat. I have no intention of doing things halfway, whether in winning or losing. You're just making excuses, said Coco. That's enough. Please don't do this, don't leave me. I can't, said Perlin, his voice hitching. I've done too much, there's no way I can turn my back on what I've done, what I've helped. This is the ending I deserve. And no it isn't, said Coco, a whimper making its way into her voice. You asked me to grow up, said Perlin softly, to take responsibility for the things I've done, for the things I do. His eyes turned back to Don, who had settled and was watching the exchange quietly. This is how I choose to do it. With that, he abandoned his conversation with Coco and turned back to Don, surging forward to charge at the ebony colt. However, Don had not been idle with the opening afforded to him by Coco's sudden interruption. Instead, he had taken the opportunity to even out his breathing, relax his body and mind, and quiet his thoughts. He sank down into that calm, thoughtless state he had spent most of the battle in, letting his consciousness spread all around him. It was even easier now than it had ever been before. He knew, before Perlin had even started moving, that the young stallion was going to shift back to an attack and Don was ready for him. Don simply raised up his right wing, sweeping all the air on that side of him into a motion, bringing it up and over his head so that he could drive it down at Perlin as the young stallion charged in. As he did so, his feathers hummed and crackled and the air that Don was wielding began to buzz and glow. As he brought his wing around in its arcing motion, it brought with it a white, shining wind that inscribed a crescent above Don as he brought it swinging down at his opponent. Perlin, his mind too preoccupied by Coco, her words, and his feelings, was unprepared when he saw Don's wing descend. No, Coco threw herself at Perlin and Don. She'd started moving even before the two warriors had. She'd seen in Perlin's eyes what he was about to do and she didn't even pause to think about her own safety as she thrust herself between them. Don had sensed Coco's approach and was trying to divert the force of his blow to the side. However, even with his extended awareness, he'd been too focused on Perlin to react properly. The attack would probably only graze Coco, but that would be enough to rend her flesh and pulverize her bones. Coco felt a pair of arms wrap around her and something soft and warm rest over her back. Perlin had completely abandoned his attack and had instead turned to catch Coco as she leapt at him, wrapping his wings around her and turning so that they, along with his body, were interposed between her and Don's attack. The shining wind Don wielded glanced off Perlin's wings, stripping off even more of his feathers, practically ripping them out of his flesh so that they left trails of blood through the air. The force of the blow, glancing though it was, sent Perlin and Coco flying. They hit the floor hard, at a shallow angle. Perlin's wings, still wrapped around Coco, deflected the impact and sent them skipping off like a stone across the surface of a pond. They hit the wall of the palace entryway with enough force to make the entire construct shudder, sending dust and debris flying through the air, blocking them completely from view. Don gaped, all thoughts of maintaining his inner peace and continuing the fight vanishing as fear gripped him. Coco, the fight forgotten, he bounded towards the cloud of dust, his eyes searching for any sign that Coco was all right. He might have worried about Perlin as well, but as far as Don was concerned, any fate Perlin suffered was the ultimate outcome of their duel and was something he was prepared to accept. Coco, who he'd come to see as something of a sister, whether an older or younger one was up for debate, was his true concern at the moment. A sweep of his wing drove away the cloud of dust and Don saw Perlin there, his body actually embedded in the wall. His left wing seemed to have taken the brunt of the impact, but Don could see that Perlin hadn't escaped unscathed. One of his hind legs was bent at an unpleasant-looking angle and the burn marks from Don's plasma were still clearly visible. However, Don's gaze immediately went to the young mare Perlin had wrapped in his arms and wings. For a moment Coco was still, her eyes clenched shut, her face pressed to the base of Perlin's neck. Don felt his heart skip a beat. Did I kill her? Then he saw her twitch. Her eyes fluttered, then slowly opened and she pulled her face away enough to begin looking up at Perlin. Don felt his knees go weak with relief when he saw that she was moving and, apparently, not in any pain. Are you all right? Asked Perlin carefully, tilting his head to look down at Coco. He'd hit it against something. His left eye was glazed and framed by a small stream of blood flowing from a cut above it. I'm fine, said Coco. Are you crazy? He asked, a hint of anger finding its way into his voice. What were you thinking, throwing yourself into the middle of that? You could have been killed. You would have been killed, said Coco softly. That was my decision, said Perlin. I wanted to see this fight through to the end. Is that what you really wanted? Asked Coco, gazing up at Perlin with an uncharacteristically serious expression. You wanted to die. Perlin seemed to have difficulty expressing himself. He averted his hawk-like eyes away from Coco. I've done a lot of thinking, especially about the things we talked about the ponies I've hurt, the problems I've caused. There's no way I can make up for that. I can't just make things right. Because of that, I'm not the kind of pony who should be with you. Wow. His diatribe was cut off by a pained yelp as Coco thumped a hoof against his chest. Stop that, she said firmly, her eyes tearing up. Despite her tears, Coco's expression was resolute. Just giving up like that, fighting to the death just so you don't have to face what you've done, that's just another kind of running away. That's not going to solve anything. It's not going to make up for anything you've done. It's not going to bring back any pony you've killed. It's not growing up and taking responsibility at all. If you really want to grow up, you have to live. You have to face the things you've done and accept you can't change them. It's what you do afterwards that matters. Sniffling, Coco pressed her face against Perlin's neck again. I understand that it's hard, but I don't want you to die. Isn't that reason enough? Perlin blinked and looked down at Coco, his eyes wide. His heart was thudding alarmingly, its beat actually sending pangs of pain through his injured ribs. But that didn't matter to him. Coco's words were like the sunlight cutting through fog. Slowly, he began to tighten his hold on her. Don coughed politely, drawing Perlin's attention to him. In all honesty, he said, this is probably the most I've ever enjoyed myself, especially in the heat of battle. You've shown me something that I would have never realized otherwise. It would be a shame to let it end here. Because of that, I would like it if we could meet and fight again, especially sometime when the fate of the world isn't at stake. Perhaps that might be enough to convince you to continue living as well. Perlin smiled. It was a softer smile than the one he usually wore, nothing like the slightly manic look of the young stallion who lost himself to the throes of battle. Instead, Perlin's smile was laden with relief and gratitude. I suppose you two aren't going to give me much of a choice in the matter. Don smiled back. Take it from a pony who has lived a difficult life, one that has often left me contemplating whether it was worth living on to see the next day. At my lowest, I sometimes pondered the idea of letting everything end, of giving up. Perlin swallowed. And I realized something, said Don. He approached Perlin. Firefly joined him and, together, the two of them carefully began to pry Perlin and Coco out of the crater feed left in the wall so that they could gently lower the pair to the floor. I realized that death was easy, continued Don, so very easy. It's so easy that it can happen completely by accident, as simple as getting out of bed the wrong way. Look the wrong direction, go right instead of left, and it's all over. Even if that never happens to you, even if you never end up dying in battle or as a consequence of some horrific disaster, death will still be there at the end of everything. In a sense, it's the one option that never has any conditions or time limits. It's always available and it is never retracted. That doesn't sound very encouraging, said Perlin. It may not be encouraging, but it is easy, replied Don. Dying is very easy, and the chance will always be there. Knowing that, I realized that it was so easy, I could do it anytime. And if I could do it anytime, would it really hurt all that much to put it off a little longer and to try and see if things might change for the better? After all, if they don't, then death is still there, always. You can die anytime, so, in the meantime, why not live a little longer? And that worked, asked Perlin, his eyes wide. He still held tightly to Coco, as though he was almost afraid she would disappear if he let her go. For her part, Coco didn't seem to be in any particular hurry to separate herself from the young stallion and probably wouldn't until it was time for his injuries to be seen to. For a time, said Don, it's a rather morbid approach to staving off suicide, but it worked for a little while, stalling on the idea of dying to see if things would get better. That train of thought won't last forever. What did you do? Asked Perlin. I found something better, said Don, beaming. I found things that I never thought I would get to have. I found a home, a family, love. He blushed and looked away, eliciting giggles from Coco and Firefly. Quote. I found things worth living for, things that made it so that death didn't have to be something I kept putting off. But those things, the life I have now, all of that would have disappeared if I'd chosen death, if I'd given up. Once you truly choose it, death is the only option and there is no going back. If you'd ended up dying against me today, all of this. He waved a hoof to encompass Perlin and Coco. Would have ended. There would be nothing left after that. Perlin stared silently at Don for a moment. Finally, he let out a morose chuckle and looked away. How did you get to be so philosophical, kid? Don smirked. You tend to do a lot of thinking, living by yourself in the wilderness for a year. That makes sense, said Perlin. He let out a sigh that became a pained grunt as the exhalation stung his injured ribs. You win, I guess. I give up. I'll try to live a little longer. He smiled down at Coco. I guess I've found something that makes it worthwhile. I'm glad to hear that, said Don. The floor beneath their hooves shuddered and then jolted. Startled, Don's eyes shot up to the way his mother and her friends had taken further into the palace. He felt something down there, something alien. He'd been so engrossed in his fight with Perlin, he'd failed to notice the strange pulsing, dislocating feeling that had washed over the battlefield for a brief instant. Now that he recalled it, he realized that the very thing they had come to stop might well have happened. His gut churned and Don realized that the day wasn't over yet. Just because he had won his fight, it didn't mean that the threat presented by White Shade had vanished. He needed to see this all the way through to the end. I need to go, said Don, setting off toward the throne room. Be careful, said Firefly. Her words made Don pause and turn to look her over. He realized that Firefly had not moved to join him. She gave the Colt an apologetic smile. I'm spent, she said. I used myself up out there. I'm afraid I'm not going to be much help in a fight. It's one of those things that happens when you get to be my age. I'll stay back and look after these two. She jerked her head at Coco and Perlin. Honestly, I'm amazed you've still got so much energy left. Don nodded and turned to gallop down the hallway. Behind him, he could hear and feel the royal guards moving to take charge of the situation. Firefly turned to address them, apparently dictating instructions for Perlin's treatment. Then they were out of the range of Don's wind sense and he had to focus all of his attention on what lay ahead. The feathered masses of White Shade's wings had completely detached themselves from his back as the feathers swirled about Twilight Sparkle like a cyclone. As they spun through the air, they caught the light coming in through the windows and refracted it into an alien spectrum of colors that no words could possibly describe. The swirling maelstrom of feathers extended upwards and downwards, reaching both the floor and ceiling until it was a massive whirling column. Then, gradually, the feathers seemed to merge together, their individual shapes melting and melding together until the column was now a single, solid, spinning object. Then, slowly, the spinning halted and White looked upon the fruit of his labors. The column of off-white looked like a cloudy mass of crystal. If one looked closely enough, the texture of the surface was still clearly that of feathers, as though their shapes had been etched into the surface with a tiny pick. Though it was hazy, it wasn't completely opaque. The view of what lay on the other side of the crystal column was blocked. But within it, one could see the dark shadow of what was clearly a unicorn contained within. White took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Then he wiped his arm across his forehead. It looks like that fight made you sweat, observed Kambu as the chartreuse stallion carefully picked his way over from where he'd been hiding, outside the main entrance of the throne room. I didn't even know that body of yours could sweat. She certainly put me through my paces, said White. Right there, at the end, she very nearly had me. If I hadn't taken that opportunity to stop her, she'd have won. She was on the verge of creating an entirely new magic. A spell to counter dark matter? Asked Kambu skeptically. White shook his head. Not a new spell, but an entirely new magic. Just as I was forced to redevelop my magic after rebuilding my body from dark matter, she would have invented a new magic beholden to a completely different set of rules from what unicorns know. It would have been to magic itself what my dark matter is to physical substance. Incredible, breathed Kambu, casting a shocked gaze at the figure of the imprisoned unicorn. Fortunately, in order to do so, she'd completely abandoned all attempts at defense and offense and left herself open at a critical moment, said White, which was quite fortunate, as it turned out, as I suspect she might have beaten me without any new magic the way things were going. Really? Inquired Kambu, raising an eyebrow. White nodded. She understands my dark matter and its nature better than any pony, including you. Over the course of our little fight, she accomplished many feats I would have deemed impossible, had she not pulled them off right in front of my face. It's safe to say that Twilight Sparkle most certainly deserves her renown as a mage. What have you done with her then? Asked Kambu. Now that I've captured her, I'm linking her mind to the control matrix for the array. From there, I will have her work out the final calculations to execute the array's full activation. Once that is completed, I will initiate dimensional separation. He chuckled. Thanks to Twilight Sparkle, work that I had anticipated taking several more weeks will be complete in less than an hour. Are you sure that there will be no risk to her hijacking control of the array's matrix? Asked Kambu. You've put her in the perfect position to do that. I'm monitoring her thought process, said White nonchalantly. I've built in a compulsion that will drive her mind to work out the calculations. If she consciously tries to take control of that process and use that to circumvent my own control over the array, she could theoretically do that. However, as long as I maintain an active awareness of her thought process, she won't be able to get away with it. The expression on his face was positively giddy. It's amazing, he said breathlessly. In a few moments, everything I've worked for, all the years I've spent, all the efforts, hiding in misdirection will finally bear fruit. At last, it's time. Kambu swallowed and shuffled awkwardly. He wished he could share his teacher's enthusiasm. After all, even if he had complete faith in Morning No, White Shade's brilliance, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had just abetted the end of the world as he knew it. More importantly, after the uproar White had caused, Kambu doubted that there was any way he would escape unscathed, even if White was completely successful. Odds were that Kambu would not be escaping back to his life of luxury as the pony managing his nominal ward's estates. If he were lucky, he might be able to escape imprisonment, possibly long enough to escape Equestria itself. The knights, the element bearers, even the princesses would probably have enough on their hooves in the aftermath to not worry about him. However, Kambu knew that they would come after him eventually. But worrying about that would come later. Right now, what was important was focusing on accomplishing White's goals for the present. The array wasn't running just yet. Even if the accomplishment of White's goals was minutes away, those were minutes where things could still be derailed if they were careless. So, rumbled a deep voice trembling with rage, does this mean that this was the root of everything I believed? Looking over to the throne room doors, White and Kambu saw the voice's source, a large dark brown earth pony, his coat the color of freshly turned earth. Sprouting from his neck was a ragged mane that, normally, would have been the color of newly grown wheat. However, its color was dulled and streaked with filth. Terrahart had once had a truly magnificent physique, looking like he had been carved from the side of a mountain. His muscles, smooth and taut, had looked like steel cables beneath his skin. However, now he looked thin and wiry. His skin was folded in spots and his stomach sagged. It almost looked as though he'd gained decades of age in the few months he'd been imprisoned. His gray eyes were shot through with red and dark shadows beneath them suggested sleepless nights. He was a far cry from the almost perfect specimen of an earth pony he'd once been. but his figure was imposing nonetheless and his rage was a palpable force throughout the room. White blinked and rolled his eyes up in thought for a moment before regarding Tara again. Oh, I'd forgotten all about you. That's curious, I thought you would have been amongst the recruits for my little air force. He tilted his head to one side. It must have been because you weren't housed with the general prisoners. As usual, there was no taunt in White's tone. He spoke as though he were simply having trouble recalling a memory of an unimportant event. Are you really him? Demanded Tara. Are you really our Holy Father, the Supreme Pontiff? White shrugged indifferently. A second later, patches of pink began to spread across his coat, like new skin suddenly growing over his body. After a few seconds, the familiar form of Morning Star stood before Tara, looking just as he had the last time that Tara had seen him. In the flesh, he said, though there's a bit more to it. I doubt that matters to you, though. Everything I did, it was for the good of Equestria, for the good of Ponykind, Tara snarled as he advanced. A single step from his hoof made the floor jump. It seemed that, despite his emaciated state, his magic was just as potent as ever. I fought with the whole of my body and soul because I believed our cause was just, because I believed that Princess Celestia had blessed us, because I believed that Nightmare Moon and her ilk were a poison upon this world. Then I came to Ponyville and I found one of Princess Celestia's personal champions there, one who fought me and called everything I had fought for false. When I met Princess Celestia herself, she scorned me and gave me nothing but disgust for all that I had done in her name. I languished in her dungeon whilst her niece tried incessantly to pry knowledge of the order from me. I refused to answer any of her queries because I still held hope that this was just another test of my faith, that Princess Celestia was testing my resolve. Tara waved a hoof, his gesture encompassing the throne room and all it contained. Are you telling me that it was all a lie? White stood there, his expression impassive, raising an eyebrow. When he saw that Tara seemed to truly expect an answer from him, White spoke. Yep, pretty much. The angry rumble that escaped from Tara's snout set the floor to shaking. Small chunks of stone that littered around the throne room, fragments of the previous battles, danced and bounced about. The palpable feeling of Tara's rage doubled and the entire room became heavy beneath the weight of his killing intent. Kambu let out a frightened whimper and shrank back from the powerful Earth Pony warrior, one who was said to have mastered the mountain route. Beneath his hooves, he felt the floor tip, as though he were in danger of sliding across the marble and landing right at Tara's hooves. He scrabbled backwards, but that did not lessen the feeling that he was about to plummet to a very nasty demise. All of it, demanded Tara, was it all lies? White blinked in confusion. What, are you asking for an actual percentage of lies to truth or something? That's just silly. Wait, hold on. Once again, he turned his eyes upwards in thought. That's a bit tricky to answer. I tried to use the truth as much as possible, since I wasn't very good at lying when I started this. Naturally, that didn't go very far because there wasn't much truth to go on to begin with. I mean, you could consider the previous works and directives of the order that I drew upon as truth, sort of. I was building off what they said. That said, I did lie quite a bit. I lied when I couldn't sufficiently stretch the truth to suit my needs. I lied whenever it was convenient for me and I had a reasonable hope of pulling it off without getting it caught. I lied especially hard when it came to justifying the foci for the array's temples. I even went so far as to doctor the ancient texts I found so that I could show any pony who was curious just how I had discovered the array's design. I was actually disappointed that no pony ever asked to see them. I'd put a lot of work into that after all. The low rumble emanating from Tara reached fever pitch. The floor beneath his hooves cracked and he abruptly sank a solid inch, as though he'd gained several tons of weight in less than a second. His eyes narrowed and his muscles, thin and atrophied though they were, tensed like springs as he sank into a crouch. The motion roused White from his introspection and his mutterings ceased as he saw that Tara was preparing to attack. I really wouldn't advise that, said White calmly, clearly unbothered by Tara's killing intent. As skilled as you are in the ways of the mountain route, you don't have any hope of doing me any harm. I suggest you be on your way, perhaps find something productive to do with your life. I no longer have any need for your loyalty after all. If White's words were meant to calm Tara's rage, they were severely ill-considered. Instead, it was like trying to douse an open flame with a stream of lamp oil. Tara let out an outraged roar. In an instant, he was within arm's reach of White, looking as though he'd crossed the distance between them in a single step. However, the sequence of impacting sounds against the floor and the cratered hoof steps left in Tara's wake said otherwise. Tara slammed all four of his hooves simultaneously into the floor and leaned forward to strike. Only to be cut off by a flash of white that crossed his vision. In an instant, a single white wing sprouted from White's left shoulder and slashed across in front of him. The feathers carved through Tara's flesh with frightening ease. Even though it was strengthened with all the power he could muster as a practitioner of the mountain route, Tara's flesh parted easily. His hindquarters were sent flying off to the side of the throne room, while his front half went tumbling just past Whiteshade's left side, both halves of his body leaving a bloody trail as they went. Though he felt the life ebbing from his body, Tara was determined not to let White off without landing at least one blow. Tara slammed his forehooves into the floor and pushed off, ignoring pain and his faltering physical strength, fueling his actions purely with his magic and will, pushing himself far beyond the limits of what even the greatest of Earth ponies should have been capable of in his current state. With just his forelegs, Tara was able to launch the remaining half of his body into the air in a leap that carried him over White so that he would descend upon White's back like a falling boulder, his hooves outstretched to deliver his absolute final blow. In an instant, 5 more white wings burst out of White's back, all angling upward, their feathers splayed out and piercing through Tara's flesh as though it were paper. For a second, Tara hung suspended from the countless feathers pierced through him, his hooves mere inches away from White's spine. Then the wings disappeared into a flurry of blurs, slicing Tara's body to pieces and scattering the dismembered parts across the room so completely that not even a single drop of blood landed on White's body. Whiteshade stood there, one hoof slightly upraised, his mouth hanging open as though he'd been intending to say something else to Tara before he attacked. His eyes traced the path of Tara's line of attack, trying to figure out what had just happened. He looked overhead where Tara had been about to crush him only seconds earlier. Well, he cast his eyes about the room, taking in the spectacle of the scattered chunks of flesh and globules of blood, as well as the severed set of hindquarters lying off to one side of the room. Never mind then. Now that I think about it, I don't think he was ever really one for listening. I always had to work really hard to get through to him when he was in one of his moods. I guess it's a good thing I upgraded the auto defense function of my wings. I didn't even see what he did. You. White's eyes snapped back to the main doors of the throne room as yet another visitor arrived. The ebony colt stared at White Shade with wide eyes fully displaying their turquoise color and slit-shaped pupils. Don Lightwing stood there, aghast at what he saw. Author's notes. And there goes Terra. I suspect he will not be missed by the audience at least. That was the main reason this story sports the gore tag. The story of Perlin's redemption isn't exactly over yet. Unfortunately, that would be a side story epic in and of itself, so at best, you might get a highlights reel in the next story, and yes, there is a next story. Next chapter, Twilight Sparkle chats with a very special guest. Inside and Out. Chapter 34, Inside and Out. Where am I? Twilight blinked and looked around. It took her a moment to realize that she was having trouble thinking. The back of her mind was working furiously, numbers and equations, accompanied by symbols and information dredged up from her memories dancing through her thoughts continuously. Twilight's impulse was to lose herself in and analyze the information that was flowing through her consciousness. However, she realized that something was compelling at least part of her mind to focus on the constant stream of knowledge. What was I doing? She blinked again and realized that she didn't feel anything. No, that wasn't quite right. She didn't have eyes or eyelids to blink. She didn't actually feel anything at all. Her mind was sending reflexive signals to body parts that didn't exist in this space. If they don't exist, then, am I dead? No, that didn't feel quite right. Twilight didn't exactly feel alive, but she was sure that she wasn't dead either. If that was the case, then her mind was currently segregated from her physical functions. In this space, if it could even be considered a space in the normal sense, she existed purely as a being of intellect. Here, she had only her mind. Her body, her horn, even her magic were beyond her reach right now. What am I doing here? Recalling her most recent memories was an uphill battle. Twilight had to battle through the loss of focus caused by the constant deluge of information running through her mind as it worked through calculations and deciphered information automatically. Finally, she was able to piece together the sequence of events that had led her here. She remembered White Shade, she remembered fighting him. She remembered losing. White Shade captured me then. Now it all made sense. Her current state, the busy state of her mind as it was flooded with information concerning dark matter, the fact that it was working furiously of its own volition, without her conscious input. White had captured her and had apparently linked her mind to his array. He was having her run the numbers for the final steps leading up to its full activation. He was using her knowledge and her mental capabilities to speed the process along. Swift Stride warned me that White Shade would probably do this, she thought bitterly. He was even willing to kill me to stop this. He was right all along. Maybe, said a taunting voice, one that sent shivers down Twilight's non-existent spine. It was a voice she remembered all too well, from one of the most difficult crises she had faced since taking up the element of magic. For a given value of right, of course, continued the voice, that stallion has always been clever about finding ways to make an answer the right one. With a sound of snapping fingers and a pop, there he was. His figure was an asymmetrical hodgepodge of mismatched parts, from dragon to pony to goat to eagle and so on. The gleefully amused look in his yellow eyes and his low, cackling chuckles made the hairs of Twilight's coat, again, non-existent, stand on end. Discord. In the flesh, or not, said the Draconiquus with a shrug. Technically, I'm still imprisoned by the stasis field that he put around my body. Of course, he's operating on the idea that he can isolate me from the chaos he is unleashing by treating chaos as a particular energy value. He figures that if he can maintain my immediate surroundings in a constant, static state, he can keep me from getting out. And can he? Asked Twilight. Discord raised an eyebrow and gave Twilight a flat look. You know, Twilight Sparkle, it's much easier to converse with you as a pony, not some disembodied intellect. Why don't you give yourself something, a body? I don't know. My mind is the only thing in here, she snapped. Then how are you talking to me? Deadpan Discord, I mean, you don't have a mouth, or lungs, or vocal cords, or a throat to keep them in. But you're talking to me now. That's Twilight cut herself off as she thought about the situation. Again, it was difficult to remain focused with the flood of information always threatening to overwhelm her mind. But she began to reason through her predicament. Even before Discord had posed the question to her, her mind had generated sensations from body parts that did not exist in this space. It was all in her mind, which meant that her current state here was all in her mind as well. Concentrating, Twilight remembered her body, the feel of her limbs, the blood flowing through her veins, the muscles and the skin over them. It took her a moment, but soon she was actually standing there as herself, as a unicorn, not merely as a disembodied mass of consciousness. Much better, said Discord, looking her over and smirking approvingly. It's so much nicer to have some pony to talk to instead of just some brain. Back to what you were talking about earlier, said Twilight, can you get out? Maybe, said Discord, chaos is not some kind of energy that I can be isolated from. It's a status of existence and my link to it is hardly affected by such silly notions as physical space and time. Given what that stallion is doing, I'll probably have a hard time staying imprisoned, even if I want to. You want to? Asked Twilight, I thought you'd love to get out. After all White's careful planning and organization, you should throw it all into shambles. I'd considered that, said Discord, scratching his chin idly with one eagle-clawed hand, but then I looked at his ultimate aim. That stallion is pushing the limits of reality itself, delving past the bounds of what could ever be considered sane or safe. He's taking us to a point where the laws that govern the world and reality will break down, unleashing even I don't know what on the world. It's practically the ultimate kind of chaos. What more could I want? You mean you want him to succeed? Demanded Twilight. Maybe, said Discord with taunting grin, it would be fairly amusing to see him trip over his hooves and watch everything he worked for crumble to the ground as well. Either way, I'll get what I want out of this affair if I just sit back and watch. You ponies are amazing that way. You do realize that I get most of my strength from your kind, don't you? Strength? Asked Twilight. Of course, said Discord, you ponies are half chaos by nature. Most sapient beings are. You couldn't survive without it after all. It's the driving force behind innovation, that spark that goads you to try new things, and the switch that causes you to realize possibilities that you'd never considered before. Your precious elements of harmony wouldn't work without it. But the elements of harmony imprisoned you, protested Twilight. Because I represent an extreme, replied Discord, now idly considering his lion paw, I'm chaos all the way. Harmony isn't about enforcing order over chaos or anything else. It's all about balancing opposing forces, maintaining equilibrium, like trying to balance on a high wire in the middle of an earthquake. Thanks for that cheerful image, grumbled Twilight. Let me put it this way, said Discord, leering at the lavender mare. You were perfectly happy and content with your life as Celestia's perfect little student. You could read your books day in and day out. You learned your lessons, mastered your spells and so on. You were perfectly content with your status in life and had no need to branch out. Your life was perfectly orderly. That being the case, what in the world compelled you to go out and make friends? That's easy, said Twilight. I found out about Nightmare Moon's return and Celestia sent me to Ponyville. To make some friends, finished Discord, cutting her off, not to prepare for the return of her wayward sister, not to find the elements of harmony, but to oversee the preparations for her little festival and make some friends. But she did that, began Twilight, only to be cut off by Discord as he spoke again. But you certainly had no interest in that. You wanted to prepare for Nightmare Moon's arrival anyway. You didn't want to bother with all the ponies who approached you, who spoke to you, who tried to get to know you. You wanted to shove them all to the side as quickly as possible and get back to what was important. Yes, but Twilight struggled to answer him. After all, that wasn't as important as what happened afterwards, the challenges they'd endured as they made their way through the treacherous Everfree to the castle of the royal sisters to uncover the elements, how those challenges had brought them together. Those things had forged a bond between her and the ponies that she would consider her friends. But that's not quite the case, said Discord, as though he'd read her mind. After all, they were able assistants to help you along your way. But that wasn't what was important. Defeating poor little Luna was. Those ponies were just stepping stones, boxes on a checklist. Why did they matter to you? His smile widened. It's because of that spark of chaos that led you to do something you'd never even considered before. You ended up embracing the idea of friendship, something you should have had no time for. That's. Twilight sighed. She supposed Discord had a point. What are you getting at anyway? Me. I'm just passing the time, said Discord, abruptly throwing himself back and resting the back of his head on his folded arms, reclining in empty space. The show can't start until you finish Whiteshade's calculations for him, so I'm just staying occupied. An angry snort burst out of Twilight's nostrils. However, she thought about it and realized that she might have had a chance here. Of course, she said, I figured you might say that. Discord raised an eyebrow. Whatever else I can say about you, said Twilight, wearing a smirk of her own now, at least I can say you're consistent. Consistent, barked Discord, sitting upright and glaring at Twilight. I am the Lord of Chaos and Disharmony. I am never consistent. But never being consistent makes you consistently inconsistent, said Twilight, taking her turn to taunt Discord. Discord froze, his mouth working silently for a moment, one finger raised as though he were going to deliver an important point. Then he began to vigorously shake his head. No, oh no, Miss Sparkle, don't you dare try to logic bomb me. Why not? Asked Twilight slyly. It's true, isn't it? Enough of that. I'm not going to help you and that's that, replied Discord stubbornly, folding his arms and pouting like a foal angry that he'd been denied a treat. The sight made Twilight giggle. The sound of her laugh caused Discord to drop his disgruntled expression and look at her in confusion. And just what is it that you find so funny? Just that you don't seem like such a terrible creature, said Twilight after she recovered from her bout of good humor. It almost makes me think we could be friends. That clearly surprised Discord and he actually spent a moment goggling at her. Finally, he let out a sigh. I honestly don't know why I'm doing this. I'm probably going to regret it and miss out on the most chaotic thing I've seen in ages. But I suppose this existence would be much poorer without ponies like you in it. He leaned down and gently tapped her forehead at the base of her horn. You have everything you need to get out of this little predicament right here. You just have to finish what you started when you were captured. That's it, asked Twilight. It's not so easy, said Discord. I'm sure you've noticed that your mind is a little busy right now. If you want to stop your enemy's work, you're going to have to finish it and then take control of it. But he isn't going to let you and he's watching to make sure that you don't try to. Then I can't, said Twilight. Not by yourself, said Discord. Something is going to have to happen to distract Whiteshade, to draw his attention completely so that he has none left to focus on you. You're going to have to take advantage of that opportunity to take control of his dark matter. He gave Twilight a taunting grin. Come now, Twilight Sparkle, surely it isn't asking so much to suggest that you have faith in your friends. He pulled back. But why quibble? This is going to be a lovely show and I simply must have the best seat in the house to see how it all turns out. Ta-ta. With a snap of his fingers, he vanished with another pop, leaving Twilight alone. Grumbling about Draconiqui who thought too highly of themselves, Twilight turned her thoughts inward to analyze the stream of information passing through her mind. As she suspected, it all pertained to Whiteshade's dark matter, particularly the dark matter his array was composed of. This is it, she realized. If I can analyze this information, I can work out how to stop the array. Then it's just a matter of putting it to work. But to do that, I need to come up with magic that will let me actually take control. It wasn't going to be easy. A substantial portion of her mind was already forcefully occupied by the calculations needed to activate the array. Twilight would be forced to use what was left of her cognitive abilities to develop the new magic she needed to turn things around. Don Lightwing could only stare. It wasn't the scattered remains of Terra Heart that held his attention, nor the unfamiliar unicorn cowering off to one side of the throne room, nor was it the column and the hazy figure of a unicorn imprisoned within. It wasn't even the massive stalactite of polished crystal that seemed to hang from nothing in the center of the large, open room. No, what held Don's complete and total attention was the pony standing in front of him, the pink unicorn with a mane going through shades of orange and yellow, the color of the sky at sunrise. You, gasped Don. Whiteshade looked around in confusion, apparently not realizing that Don was focused on him. Me, he asked tentatively, gesturing to himself. You don't look like Whiteshade, said Don, his eyes narrowing. It took quite a moment to process Don's words. Then he blinked and looked down, having forgotten that he'd changed his appearance. Oh, right, of course, I'd forgotten that I'd done this for Terra's sake. These are the colors I had as Morning Star. He blinked for a moment and stared at Don again, tilting his head to one side with a quizzical expression, as though he was trying to recover a half-forgotten memory. That's right, I'd forgotten that we've met already. You've gotten so big since the first time I saw you. Don pursed his lips. You were lacking a horn back then. I think I remember it just being a stump. White bobbed his head in acknowledgement. So that was back before I'd figured out that I could supply myself with this. He gestured to the off-white horn, sheathed in what looked like crystal that he now sported. I was still working on developing the theory for that. As he spoke, his coat, mane, and tail seemed to glaze over and flake off, as though it were snakeskin. The flakes left behind his brown coat and off-white mane, leaving him the colors of white shade once more. So you were with the cult Solar, even then? Asked Dawn. Technically, I was the cult Solar back then, said White. As I told Celestia a few weeks back, the order was practically extinct when I found out about them. I figured that revitalizing them would give me the helpers I needed to finish the array in a reasonable period of time. Back when we met in that village, I was forced to do much of my own recruiting. Your arrival actually proved fortuitous to me. Dawn's eyes narrowed dangerously. You lied and told every pony I was a monster. You insisted that I was the one behind every misfortune in their lives. Yes, agreed White, even though I didn't have much practice as a liar back then, even I knew how effective repetition could be. Isn't it amazing how it works? Even if it's a lie, even if no pony believes you, if you say something often enough, ponies will ultimately begin to be swayed. Dawn stopped forward. You made my life a misery, he said, and you did it solely for the sake of your project. True, said White, I'm grateful for your assistance in that respect, however unwitting and unwilling it was. If it's any consolation, it's Terrahart whose remains are currently scattered around the room. I think that this time, assuming no pony else comes and tries the same thing I did, the cult Solar will die off for real this time. That is hardly encouraging, said Dawn. You still have to answer for your crimes and you need to be stopped. White sighed and looked down. I tire of this conversation. So stop me already. Dawn vanished. His hooves kicked off the floor and he arrowed down the length of the room, heading straight for White. At the last second, Dawn's instincts screamed that he was in danger. He kicked out in front of him, bringing his charge to an abrupt halt. As he did so, he channeled all his forward momentum into his wings, sweeping them forward, drawing the air around him and turning it into a powerful blast that rushed towards the unicorn in front of him. White's wings had already burst from his back again and blurred to intercept Dawn's attack. Had Dawn not checked his rush, the wings would have intercepted him as well. As it was, the feathers of 3 of the wings seemed to dissolve into a swirling cloud without any real form. The burst of compressed air slammed into them and then scattered. The remaining 3 wings lashed out at Dawn, seeming to expand and extend across the distance between them. Dawn skipped sideways as one slashed downwards at him, then darted upwards so that the second cut through the air below him. The third aimed to catch him as he went upwards, but Dawn kicked out and twisted, sending his body into a roll that just barely carried him over the arc of the wing's swing. As he did, he whipped one wing out, spreading the feathers out and holding it like it was a large blade. He swept it across, seemingly drawing a line in the air in front of him. The crescent-shaped blade of air whistled faintly as it headed straight for White Shade's head. However, once again, one of White's wings swept up and intercepted the blade, which seemed to simply vanish against the feathers without touching them. White's eyes darted about, trying to track Dawn's movements. As it was, the colt was moving far too fast for him to actually see. Were it not for the automatic responses built into White's wings, Dawn would have killed him with the first strike. Very interesting, said White as the wings on his right side whipped out to intercept another blast of air. I'm impressed that he can press my defenses this hard. He's certainly faring better than Terrahart did. Dawn's attack seemed to come at him from all sides, the colt a black blur as he rushed about the room, launching blasts of wind, vacuum blades, and even bolts of lightning from every conceivable angle. White's wings were a blur of motion as they whipped about his body, fending off those attacks and not letting a single one through. So it seems he isn't going to let this end easily, thought Dawn. Those wings far surpass my reflexes. The only option I have is to use the same skill I used against Perlin and Flash Spark. As he moved, Dawn closed his eyes, letting his body move automatically. He abandoned attacking for the moment, simply letting himself dodge whenever he sensed White's wings going on the attack. He took as deep a breath as he could under the circumstances and let his mind go blank. He let the anger he felt at facing the stallion who had been the ultimate author of most of the misery he'd suffered throughout his life bleed away from his thoughts. His anger would give his attacks power, but he couldn't let it control him. I don't think so, said White abruptly. His horn uncoiled into a helix. There was a flash from the base, channeled up through the center of the helix. Dawn's instincts screamed a warning at him again. There was no disturbance in the air, nothing to indicate an attack was coming. He knew where all of White's wings were, so there was nothing that could presently hit him. All the same, Dawn felt as though he was in severe danger. However, he had no notion of how to evade the attack. His ears filled with a sound like a large balloon collapsing. His lungs briefly felt as though they were packed with cement, and it was as though his body was seized in a minotaur's massive fist and squeezed tightly. Dawn was briefly beset by the feeling of being squeezed out of his position like toothpaste from a tube and slammed into a wall. The fall to the floor was just short enough that he didn't have time to recover and catch himself, and just far enough to be painful in its own right. Collapsing onto his stomach, his entire body trembling, Dawn gasped for breath, feeling faint trickles of blood running from his nose and ears, the latter of which rang incessantly. I got to watch your battle with Perlin, said White. You impressed me a great deal. Performing magic that surpasses physical laws is supposed to be the purview of unicorns. I suppose, since magic is ultimately magic, whoever uses it, it is within the capability of even Pegasi and Earth ponies to do the same in their own way. I never imagined that you would invoke a force that could harm dark matter I tailored for combat. Looking up, Dawn could see White Shade approaching. Though his vision was swimming too much to make out White's expression, Dawn imagined it was something approaching pleased interest in the subject before him. Perlin impressed me as well, White said. By the end of that fight, he was finding uses for his wings that surpassed my original design for them. I suppose that is how it goes for warriors like you. I find it endlessly fascinating that ponies like you and him can continually exceed my expectations to such an extent. It disappoints me to dispose of such an interesting subject. However, you are a little too dangerous to be allowed to interfere with my work. It's too bad, Dawn Lightwing. I originally had no intention of killing you, but for the sake of my work, you need to die. White's wings rushed in, their feathers driving forward like daggers, aiming to bury themselves into the colt's flesh. Still reeling from White's magical assault earlier, Dawn's body nonetheless reacted automatically. His hooves kicked off the floor and, sweeping his wings downward in a tight arc, Dawn shot upward just as White's feathers pierced the floor where he'd been lying. Once he was off the ground, Don shot forward, the course of his flight taking him directly above White's back. As he did so, he snapped his wings downward, launching several bolts of lightning off his feathers, aiming, not for White but the ground around him. The White's wings whirled about to protect the stallion from attack, only a few of Don's bolts were apparently determined to be dangerous enough to actively deflect. Even those were simply batted off to the side slightly. However, when they struck the floor, they exploded, launching shards of marble everywhere and, more importantly, filling the air with several claps of thunder that assailed White from all directions. The White's vision and hearing were cut off by the flash and boom of the attack. His wings continued to work flawlessly, swatting down any fragments of marble that came near him and keeping his body untouched. White blinked and smiled. Ordinary ponies would have found themselves reeling in pain from the cacophony of the thunder and blinded by the light. However, White's eyes and ears, along with the rest of his body, were dark matter as well. They were different from the durable, inorganic dark matter that formed his wings, but they were considerably tougher than the physiology of a normal pony. This kind of attack, utilizing the ambient effects of another attack, wouldn't disable him so easily. White also knew that Don had to be aware of that on some level. Don hadn't been aiming to beat White with that attack but distract him. White knew that Don was aiming to try and summon that shining wind that had proved so effective against Perlin and Flash Spark. This amounted to little more than an attempt to buy time. Up above, Don was indeed attempting to once again clear his mind and enter that thoughtless state that allowed him to unleash his full power. However, even as he took a deep breath, it was driven from his lungs by another magical assault, this one making Don feel as though he was being turned inside out and pulled it from a variety of directions. Whatever the spell's nature was, it drove him up against the throne room ceiling with enough force to make his spine pop before he ended up dropping down again. Spreading his wings, Don barely managed to abate his fall. At the last second, he threw himself clumsily aside to avoid being slashed by White's wings. The dodge sent him skidding across the floor and coming to a stop against the wall again. Quite persistent, said White as he approached. Groaning, Don struggled to his hooves, preparing to take off again. However, White's helix-shaped horn flashed again, the unknown magic blowing the colt off his hooves and slamming his head into the wall hard enough that Don saw stars. Squirming weakly, Don tried to get up again, but White's next magical assault drove him down against the floor. Trembling, Don's legs bent as he tried to get them underneath him again. However, they ultimately refused to obey him, instead pushing and sliding on the cracked and broken marble. The only thing Don's body seemed to want to do now was get as far away from White Shade as equinely possible. "Ah, finally," said White, "I'm very impressed. It only took 2 hits for Princess Celestia to unconsciously give up on fighting me. You should be proud that it took twice as many blows for you. Normally I would deem this a sufficient outcome and leave you there. But you have proven time and again that you are far more formidable than I could possibly predict. So I will finish you off here." White's wings rose up, poising to strike down at Don. Only for one of them to blur across White's side to swat a small object that was flying at him. It exploded violently, flooding the air with fire and smoke. Don momentarily forgotten, White Shade turned to regard the source of the weapon that he'd just blocked. "Ah, I figured that you would be here sooner or later." Simply lifting his head hurt, but Don raised it anyway, trying to see what White was seeing. Swift Stride stood at the entrance of the throne room, looking bruised, battered, and cut. His clothing was tattered and torn and his worst injury was a long gash running down his left flank, drops of blood soaking into his clothes and then dribbling onto the floor. Swift grinned, though said smile was shaky and weak. "I'm not a pony to disappoint," he said blithely. "I was planning on killing Twilight Sparkle before you could use her, but that plan looks like a wash now." "I'd like to thank you for that," said White. "The idea hadn't even occurred to me until the first time you tried to kill her. I'm monitoring her work even now and what she's accomplishing in minutes what would have taken me hours on my own." Don blinked. It was for a fraction of a second, but he'd noticed the barest upturn of Swift's lips, a sign of him grinning even wider than before he'd stopped the change and kept his normal expression. White hadn't noticed, mostly because Swift's default expression was typically a grin of some sort. "What is he planning?" "That's said Swift. "Well, it looks like it's back to plan B then, killing you before you can finish up." "That's going to be difficult for you," said White. His horn was coiling back up into its normal configuration. "Your fight with Arkenstone has clearly left you worse for wear. I don't think you're in any position to challenge me. Besides, it's not as though any of your explosives or poisons could harm me. My current body doesn't react to mundane toxins." "You might be right," said Swift, "but if memory serves, I managed to one-up your dark matter once before." "Those were explosives improvised from my dark matter itself," countered White, spreading his wings. "You used them to damage the focus of my array. Granted, it was an impressive feat, but without those resources, you don't have the means to harm me." Swift chuckled dryly. "You mean you thought that I only helped myself to enough of your leftover broken parts to pull off that one trick?" He held up another object in his hoof. This one was a cylinder, off-white in color, a shade matching White's horn actually. "I took all that I could carry and I spent the past few weeks working on making a few bombs specifically for you." White's eyes narrowed. For the first time since Don had ever seen him, he saw something approaching genuine frustration in White's expression. "Catch!" shouted Swift, lobbing the cylinder at White. White's wings reacted instantly, curving forward to intersect in front of him, forming a solid, curved wall of feathers between him and the approaching bomb. The projectile smacked into White's feathers. The stallion behind them tensed, preparing for the blast, only for nothing to happen. The bomb didn't go off but instead dropped to the floor with a small clatter. "Sorry, but I lied," said Swift with a cackle. "I hope you're not too attached to that focus of yours, cuz it's about to go boom." Even as White had prepared to defend himself, Swift had waited until White's view of him had been cut off, thrown a second white cylinder, this time aiming for the array's central focus, hanging, unprotected in the center of the throne room. "No," shouted White, displaying genuine shock and surprise for once. Spinning about, he focused on the cylinder. In less than a second, his horn uncoiled again. There was another flash and the cylinder seemed to suck in on itself, disappearing in midair. There was a brief instant of silence, then a low, muffled exploding noise. Colorless light flashed out from the point where the bomb had disappeared. Don was blown up against the wall, cringing and groaning as the shockwave washed over him. Even White was driven back, his hooves skidding across the floor. The explosion had barely faded when Swift spoke again. Sorry, but I was lying about lying, he said. I learned some pretty useful things about your dark matter, how to fashion bombs, and how to delay the explosion. White's eyes immediately went to the bomb resting near his hooves, his eyes going wide, a note of panic in them. Light blazed out from his uncoiled horn yet again. However, the bomb was already in the process of exploding. Far faster than the stallion himself could react, White's wings crossed in front of him, creating a barrier between him and the explosion, even as his magic tried to remove the source from existence. This much closer to him, and with White being delayed in his reaction, the bomb's explosion blew him off his hooves. Dawn could see the feathers of his wings scattering through the air, many of them broken and shattered, as though they were made of glass. Knocked backwards, White's wings worked furiously to try and right him. However, one of them was almost completely broken, a shattered stump trailing fragments of feathers as it flapped awkwardly through the air. Another one looked as though it were a glass sculpture that had been struck by a hard object, for all that it was still moving. Black cracks crisscrossed the feathery surface, displacing pieces of some feathers. The remaining 4 wings seemed whole and undamaged. As White landed, Dawn saw something else that surprised him. The fur beneath White's nose was damp, some sort of clear liquid draining out. Dawn wondered if that was what passed for blood in Whiteshade's body. Landing on his hooves, White went skidding back, his hooves pushing through the broken parts of the floor, making him stumble slightly. Barely managing to remain upright, he looked up at Swift with a grimace. That hurt, he said. Swift didn't answer him because he was already on the move. The distance between him and White vanished in an instantly. However, even as Swift reached White, the unicorn's wings were already blurring into motion, 2 crossing to intercept Swift's hoof before it could touch their master, whilst the other 2 struck at him from either side. Swift jumped, flipping over and to the right, his flip carrying him over the wing on that side. Even as he did so, Swift scattered several small spheres in his wake. One of the wings that had been defending White whipped outward, knocking the spheres away, scattering them into the air around the 2 combatants. The orbs burst like firecrackers, filling the air with flashing sparks of light and noise. Swift's hooves had barely touched the ground when he sank down so low that his belly was nearly scraping the cracked and broken marble. Somehow maintaining his absurdly low posture, he launched himself back at White, the movement coming so quickly that even a well-trained martial artist would have been completely off guard by its abruptness and logic-defying appearance. Whiteshade was no martial artist. Nor, it seemed, did he need to be one. His wings reacted automatically even as White turned his head, looking for Swift's location. They were already blocking Swift's strike as the black-garbed earth pony drove upwards from his low position, thrusting his shoulder at White's barrel. One of White's wings seemed to shrink in size so that it could move in close, intercepting Swift's blow. There was a clap of noise and the force of the blocked attack managed to actually lift White's hooves clear of the floor again. Turning about, White reared up, all 4 of his undamaged wings thrusting down at Swift, trying to spear him with their feathers. Swift went from his upward attack into a downward roll that carried him past the wing's point of attack, barely escaping as they smashed the floor where he'd been standing. As his roll carried him onto his back, Swift kicked upwards with all 4 of his hooves, driving them towards White's chest. This time, it was the 2 damaged wings that moved to intercept the strikes, the impact actually driving White back further. 2 of White's wings flapped to keep him airborne and moving as he fell back from Swift's stride's onslaught. Swift followed, pressing the offensive, always keeping his body low to the ground, whether on his hooves or on his back, striking upward, bracing himself against the earth to deliver the full force of his strength into even the most awkward-looking blows. Swift's movements were halting, awkward-looking, and unpredictable. He would seem to stumble one way then lurch another. His strikes hurtled upwards at White's chest and belly from below, a position where, if White had been a Pegasus or an alicorn, his wings could have been hard-pressed to shield him. However, White's defense did not falter. His wings were white blurs around his body, intercepting each strike and striking in return with just as much force. However strong he was, Swift apparently didn't trust his strength to ward off the wings' blows and focused on evading them instead. The wings bent and articulated in ways that the wings of Pegasi and alicorns could not, often moving as though they were simply masses of feathers, lacking any kind of bone or muscle structure, allowing White to defend parts of his body that would normally be left completely vulnerable. What was more, even though White's eyes moved frantically, betraying that he was utterly unable to keep up with the pace of the exchange, his wings, nonetheless, continued to defend him flawlessly. The mysterious magical intelligence that controlled them worked more swiftly than even Whiteshade's own mind and senses could. The battle, it seemed, was a complete stalemate. Then White's uncoiled horn flared again. The air filled with that hollow, bursting noise and Swift's body was blown backwards. Dawn, who'd been feeling a vague sense of hope as the battle continued, once again felt despair creeping back into his gut. Even Swift's stride can't figure out a way to fight him. Then, to Dawn's surprise, Swift turned his backwards tumble into an arcing flip that allowed him to land on his hooves once again. However, even as Swift landed, White's horn flared again. This time, Dawn sensed something else. He felt the tugging sensation of the world tilting towards Swift, the ground beneath him actually creaking. He wasn't sure what Swift had done, but the stallion had assuredly done something. Swift's body seemed to tense and he crouched slightly. That bursting noise sounded again. To Dawn's eyes, Swift's form seemed to double, triple even, the kind of sight that generally occurred only when a pony's eyes were failing. It was also similar to how Dawn and other ponies, even Swift's stride himself, sometimes left after images if they moved quickly and abruptly enough. However, this was no allusion to speed, nor was it a sign of Dawn's own eyes going bad. Rather, it was as though the space around and within Swift's stride had distorted briefly. It lasted only an instant and then Swift looked normal once again. He sagged slightly and coughed. He defended, thought Dawn in shock. It doesn't seem that there's a way to evade the attack, but he managed to find a way to evade its force somehow. A trickle of blood leaked out of Swift's nose. It looks like he wasn't completely successful, but that means that defense is possible. The trembling feeling that had suffused Dawn's body began to quiet and he felt his muscles relax. The revelation that there might be a way to block or deflect White's seemingly impossible magical attacks had apparently been enough to convince the Dawn's unconscious instincts that battle was still possible, that there might be a way to win this fight. Truly remarkable, said White with a smile. I hadn't thought it possible to block my magic in that manner. Do you think you could manage it again? If it's all the same, I'd rather not find out, said Swift grimly. Though he was still smiling, it was clear to every pony observing that he was not in the best of shape. The blood continued to drip down from the gash that he'd received from Arkenstone. His legs trembled, clearly having trouble holding him up. Unfortunate then, said White. His horn flared again. Dawn heard Swift's intake of breath and only felt the beginnings of the stallion drawing upon the earth's power before White's spell hit. This time, Swift was driven straight down into the ground, clearly not blocking the spell even half as well as he had the last time. White didn't mince words, instead attacking again, dot and again, dot and again, dot and again. His horn flared repeatedly, each time, his spell driving Swift down into floor harder and harder. The marble cracked and groaned, then broke and sagged, as Swift sank down into a crater that grew deeper with each successive blow before White's spell slammed him through the floor completely and Swift fell down into one of the corridors running beneath the throne room. Even then, White did not let up. His horn continued to flare again and again, the hollow bursting noise sounding out from below the floor as he hit Swift over and over again, clearly taking even fewer chances than he had with Dawn, methodically doing absolutely everything in his power to ensure that Swift's stride did not get up again. Dawn was only vaguely aware of this. Realizing that this was his chance, he had calmed his breathing and had begun to empty his mind, doing his best to completely relax himself. Right now, while White Shade was distracted by Swift's stride, was the best time for him to try and rally himself to attack. An ordinary attack wouldn't do. White Shade's wings, even the ones that were heavily damaged, could ward off even the mightiest blows of the Gale King's more mundane techniques. As for the damaged wings, Dawn hadn't failed to notice that they were beginning to repair themselves. During that furious exchange with Swift's stride, those wings had continued to shed the broken pieces of feathers until only the undamaged ones remained. Then, the feathers began to replenish themselves, the wings slowly growing back to their previous span. Their speed and precision was uncanny, allowing them to defend from attack even when White Shade couldn't follow it, even if he wasn't aware of it. What Dawn needed was a force that would pierce through that defense and strike the stallion beneath it. Even as he realized this, Dawn knew that he would have only one chance. His own body wasn't in much better shape than Swift's had been when White had started pummeling him. Dawn's energy was mostly spent, his fights with Flash Spark and Pearl and Bluestreak having drained his reserves. Fighting White Shade only a few minutes earlier hadn't helped. The brief reprieve offered by Swift Stride's interference hadn't been nearly enough for Dawn to replenish his depleted reserves. On top of that, his body was battered, both inside and out. Even as he tried to calm his mind and prepare, his body protested, sending Dawn incessant reports about pains in everything from his bones to his inner organs. Even the breath in his lungs rasped dryly, stinging his throat. Enough of that. Dawn thought crossly at his own body. Even if you hurt, you're still in working order. You can quit after the important work is done. Even as he thought that, Dawn winced at his own foolishness. Scolding his own body wouldn't help in the slightest. What mattered was accepting the pain and acknowledging that, but not letting it distract from what he needed to do. Determined, Dawn continued to sink deeper into a thoughtless state, letting his own feelings of pain flow through him, accepting them as the consequence of his battle and moving on. Everything hinged on his next strike, and he needed to make that strike before White Shade turned his attention away from grinding Swift Stride into a bloody pulp. Fluttershy squeaked and ducked her head against Rarity's side, trembling as the corridor rattled. It was dark back here, the lamps that had once provided illumination having burned out or broken over the course of the several battles that were apparently taking place in the throne room beyond. What should we do? Asked Rarity, looking around at their assembled group. Pinkie Pie was no longer smiling, an uncharacteristically nervous expression decorating her face as her eyes continually flicked to the door that led to the throne room. Applejack was conscious again, but her eyes were glazed and unfocused, barely managing to roll in Rarity's direction when she spoke. Rainbow Dash remained silent and unmoving. I don't know, said Pinkie, but I have a bad feeling. I think something bad happened to Twilight. I feel it too, said Fluttershy, nervously glancing at the door, but what should we do? We came back here because Twilight needed to fight without us being in the way. If she's, what can we do without her? I'm afraid I haven't the slightest notion, admitted Rarity, we're in sorry shape as it is. I don't believe that we are in any position to help or hinder Twilight. But, said Pinkie, pausing as the throne room rumbled again, it sounds like some pony is still fighting over there. Yes, but if we go, we might only get in their way, countered Rarity. Rainbow is the only trained fighter amongst us and, as we can all see, she's not in any shape to be doing anything. Looking around at the battered group, Rarity gritted her teeth. Oh dash it all, she shouted in frustration, we're the elements of harmony. We're supposed to be the ones Equestria looks to when all hope is lost. How can we be cowering back here and praying that some pony else succeeds where we've failed? Fluttershy nodded. As frightened as she was, she too felt a great deal of frustration at their predicament. She had never once enjoyed the risks they had taken while facing down threats like Nightmare Moon and Discord. Even the thought of facing them again was enough to give Fluttershy nightmares at times, along with the fear of what monstrous forces they would have to face down in the future. It wasn't just the scary things themselves that frightened her, but the thought that so many ponies, their lives and happiness, rode on the shoulders of a cowardly, weak-willed mare like her, a Pegasus who could barely fly competently. She was no great warrior, no mighty hero. She was just an ordinary, very frightened pony. If there was anything that could have been said to have been truly extraordinary about her, it was how extraordinarily scared she could be. In fact, much of that could be applied to the group as a whole. Rarity was a seamstress, a dressmaker. She had no business fighting or facing down apocalyptic threats. Applejack was a farmer who, for all that she had a buck that could split a tree in two, was more content tending her orchards than she would ever be wandering hither and yon on adventures. Pinkie Pie's life revolved around parties, making other ponies happy and their lives richer. It was completely at odds with the idea of a fighter, struggling against mighty foes. Even Twilight Sparkle, the pony who led them, was a scholar, rather than a warrior. She was more at home rooting out tomes from the dustiest shelves of her library than she was adventuring. Of all of them, only Rainbow Dash truly had a hero's inclination and she was fixed on doing that through the Wonderbolts. In a sense, none of them belonged here. Despite that, here they were. However, now they were simply hunkered down and waiting for the noise to stop, having no idea what was going on the other side of that door. White Shade's array could have started up already. The end of the world might very well have already begun whilst they sat and waited. The only thing that Fluttershy did know for sure was that some pony had taken up the battle. She felt a strange, comforting warmth seep into her skin from the white around her neck. Looking down, Fluttershy gazed at the element of kindness that she wore. The pink butterfly gem was glowing faintly. Seeing it lit like that somehow seemed to ease her fear and slowly rebuild her courage. Looking over, she noticed that Rarity's element was glowing as well. So was Pinky's. Even Applejack and Rainbow's elements were beginning to shine as well. Another thunderous boom echoed from the other side of the door and Fluttershy was struck by inexplicable knowledge. She couldn't say how, maybe it was the element's power, but she knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Don was out there and he was fighting. That realization snuffed out the remainder of her fear ruthlessly. Fluttershy stood up, her expression firm and determined. There was no way she would cower back here while her son was out there fighting the very pony that she and her friends had come to stop. Several times already, Fluttershy had found herself waiting at home while Don was out fighting some kind of battle in some other place, putting his life at risk for the sake of other ponies. Not this time, she thought, I'm not leaving Don alone this time. Fluttershy, what is it? Asked Pinky, looking at her quizzically. We need to go, said Fluttershy. I'm not sure what we can do, but we can't keep hiding back here. I was just getting the same feeling, admitted Rarity. Beside her, Pinky nodded in agreement. Abruptly, the elements around their necks flared brilliantly, the light of their power filling the hallway and washing away the darkness. The warmth that had been seeping into Fluttershy increased and she felt herself slowly growing hotter and hotter, until she was certain that she was about to burst into flames. The warmth filled her all the way to her core, washing away tiredness and fatigue. She felt fresh as a daisy, as though she'd just come off of a good night's sleep and a hearty breakfast. Her fear was gone and she felt ready for anything. Wow. Looking over, Rarity, Fluttershy, and Pinkie Pie saw both Applejack and Rainbow Dash getting to their hooves, the two of them looking fully awake, as though they'd never been blown away by the powerful magic White Shade wielded. Dashy, shouted Pinkie, immediately tackling the cerulean Pegasus, you're okay. I feel better than okay, Pinkie, said Rainbow with a laugh, I feel totally awesome. I'm feeling a good bit better myself, said Applejack, looking herself over, I guess these elements are good fare more than just decoration. I should say so, agreed Rarity. Fluttershy looked around at her friends. We know what we need to do, right? I think so, said Rainbow hesitantly, gazing down at the lightning bolt of her own element, Twilight. I think we need to get to her, right? Fluttershy nodded. We need to hurry. I think Dawn is out there fighting. Dawn, shouted Rainbow, her eyes going wide, no kidding then. Aw sure as hey ain't gonna protest, said Applejack tipping her hat, but why do y'all think we can use the elements on that White Shade feller again? I don't think they're gonna do much. Fluttershy stared pensively down at her element for a second. Because, I don't think we're supposed to use them on White Shade. I think we need to use them on Twilight. At least, that's what I feel we need to do. Land sakes, said Applejack, I hope we're right about that. The last thing I wanna do is put TWI in stone for 1,000 years. If it's any consolation, I don't believe the elements work quite that way, said Rarity. The elements are more like a tool, one that has different uses depending on the situation. I think Fluttershy is right about us needing to use them on Twilight. Well, let's not waste any more time, said Pinkie, her upbeat demeanor returning with a vigor. Let's go find Twilight and share all the love and friendship we've got. You said it, agreed Rainbow with a gusto. The others nodded in agreement, heading for the door. Much to their surprise, it was Fluttershy who led the way. Author's notes. Next chapter, the end.